Councilmember Philseth,
Here.
Mayor Fine,
Here.
Councilmember Niss,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you so much. We have a couple of items in action tonight, but first we have our agenda changes, oral communications, and consent. So on agenda changes, additions, and deletions, if you would like to propose anything, please raise your hand. And I have one I'd like to propose. So I'm going to propose that we switch items 8 and 7. 8 is 2353 Webster, an individual review application, and to put it before number 7, which is the public hearing of an ordinance for EV charging and parking rules. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ku. It seems there's a fair bit of public interest in this, and I think it would behoove us to move it up, even if just by an hour and a half or so, tentatively to 8:15. Councilmember Ku?
You said it all. Thank you so much for considering that.
Sure. And if there are any comments on this motion, Councilmember Cormack?
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. I'd just like to state in general, I'm not a fan of moving things around, but in this instance, because we haven't received any public comment that I'm aware of on item 7, I'm comfortable with doing it.
Fair enough. Anything else? Okay, so per our practice, I'm going to start with Councilmember Cormack for the votes, and then we will roll down that list. So voting to move item 8 before item 7, Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss?
Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka? Councilmember Tanaka, I think you're on mute.
Oh, I said yes. Could you not hear me?
Now we did. Thank you. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Item number 8 will be heard before item number 7. Any other agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
If I might, Mr. Mayor, just repeat that for, I see Mr. Morton also just joined online, so he may have missed the conversation. Jack, if I could just reiterate that council just voted to move item 8 to precede item 7, so it will be heard at 8:15 p.m. Approximately.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, thank you all for that. Let's now move to oral communications, where members of the public may speak to any item not on the agenda. And if the city clerk would please help our members of the public provide their comments.
Any member of the public wish to speak on any item that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand. If you're using a telephone, hit *9. We have one speaker, Richard Guinario. Richard, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You may have to unmute from your end, Richard.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to say thank you guys for having me. I appreciate the opportunity. I have, can you guys see me, by the way? No? First, this is a letter to the City Council, or a message to the City Council. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Robert and Karen Januario. They own a property in the City of Palo Alto. It's in a multi-family apartment house. And here it goes. The following pertains to a fire that occurred in the early morning hours today on Matadero Avenue, and to the overall public safety concerns in the City of Palo Alto. We, Robert and Karen Januario, are the owners of a multi-family dwelling and carport affected by the fire. The fire appears to have started on the side of the detached carport, and it is now a total loss. 2 of our tenants' cars and all their belongings stored in the carport and storage area were also destroyed by the fire. We want to take this opportunity to thank our local firefighters for their hasty response. The fire crew successfully put out the fire and stopped it from spreading to the homes of our tenants, and thankfully no one was hurt. We had the opportunity to speak with the fire captain of the first arriving engine company, who informed us that we were lucky that the second arriving engine 62 was in service last night. or else his crew would have likely had issues getting water supply from a hydrant in time, allowing the fire to possibly spread out of control into the adjacent apartment structure. When asked why engine 62 would ever be out of service, the captain informed us that the city has been browning out or taking the engine out of service during many of the hours of the day, and noted that more and more Palo Alto fire companies have been browned out and downstaffed in recent years. As property owners and landlords providing homes for Palo Alto citizens, we find this shocking, upsetting, and unacceptable. After further research, we've learned that over the past 10 years, the city has cut 2 engines, 1 ambulance, and 33% of its fire department staff, all while call volume has been doubled. We're baffled as to why the government entity who prides itself in providing a safe environment to its citizens willingly make such drastic cuts to public safety. It's unsettling that one of the wealthiest suburban cities in Silicon Valley could be so cheap that it puts its citizens' lives at risk. Members of the City Council, we respectfully ask that you do better. Staff the engines, staff the ambulances, the truck, and the stations before lives are lost due to budget concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thanks so much. Hey, Al, wasn't going to speak on this issue, but then the very compelling message that just came up, that was just stated by Richard, made me feel obligated to do so. I just wanted to correct a misunderstanding stated by the mayor to me earlier today. In a conversation, he mentioned that business taxes couldn't be used to fund housing. And I want to clarify that a business tax could be for the general fund, could be used and can be used and is used in every other city that has one, which is every other city that has the amount of businesses that we do, can be used like housing and can be used for things like housing and fire and public safety and healthcare and childcare and public services and art centers and libraries and children's theaters, and all the other budget cuts that were made by the city council could have been saved if we had a business tax on the biggest employers and biggest companies like commercial developers. And to clarify, a business tax can and should exempt all small businesses, all retail, all restaurants, and if you like, all medium-sized businesses. It can start at something like 500 employees and $500 million of revenue. If it even has a minimum floor of $1 billion in revenue, it could tax Palantir, HP, Tesla, and all the other huge employers that use our services, including the fire department, and don't pay for them. Might be too late for this year, but I hope you'll continue to consider it so that the residents don't have to pay for the full recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any other member of the public who wishes to speak on anything not on the agenda, please raise your hand or hit *9 on your phone. Mayor, fine, there's no other raised hands.
Okay, thank you to you both for your comments, and thank you to Clerk Minor for helping them provide those comments. We next move to the consent calendar, items 1 through 5. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar?
Any members who wish to speak on anything on the consent calendar, please raise your hand or dial *9. Mayor, fine, there are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you all. We're now open for motions or comments, no votes or polling items on the consent calendar. So to my colleagues, if you please hit your hand in Zoom and I'll recognize you. Councilmember Koo, I think.
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote on item 5, please.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Tanaka?
No on number 2.
Thank you. Okay, and I actually should mention, I'll get to you in just a moment, Mr. Vice Mayor. Number 5 is quasi-judicial, so if you have anything to disclose, please do so. I did speak with members of the school next door who had some issues with the noise levels of the car wash, but nothing that's not in the record. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I was going to move consent.
Thank you. So we have a motion to move consent. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Niss. Any other comments on this? Okay, let's please vote on the motion to move the consent calendar. Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, the consent calendar passes unanimously.
Mayor Fine, I will also vote yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm really sorry. You're at the
No worries.
beginning of the line. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Now the consent calendar passes unanimously with Councilmember Ku voting no on 5, Councilmember Tanaka voting no on number 2. Okay, Mr. Shikata, the floor is yours.
Mayor Fine, I hate to interrupt again, but perhaps council members Ku and Tanaka would like to speak to their no votes.
You remind me again. Thank you. Councilmembers Ku and Tanaka, sorry for skipping that.
Greg, you want to go first?
Sure. So for number 2, now we're just coming off one of the roughest budget cycles in probably the city's history. And, you know, this contract's for $1.75 million. And it's for electric cable, underground electric cable. And I understand staff here wants to not bid it out because according to the report, it's the only one that meets our specs, manufacturing and requirements. You know, I did a quick Google search. There's actually a lot of cables out there. Maybe not manufactured the same exact way, but if they provide the same kind of quality, to me, it would seem that we should try to not just sole source it, because right now it seems like we are locked into one supplier. We should at least try to get a couple. And I think manufacturing process may be different between different cable providers, but as long as they provide the same kind of quality, I think that should be okay. So for me, I think given the kind of really tough budget situation that we're in, we really should be trying to use our taxpayer dollars more wisely. I think that I would have liked to seen this bid out to multiple people. And I think as long as they meet the requirements of durability, you know, compatibility, all that, I think that's fine. Making all the vendors have the same exact manufacturing process to me seems a little bit extreme. I think you know, if you do that, you would pretty much lock yourself into just one supplier. So I just think we have to be a little more efficient, a little bit more aggressive on the procurement process. I realize, you know, we're a little bit short-staffed on the city side, so maybe that's another reason. But it's a lot of money. It's $1.75 million, and we have a lot of needs. I mean, the other thing is, you know, we are in a recession right now, and I would have also liked to see some sort of discount based off of what we were paying before. And it seems like we're a pretty big customer for them as well. So anyway, so there's multiple reasons why I just couldn't support this.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ku, your no vote on number 5.
Yeah, it's just that it's quasi judicial, and I think that it should be something that's discussed in public, a hearing to include the public. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Let's see if we can queue up a very brief few slides. Just a few items to share with the community this evening. Next slide, please. Just a quick update. Well, perhaps everything update these days is related to COVID-19, coronavirus, and to highlight this week, upcoming county pop-up testing that will be here in Palo Alto this Friday. So we're now part of a county-wide rotation that the county has been implementing throughout different areas around Santa Clara County. And the next couple of opportunities that will be here in town will be this Friday, and then 2 weeks later, also on Friday. This time it will be a little different from the last pop-up testing we had in Palo Alto, in that it will be at the Art Center, 1313 Newell Road, and this will be done by appointment only. And as we understand the county's new model, they indicate that they are able to move just as many people through the system with this appointment set up and avoid the need for people to wait in line. And here in Palo Alto, we had some waits over an hour, and I've heard in other parts of the county well over, and to the point of multiple hours. So given that this appointment system should be well received, now we also have heard though that the appointments are not available until just a few days before the scheduled pop-up itself. So we'll get the word out as soon as that information is available, but definitely for anyone in the community interested in having COVID testing, that this Friday and 2 weeks later will be great opportunities to do that. Next slide, please. And then as we look at ongoing community conversations around where we are in working through the pandemic at a community level, really much of the recent discussion has been around the need to wear face coverings. And as the council is well aware, and I believe the community as well, that we have a local order as well as countywide order to wear face coverings at all time in public. And in particular, while we've had some questions around when exercising or cycling around town, certainly encourage it. And so we'd simply like to reinforce with all members of the community our interest and everyone's interest in wearing face coverings when in public. With that, next slide, please. And again, as the council knows, this evening we'll be discussing our Summer Streets program in more detail, but definitely would like to use this opportunity to ask the community once again to come out and support local restaurants, retail stores, both in person as well as through takeout. The response to date has been really positive, but once again recognize that these are fractions of pre-COVID levels. And so as a result, certainly encourage our community to support local businesses and businesses to support local businesses as well, and really reinforce that we are all in this together. Next slide, please. And finally, if this does not look familiar to you, don't be embarrassed, because this just went up today. And in fact, this is not a view from our office window, but could have been in the temporary art installation just put in King Plaza. I will try to not butcher pronunciation, but I will try nonetheless. The Bucolic Labyrinth by Paz de la Calzada, made of repurposed synthetic turf from Cubberley Soccer Field prior to its last turf renovation. So this is entirely repurposed, and I believe there's a story and some narration guide that will be available to members of the public that happen by and are able to enjoy it. Although, as you can see, social distancing will need to be a part of how to navigate the labyrinth. So with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe that's all I have for our manager's update this week.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. A labyrinth seems like an appropriate use of time when we're trying to social distance. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. I saw hands from council members Nis, Cormack, and Tanaka.
So a couple of things, Ed. There've been troubling reports from the county and certainly in the press about testing, about the reported testing, how much testing has actually not been tested. It would be helpful if somebody would let us know with their visits into the city, are people getting their tests returned or not? I know that the person who was responsible for testing spoke to the Board of Supervisors maybe a week and a half ago, indicating that they no longer were going to be tracking the testing. So that was very troubling. Second issue, I was doing the dish on Sunday, which is difficult after not doing it for a while, I must say. And as you probably know, if you've done it, you walk up and then it's one way. It goes counterclockwise. But as we came back down, we noticed that very few people had masks on. Said something to the guards who were there, and they said masks are not required according to the county when you're exercising. So as I recall, we have said You don't have to wear a mask when you're walking the dog or something similar, but we do suggest that you have them on at any other time. So you might check for the consistency, because I was kind of surprised when everybody coming up the hill had no mask on, and we did. So if you could find out about that, I'd appreciate it. Or maybe Molly could also look into it, because she was the one who opined before how to interpret it.
Well,
Thanks.
I think I could just generally respond and confirm that exercising is considered non-mandatory activity, but that said, again, encouraged. We certainly want to get the word out that all members of the community are encouraged to wear face coverings even when exercising. It may require you to choose a different type of face covering that works based on the aerobic activity you're at. And I will certainly attest to that firsthand, that different types work better when you're exercising than others, but certainly encourage all members of the community to wear face coverings at all times.
Thanks.
Thank you both. And I've certainly heard from a number of residents over the past week worried about non-mask wearing. So if we can put a little more emphasis on that in our communications, and anyone listening tonight, the rough rule is if you're outside, please do wear a mask. It's helpful to all of us. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Still on the testing, I'm happy to see the county is coming back. Thank you for all that helpful detail. For fun, I'm not sure it was for fun, but as a test, I went through to schedule an appointment. And everyone should know, if you haven't tried before, that there are many questions that are asked, and they are all required before you can get to appointment, including who is your healthcare provider? Did you try to get a test with them? So it's not as simple as like, okay, here, let me just click on the time I want. So I just want to alert people that it takes a little bit of time, and you will need to provide some information, which is different from the way we handled it before. Just an alert to everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. And do we have a link for the county's testing this coming Friday?
Not yet. It has not been made available to us, but we will push that out as soon as it's available.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I just want to thank the city manager for bringing up the topic about the mask. I guess about a week or so ago, I held office hours on this topic, and several people mentioned that they saw city workers, like utility workers or just city workers in general, who I guess were on duty but were not wearing masks. And I don't know if the city manager could respond to that, but that would be great.
Well, again, certainly as it is for the rest of the public, that we do require it when they are certainly in contact, but there may be moments at which it's just not possible to keep it on at all times, but we'll reinforce it with our employees.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from my colleagues here? Okay. Seeing none, let's please move on to our action calendar. So our first item is item 5A, selection of applicants to interview for one position on the Human Relations Commission and 2 positions on the Public Art Commission. Does staff have a presentation, or is it just right to us?
It's right to you. Clerk's office doesn't have a presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. So for members of the public, there is a staff report listing the applicants and their applications, as well as the openings. Councilmember Cormack.
Did you want to go to the public,
Please.
Mr. Mayor?
Let's go to members of the public, and then we'll come back for comments, questions, and motions. So if you'd like to speak on this item, please do raise your hand in Zoom, and the clerk will help you provide comment.
Any member of the public wishing to speak on the board and commission interviews, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor, fine, there are no hands up.
Okay, so we return to council and Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. My first question is for the clerk. Could you please refresh our memory as to the requirements for both the Human Relations Commission and the Public Art Commission? I believe last time we did this, the packet included the information about whether or not someone had to be a resident or needed to have, some particular skills, experience, interest, or expertise.
I'm going to move this over to Jessica Brettel, the Assistant City Clerk, as she's the one who does most of the board and commission recruitments and that.
Great, thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me okay?
It's a
No,
little low.
Little low. Okay. Let me adjust my audio. 1 second. Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so for the Parks and Recreation Commission, it's composed of 7 members, actually 5 members, or no, 7 members. 5, or I'm looking at the wrong board, excuse me. We're looking at the Public Art Commission. I apologize. So I am looking at, let's move on to the Human Relations Commission for a moment. This one is composed of now 5 members. They are for 3-year terms, and they are residents of the city of Palo Alto.
Okay, great, thank you.
The Public Art Commission, give me 1 second, I can look this up for you. Pardon me. So I'm looking at qualifications, and I can read this qualification here. They shall be members of the, let's see, professional visual artists, professional visual arts educators, scholars, arts collectors whose authorities and skills are known and respected in the community, and whenever feasible, who have demonstrated an interest in and have participated in the arts program of the city. They are not required to be residents.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to the clerk's office. Is the mayor ready for motions?
Yes.
Certainly. Well, then I move that we interview all 7 applicants for the Human Relations Commission. And for the Public Art Commission, I move that we interview the following 4 applicants: Marilyn Gottlieb Roberts, Sinya Shen, Harriet Stern, and Nia Taylor.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to interview everybody from the HRC. And if I read that correctly, those were numbers 2, 4, 5, and 7 from the Public Arts.
Yes, from page 2 of, yes, on the list of the Public Art Commission.
and I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Cormack, if you wish to speak to your motion.
Certainly, thank you. Our recent practice has been to just interview everyone, but I'm not sure that that's the best use of everyone's time. And as we work to improve the application process and work with our board and commission members, I think it's appropriate for us to do a slightly more diligent screen in terms of qualifications. And that's why it was so helpful to have the clerk read that. So I think it's appropriate, given all that's going on with the Human Relations Commission, for everyone to be interviewed. But with the Public Art Commission, I think it's important that they demonstrate the qualifications that the clerk listed, and also that they at least be in the Northern California area. So that was my choice of those 4.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss.
And I agree with that. I might have simply actually voted for the incumbents on the Public Art Commission because I think they've done well. But I'm glad to see it expanded, and it'll be interesting to hear what the next 2 have to say. But also to emphasize that we have had public art commissioners who have come from a variety of different cities that are not too far from us, but have made a big difference as they've been on the commission.
Thank you. Any other comments from my council colleagues? Please hit your hand in Zoom. Councilmember Ku.
Actually, I think there's some interesting applicants for the Public Art Commission as well. And so just limiting it to 4, I don't get a chance to actually meet some of the others that is listed here. And certainly I think that there's different art backgrounds from everybody, and reading the applications, they were very interesting. So limiting it just kind of takes away our opportunities to see who else is, what other abilities are out there. So I would like to actually make a substitute motion, and that is to interview everyone that has applied for both the Human Relations Commission as well as the Public Art Commission.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Ku. So your motion is to interview everybody who applied for HRC and PAC, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If I get a second.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ku, if you'd like to speak to this.
I think I already did. Thank you.
And Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, it's a little hard to react on the fly. You've been looking at the 4 left out. I think if we have conditions of applications, we should try to do those up front before people apply. It has been our practice, kind of in good faith, if people apply, to go ahead and interview them. And I really would want to hear more about why specific people were eliminated. I think again, having really clear criteria and applying those consistently is important. I do think we should interview people and, try to avoid a situation where it's not based on criteria, or it was more political, like we would be voting here before we interview people on who we're even going to consider. So, I see like one of the applicants looks like they live pretty far away. Interested in why they applied. Maybe they travel here. I don't know. We have people who commute pretty far as well to come to our art commission meetings. So just given lack of information, I guess my preference would be, if we want to start to eliminate interviews, would be to make the criteria more stringent and have that up front when people apply.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, I'll just say that I don't think this was on the fly. We had this information a week ago, and in comparing it, the applications of the 7 for the Public Art Commission, I think, there's some pretty clear distinction between those who have a professional and scholarly interest in it, and those who may be members of the community who have a more general interest. So I don't think it was, I think it's consistent with the description we have. I understand that others may prefer to interview everyone. That's fine. As we move forward, I think we'll hopefully be able to make it clear to people through the new application process how important it is to be prepared to answer the questions, both written and in person.
Thank you. And Councilmember Niss.
So mine is a reflection on how we've done this through the years. There was a time when we were very individualistic when we chose those who were going to be interviewed. And then as time has gone on, we've usually just interviewed anyone who applied. I think using some criteria for deciding who we will interview is important, because as I recall, the last time we spent 3 or 4 hours interviewing everyone who applied. So I don't object to us getting more granular in how we choose this, but realize that it's always difficult to select some out and leave others behind. So that's not our intention. Our intention was to choose those who seem to be the most interested and have the best background in that particular area.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't see any other hand. Oh, there we go. Councilmember Snaka.
I'm just looking at the staff report. Do we get Catherine's application? Because I'm just doing a search on it. I don't see it in here, but maybe I'm not searching correctly.
We'll have to look in the report. I'm not sure.
Okay. I see everyone else's, but not hers. So, if it, so I would, okay. So in general, I like the idea of, trying to use our time wisely. So I think, not just interviewing everyone, I think makes sense. Although, I looked at the three that were eliminated. So Catherine, there's no application, so I don't have a basis. It's kind of hard to know, but if she couldn't turn her application, now if we forgot to put the application in the packet, that's one thing. But if she just didn't turn it in, then I think I would agree that she should probably not be considered.
It's
For the
in
other
my-
two, sorry,
It's in my packet.
Same.
it's in the packet. Oh, okay, it's not in the online packet. Maybe it's in the paper packet.
It's on the online packet.
It's just not in the, I think, quite the
It may not have been in
order.
last week's one because we had issues there
Yeah.
where a lot of things were duplicated, but it's in the online packet, second to last application. And in case it helps, it seems like some of the names she used is not Catherine.
Okay. Okay. Well, anyways, I did look at the other two, so I can't really comment on Catherine because I haven't seen it, but I did look at the other two, and I mean, the other two actually are residents here in our city. One of them actually looks like they have pretty good experience in art, so I'm not quite sure why. I guess it's all kind of everyone's judgment call, but I'm inclined to talk to those other two as well, and Catherine maybe as well. I don't know. I haven't. I'm still looking for her application. But anyways, that's my feeling. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. So agreed with my colleagues, Councilmember Niss and Cormac. A couple thoughts come to mind here. First of all, council does have the ability to pick and choose who it wants to interview. And in my time on council, we've generally not exercised that. That said, we've had many meetings of interviews where they go for many, many hours, and they are expensive both for council, for staff, and for the folks who interview, and thank them all for applying. But looking at the packets, most of the time you can kind of see who's gonna filter through. And I think it's important for us to be honest with applicants, judicious with our time, and then also apply some of those criteria which are laid out in the municipal code for what kind of qualifications or residency we need in these various boards and commissions. If you kind of relate this to hiring, hiring is hard, and sometimes there are hard discussions to be had. I do want to thank everybody who has applied for a role in the city of Palo Alto. It's all hard work. It's all really important. But to Councilmember Cormac's point on the PAC in this case, I think there are some applicants who we should not consider because of residency far, far away, and others who may not have the requisite skills necessary for this commission. So I'll be supporting the motion. Councilmember Koo, I see your hand.
I'm sorry, that might have been from a previous time. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other comments on the substitute motion before we vote? All right, let's please vote on the substitute motion to interview all applicants for both commissions. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
I'm a no. Councilmember Niss. I think you're on mute.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes, and I'd like to thank all the applicants for applying.
Understood. Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
I'm gonna vote no.
Okay. Councilmember Cormac.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
So the substitute motion fails on a 5-2 vote, with Vice Mayor Du Bois and Councilmember Koo voting yes, and the other 5 voting no. Okay, we now return to the main motion. Are there any comments or questions on this one or other amendments? Okay, I'm going to suggest that we take our vote. Going with the order, I'm the first vote, so I vote yes on this motion. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Okay, that passes on a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Ku dissenting. I believe that concludes item 5A. Thank you very much. As Councilmember Ku mentioned, thank you to all of the applicants. Please do keep the City of Palo in mind for future openings. Okay, we're 17 minutes ahead of schedule, but I think that's okay. Let's please move on to item 5B, an update discussion on Plan Bay Area 2050 and the regional housing needs allocation process.
Let me ask our Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services, Rachel Tanner, to report for staff.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shikata. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. And I'm going to share my screen with the presentation. I have several up tonight, so sorry while I try to see if I have the right one. Okay. And can everyone see that presentation?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Great. And, uh-oh.
Now you've got presenter screen up.
Goodness gracious. Stop displays. How about that?
Perfect.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you all for the time this evening to discuss a very important topic. I know last week when Mr. Late was here, you guys were able to discuss the Plan Bay Area 2050. And so even though that presentation was fairly short, we did have the motion to have a letter from the city of Palo Alto sent to MTC and ABAG regarding Plan Bay Area. So that was received by staff at MTC ABAG. And again, that deadline for the comments on Plan Bay Area on the comment period currently is on this Wednesday, the 12th. And so tonight's going to focus primarily on the regional housing needs allocation, better known as RHNA to many of us. And we have a draft letter, which is attachment A in the packet, about the methodology options that MTC ABAG are considering and how to allocate the regional housing needs to different jurisdictions within the Greater Bay Area, which is about 101 jurisdictions. So that's what we'll focus on this evening. But if you do have questions about Plan Bay Area, we can also cover those. And I do want to note that I have Amy French, who is our chief planning official, as well as Rebecca Atkinson, one of our planners, who's in our long range planning team, also here and available for questions, and want to give them great thanks for the work they did. Tremendous work on preparing the staff report and the analysis and letters for this evening. So what is the regional housing needs allocation? It is the process by which the state of California allocates housing unit production across the state, region by region. And it focuses on total housing production by region, as well as housing offered at a variety of income and affordability levels. In the next slide, we'll see the 4 income categories that are used. And it uses a methodology that's created by regional representatives. For our region, that is made up of the MTC ABAG organization, the Metropolitan Transportation Organization, and the Association of Bay Area Governments. They are required to do Plan Bay Area, which is the long range plan for 30 years, as well as the regional housing needs allocation. So the regional housing needs allocation begins with the regional housing needs determination. With the regional housing needs determination. And in the most recent determination, which was issued on June 9th of 2020, the Bay Area was allocated 400,000 units, 441,176 units to be exact, but we'll say 440 probably throughout the presentation. And the ABAG board, the executive board, which is the body that can appeal this, declined to appeal that determination. The deadline for their appeal was on July 10th. And you can see in the chart here what our regional allocation, how it shakes out by income category. So you can see 25% is to the very low income category, 14% to low, 16% to moderate, and 42% to above moderate household incomes. And you can see that the extremely low households are included in the very low household percentage. So overall, over the next cycle, which lasts from 2022 until 2030, this is the housing that's projected to be needed in the Bay Area by income. And this shows Palo Alto's progress in the current RHNA cycle. Right now, we're in the 5th cycle and planning for the 6th. The fifth cycle ends 2023. So the city received allocation of 1,988 housing units. We planned for 2,187 housing units in our housing element, and we have issued to date 554 building permits for housing units at the end of 2019. So we can see how much we've done in this part of 2020 to add to that number. But you can see here how the region has done when it comes to performing during the cycle. You can see each cycle going back to 1999 and the total need of that cycle, the permits that were issued. Again, we're measured on how many building permits are issued for housing units, not necessarily if they're built or occupied. Permits issued, and then you can also see how those are broken down by the different income groups. And so in the current cycle, 187,000 housing units, and so far we're about 65% of the way there as the Bay Area. And you can see the big increase of the 440,000 housing units over the last cycle. This is, again, Palo Alto's progress specifically towards our cycle. And so you can see at the far right columns, the total and the remaining. So of the total building permits issued, that 554 and remaining 1,434 housing units, building permits for housing units. And you can see how they are distributed across the different income groups, what we were allocated in that RHNA allocation column, and then each year, how much we have produced. So we have quite a bit of a ways to go in regards to our production. But one positive note is that we have done sufficient in our above moderate rate housing production, such that for the SB 35 streamlining process, a project must have 50% or more affordable housing units to be subject to SB 35 streamlining. And that was just, we were under that ruling before from the state, and that was just reissued today, that we remain at that level of affordability needed for SB 35 to apply to a project. So moving on to talk about the RHNA methodology, it's going to be a method by which ABAG will distribute that 440,000 housing units amongst 101 Bay Area jurisdictions. It provides the total number of units, again, as well as affordability, and how it really, one of the other ways that it impacts us is through our housing element. And so in order to have a certified housing element, we have to show where those units in our city could be located. And that means we might have to change our zoning or do other adjustments to allow those units to be built in Palo Alto. So for example, with the 1,900 units that we were assigned in the previous cycle, our housing element was updated to show, well, where could those units go? And as you saw, we had about 21,000 or 2,100 that we had provided housing opportunity sites for and had identified those sites. So following the issuance of the RHNA, we're going to update our housing element accordingly. So when it comes to the Housing Methodology Committee, this is a committee that has elected officials, staff from cities, and stakeholder groups who were convened last fall to really be thinking about and focusing on, well, what is the methodology by which ABAG is going to divide up the housing to the different parts of the region? And they're not likely to use some of the previous methodologies, or that's what they're considering. And there has been no final decisions to date about what the methodology is going to be, but they're working towards having that released this fall. There are three primary ways that they are thinking about how to allocate housing, three primary methodologies. The first methodology is the factor-based with income shift, and that's where total units are allocated to a jurisdiction, and then an income shift factor is used to distribute that total among 4 income categories. And we'll talk about this more in examples in the next slide. And this approach was the one that was used in the previous RHNA cycle in the Bay Area, so it's the most like the past cycles. Under the bottom-up approach, factors and weights are used to identify the number of units distributed amongst and within income categories. And then the sum of these number of units in each category equals a jurisdiction's allocation. And this is a new approach that was not used previously. And again, I'll go into it in more detail. Took me a while to wrap my head around this one. So if you feel the same, please do ask questions. And additionally, in the recent July meeting, the HMC talked about using different growth projections as the baseline. So how are they going to start out what they see as the baseline, which could use factors and weights, could use the bottom up, could use Plan Bay area. And so they're discussing that as well. And then one thing that we just learned this morning, they released the agenda for the Housing Methodology Committee meeting for this week, which is later this week, which is why we'd like to get that letter addressed tonight, is that in their meeting, they're going to be talking about a couple other ways that they may allocate it. Because we haven't been able to hear that staff report and really dig into that, we will be attending, staff will be attending the meeting. They're all online on the 13th this week, and we will certainly report back what we learn about the other ways they're thinking of allocating the housing. So again, a constantly changing topic, and we're always learning more things. So I'm going to go a little bit more into those first two, the factor-based total allocation with income shift and the bottom-up approach. So with the factor-based approach, there are 10 factors that are here on the slide, number 1 through 10, that the housing methodology looked at as considering, well, might these be the ways that we think about a jurisdiction, the qualities, the characteristics of that jurisdiction, and how we want to allocate all of these 440,000 units across the Bay Area. So you can see, for example, in the housing jobs crescent methodology, 50% of those 440,000 units would be allocated to areas with access to high opportunity. And that's a definition that the state has helped create. 40% would go to areas based on roughly jobs, but that really is 4 sub-factors: the proximity to jobs via transit, jobs housing balance, jobs housing fit, and future jobs, and then 10% to transit. And these represent 3 of the top methodologies that were under consideration in the spring and continue to be discussed by the Housing Methodology Committee. And you can see here how that might look. So the first row here where it says Palo Alto hypothetical baseline allocation, if you just took the percent increase of housing, so 440,000 units, that's 16% increase. If we just evenly applied that 16% growth across the entire Bay Area, then Palo Alto would have 4,475 housing units allocated to it through RHNA. However, when you look at it with factors and weights, instead of just giving everybody the same percentage, you see that Palo Alto's increase would be a 21% increase in our housing units, 22%, and then 24%. And you can see the corresponding housing units there and the difference from that baseline. So again, the first is a baseline of just saying if the growth was just kind of distributed across the Bay Area, and then if you use the factors and weights, how does that change the units allocated to that jurisdiction? So then income shift. So the income shift is an example of how when you have, let's say, the jobs housing crescent that we just saw in the previous slide, so 2 slides ago. So if you think about jobs housing crescent, let's say the Housing Methodology Committee selected that as the way that we want to allocate our allocate the housing units, then you can apply what's called an income shift. And so what the income shift does is it essentially takes so 0% over here on the right would be if you just distributed the different units of housing based on what a jurisdiction currently has. So this hypothetical example is a high opportunity city like Palo Alto that has high incomes. So you can see most of our housing units would be this yellow color, which is above moderate income units, because that's kind of the makeup largely of Palo Alto, whereas the affordable housing units are a lesser portion of our allocation. But if you apply 100% income shift here in the middle, that would bring the entire Bay Area closer together. And so again, it kind of says, well, let's try to get everybody, the cities that have more low income population and higher income kind of meet in the middle and have more equity in that regard. And so you again see that our number of units that are in the above moderate goes down, but the number of units in the other income categories goes up. And then as you move further to the left, again, it kind of goes in the furthest left, you see that we have most of our housing units would be under very low income units. And so right now what the housing methodology has been considering is something between 125 and 150 income shift. in order, again, to try to promote more equity and ensure that folks who are of lower incomes households have access to areas with high opportunity in them, such as Palo Alto and other cities. So now I'm going to move to a totally other way. So again, that was one method, and this method is a method that was used previously with RENA. And so even though there are some different options, it was our way that we had our previous allocation determined. So a different approach that other cities have used or other regions rather have used in the state is a multi-factor approach. In this case, it's a 3-factor bottom-up approach is what they call it. And so in the 3-factor bottom-up approach, what you have is, instead of looking at what are the characteristics of each kind of, the jobs, the equity, access, opportunity, instead you break up the affordable units and the market rate units. And so here you have the moderate units, as well as the above moderate and the moderate units are under the market rate category. And then you have the affordable units here. And so you say, okay, here's the affordable units. We want to put, of the affordable units in the entire region, we want to put 40% in access to high opportunity areas, 40% in jobs, housing, fit, and 20% based on proximity to transit to get to jobs. Of the market rate units, we want to put half of them in places that have good job proximity via auto, good job proximity via transit would be 30%, and 20% via jobs, housing, balance. And so once you divide it up to all those locations that have those characteristics, you add that up, and then you have the allocation for that jurisdiction. So compared to the previous one, where we were able to create tables and say, okay, under each of these 3 models, here's what it would look like with Palo Alto. This is a little bit less predictable, and they are working on updating their tools to help communities understand more how the 3-factor bottom up would work, but it is not the same again as before, and it's a little less predictable how it would shake out for each community, but we will continue to use that tool as it develops and try to get more information regarding that. The next example is a hypothetical housing unit allocation. And so this really is showing kind of how the baseline that they start with can really impact what ends up happening to our RENA allocation. And so this is showing Palo Alto, which right now in 2019 had 27,000 housing units and households. And so if they start with an allocation that's based on our 2019 household share, we get about 4,400 units. If they use the jobs housing crescent, which we talked about, combined with the 2019 housing household baseline, about 5,700 units. The bottom-up 3-factor approach with the 2019 household baseline, again, about 5,600. So these are somewhat comparable to each other. But as you can see, as we go further to the right, and they use different baselines. So in this case, it's scaled to the regional housing needs determination. In this case, it's scaled to be aligned with the 2050 blueprint. In this case, on the furthest right, it's 2019 blueprint baseline. And so this is one of the reasons why we as staff are really thinking about the 2019 household baseline, basically starting with where we actually are in terms of households as the point to go take us into the future. It creates a much stronger bridge between where we are now and where we need to go. And as you can see, the numbers of 15,000, 14,000, 11,000 housing units would be a tremendous increase to Palo Alto and to other cities as well, and seems a little bit out of scale with what might be reasonably expected. In terms of the next steps, we're going to continue to monitor and update you all on the Housing Methodology Committee discussions. Staff do attend those, and ABAG and the Housing Methodology Committee are going to have their proposed RENA methodology to HCD this fall. Again, they're using the seasons because I think the dates continue to change for them, as they do for many public processes that are underway. In spring 2021, we are looking for the release of the draft RENA to local jurisdictions, which would show what we as Palo Alto might expect for our allocation. And then there's appeals time, finalizing those numbers. And then in 2023, from 2021 through the January 2023, we can work to update our housing element in accordance with that final RENA. So we have recommendations in the draft letter that is attached, which is to support the 2019 existing households as the baseline methodology and to support the income shift of up to 150% as we showed in those slides. And then just a smidgen, I want to touch on Plan Bay Area because I know we didn't maybe have a long discussion on that last week. It's a long range regional plan for the 9-county Bay Area that state law requires. It combines both the regional transportation plan and the sustainable community strategy, which are required in state law. And MTC and ABAG are required to periodically update that plan. It focuses on 4 key issues: economy, environment, housing, and transportation, and identifies policies, strategies, investments for the region. It does not change any local land use authority or authorize anything in particular to happen in those jurisdictions. And again, it's a very long range plan. This is looking from now until 2050. And the vision for is to ensure a more affordable, connected, diverse, healthy, and vibrant Bay Area for everyone. And as you can see, here are some of the key milestones of both Plan Bay Area and RENA. They are parallel processes, but they are distinct processes, but they certainly connect. And depending on what the methodology committee decides about how the blueprint, and which the draft blueprint is the name for the Plan Bay Area. So if you're like, what's the blueprint? It's synonymous with the Plan Bay Area. So you can see that if we were, for example, if the housing methodology were to choose the draft blueprint numbers as the baseline to start out with the allocation, that was where that chart had the bars being very, very high on the right side in terms of our allocation. So again, intertwined processes, but distinct processes. And final Plan Bay Area is supposed to be published next fall, whereas again, the RENA will be next winter. And then we have until January 2023 to update our housing elements. So to close, I just want to share with you the staff recommendation, which is to have discussion on the regional housing needs allocation process, and then submit a comment letter to ABAG and MTC's Housing Methodology Committee, reflecting City Council initial comments regarding RENA and the methodology options that are under consideration. Again, Jonathan's not here, but I am here this evening, and our staff planner, Rebecca Atkinson, is here also to help answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to suggest we go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item, and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item on the RENA, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. At this time, I have one speaker, Greg Schmidt. Greg, go ahead. You may need to unmute from your side. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. There's an important relationship between Plan Bay Area and the RENA allocation process. Both decisions are made by the same organizations working together, using jobs as a key driving factor. Together, they cooperate to calculate the RENA numbers. But there's a notable difference in the recent Plan Bay Area: the sudden appearance of super districts. Look at Super District number 9, based in West Santa Clara County. It contains parts of 5 cities: Palo Alto, Mountain View, Santa Clara, Milpitas, and San Jose. It is projected to be the concentrated center of jobs growth in the Bay Area through 2050. Yet this super district has no direct connection to a single responsible government authority. The impacts of the RENA allocation derived from these jobs numbers can be monumental. Palo Alto, for example, would be responsible for direct and indirect subsidies up to $500 million. How can citizens engage in discussions about these requirements? Certainly, they have no role in determining super district numbers. Is this just a process used by non-elected regional bodies to make and impose key decisions on local governments? This question would seem to deserve a city legal clarification about how citizens can participate in decisions so important to their future. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. City Council, we have the wealthiest city in California here. We have the biggest concentration of billionaires on earth. Yet we have the worst record in the state in housing production. And instead of taking this meeting to discuss what emergency measures we can take to increase housing, we know we're obligated to provide morally and legally, no matter what measure you use to count it up. You take this meeting again to decide how hard and in what way to fight again against Sacramento. You complain about the concentration of jobs located in Palo Alto and the dysfunctional, extremely high ratio between jobs and residents of 4-to-1, as if your intentional policies had nothing to do with it. You actively encourage employers to come here to Palo Alto through your system of providing tax subsidies and all sorts of breaks, and definitely zero taxation to these employers and to the commercial developers that make so much money from building the huge offices that exist here. And despite so many opportunities for you to A, put an immediate halt to office space, or B, tax these developers and employers, you decline to do so. This jobs to residents ratio is due to your policy decisions, which you or we can change. We can change this with a business tax that will actually make existing tax subsidies and discounts meaningful. We can change this by putting a halt to office space. We could change this by building housing. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is a phone-in caller with the last 3 digits on the phone of 603. You may have to unmute from your end. There you go.
Hello. Yes,
Yes.
This is Terry Holzheimer. As you know, I'm talking about Plan Bay Area 2050 and its associated regional arena allocation. This really truly affects our entire community. I would hope and urge the council to look at 2 things tonight. Number 1, send a comprehensive, detailed analysis letter to MTC's Housing Methodology Committee, complaining of the total lack of community involvement and of a public process that involves the cities and their representatives, meaning you, in this methodology process. I'm sure most Palo Altans have never even heard of MTC or ABAG, or how their planning process affects thousands of residents. Number 2, I urge you to review and comment tonight on the letter to City Council that was just sent to you today and signed by several concerned citizens, including our former Vice Mayor Greg Schmidt, requesting specifically that our city attorney give her opinion on the validity of the methodology process that's before us today, and if any steps should be taken to ensure that a public process is involved. As the letter outlines, questions need to be raised by this council. For example, how do citizens really engage in these specifics? Certainly, there is no role right now for us to talk about the super district numbers. Why aren't citizens involved? Are the super districts that they mention merely the process for non-elected regional bodies to make and impose decisions on local governments? I hope not, because we should be involved, and citizens need to play an active role. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And our last speaker is Kelsey Baines. Kelsey, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Kelsey Baines, and I would like to urge you to shift the framing of this letter to be not about saying this is unattainable or trying to reduce our responsibility by making our goals as small as we can, and instead take responsibility and start saying yes. I think one of the problems in thinking about whether or not these goals are attainable is whether we are really being ambitious and making peace with the fact that all neighborhoods in Palo Alto need to change. And I know this is a hard thing for politicians to sell to people because change is painful. Even a great development that isn't huge and doesn't change things dramatically, people will think about all the bad things that can happen. So what construction noise is going to be, who's going to move in there, and we think about all the bad things that are going to happen. And we can sometimes say no effectively and avoid that change, and then convince ourselves that that was good, that it didn't change. But what we don't think about is, in addition to the pain of something new coming in and that being hard to deal with, there is also pain associated with the absence of change. And that's what we're experiencing in our community, is really the pain of absence, of young people who are not able to live here, of older people who can't find affordable housing when they need to leave their house. Or when they need to downsize. So I'm going off on a bit of a rant, but the point here is just to stop the reflexive saying we can't, and instead do a planning process that admits we need to change, and brings the community along for that change. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Yvonne Sadowski.
Hi.
Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Yvonne Sadowski. I am a resident of Palo Alto. I'd like to start by saying that it is absolutely no surprise that Palo Alto has no problem meeting their high income housing goals, seeing as the people that would benefit most from them have paid their way to a seat on the City Council. Like Rebecca said, it is sickening that corporations are allowed to exploit our city through tax breaks, without giving back their due to the community so that we can help others. And finally, the numbers that ABAG or whatever acronym gives us isn't their fault. It's because of a constant lack of activity and lack of willingness to adapt and change to the needs of the area and the future generation. As a soon-to-be college graduate who will in no way be capable of living in a city I love, I'm deeply concerned about the council's pushback on the possibility of meeting these goals and expanding them even further. And as such, I would like to see more housing in Palo Alto. And I believe we do not need any new mansions, single family homes, or anything of the sort. I'd like to see affordable, low income housing for everyone in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. And that's our final speaker.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers. So we now return to council. I'm going to suggest a round or two of comments and questions before motions. And the first hand I see is Councilmember Niss. I think you're on mute.
So if I could start out with some very general questions. Rachel, are you there somewhere? There you are.
Yes, I'm here.
We have had housing allocations for years in Palo Alto. Primarily, they involved permitting certain areas, and the permitting was what got us to our numbers. How do you see where we're headed now is different? So is it meaning that through the years, there are often discussions about the carrot and the stick? What was going to happen if you didn't meet your allocation? I know Jonathan and I have talked about this a couple of times in another context, but can you address that? And then I have one other question, but is that clear?
Yes, I think Councilmember Niss, you're kind of asking what are the consequences of meeting or not meeting the RENA target?
And how that differs from how it has been in the past. Because we've dealt with this kind of requirement before. This is somewhat different.
Yeah, I think RENA goes all the way back, I think, to the late 60s, I believe.
Yes.
And some would chart that as the beginning of the state's housing crisis, depending on who you speak with. And so in some regards, one might say RENA has not been very effective in helping to prevent the housing crisis. On the other hand, and perhaps to your point, we do see trends with more state bills and state proposed legislation that ties to RENA and uses the RENA allocation kind of as that carrot or as that stick. If you meet it, then this. If you don't meet it, then that. Or other things that we see different ways that certain housing units may be counted in housing elements. Some of it is perhaps more in line with some things that Palo Alto has been doing, such as ADUs, allowing ADUs to be more prominent parts of housing elements, for example, in ways for jurisdictions to meet their allocation. I think SB 35, which was passed in 2017 or signed into law, I believe, by the governor in 2017, that is the streamlining bill. And that is where, for example, right now, if a project has 50% or more units as affordable housing, then they're subject to a 90-day permit, 90-day review. They're subject to objective standards versus our subjective review process that we have, and essentially are streamlined through the permitting process. And if we were to fall behind in our above moderate rate housing, then market rate housing could also be subject to the same streamlining provisions. That would be a determination that would be made in the future. Again, recently we were determined to still be subject only to SB 35 for projects that have 50% or more affordable housing. So that's what we have right now, but there may be more consequential bills coming forward and perhaps passing in this cycle or coming legislative cycles.
So, but what I'm getting at is that in the past, if you didn't make your goal, whatever that might have been, there may have been a discussion about it. There could have been some kind of warning, but I don't recall any of the consequences that involved a fine or something similar. I think something like that may have happened in Menlo Park, and that's the only city I can think of that's close by that actually dealt with that. So is what we're dealing with now, do you think it has more real consequences to it? Or, I realize I'm asking for your judgment, but I think it's whether or not this feels like it really needs to be done is how a city will actually approach it.
Yes, I in my professional opinion and just watching the trends, I do think there are more consequences with SB 35 and more like it may come. And another really practical consequence is our housing element, which we would need to update, and then we need to get certified by the state. And that requires us to identify housing opportunity sites. Where would these X thousands of units in Palo Alto go? What is the zoning that is on those sites that would allow that housing to come into existence? And so that's a very real tangible change to Palo Alto.
Thanks for your presentation. It indicates just how complicated this actually is, though, and how interpretable it is as well. Yeah. That's probably my 5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. If my colleagues would like to comment or question, please raise your hands. Vice Mayor Du Bois. Sorry, was I on mute? I may have been. I said thank you, Councilmember Niss, and next up, I think Vice Mayor.
You weren't on mute. Sorry. You weren't on mute. I think I was on mute. So one thing real quick, I wanted to remind my colleagues that we did have an alternate letter that unfortunately wasn't included in the packet this week, but I think it was just emailed out to everybody. I want to say I've attended some staff presentations at other city council meetings on RENA allocations, and they've been working with these alternate methodologies, the top 3, and responding to ABAG with data on what is achievable, what's not achievable. Cupertino has been taking these estimates and sketching out what it would take to actually achieve these numbers. And so it feels like we're pretty far behind on coming up to speed and responses. And we really need our staff to get ahead of the process and I think bring these scenarios to council and ensure that we understand what we're being asked to do down the road. So I think we really need to get much more actively engaged, making sure we understand what allocations are feasible. I mean, if you look at these methodologies, the balanced one, quote balanced one, was about 6,500 units, which would be a 25% increase over our 27,000 units currently. So that's a pretty big expansion. The Crescent was 15,000 units for Palo Alto. That was a 57% increase. And so we're going to need to see the final numbers, how they're allocated regionally, but it feels like Palo Alto on a percentage basis is probably going to have the largest allocation in the entire Bay Area. You know, we have a legal housing element that we've been working to satisfy. You saw the progress we're making on that. It's been hard, and we're talking about triple or 10x the number of units. So to Councilmember Nissa's question about the consequences, I mean, I think these new numbers, depending where we end up, are going to be pretty unattainable. And I think it represents a clear threat to charter cities. I think failure to meet those numbers is going to mean override of local land use. I mean, to be clear, SB 35 will do that. And control of local land use is really one of the reasons we have local governments. It's the idea that local representation can understand the local conditions best. And I think it's important to also go back to what the RENA process was originally for. It was to distribute low-income, affordable housing equitably among the regions, not have it concentrated in slums. You know, in the 1980s, the Fed stopped funding affordable housing. And since then, the states have provided funding maybe once every 10 years. And so we're getting a large unfunded mandate. You know, we have streamlined our ordinances to try to increase housing, try to decrease costs for builders. And we've had a strong pro-housing majority on council for the last 4 years. I mean, some would say maybe just a majority, not a strong majority, because of differences of how we think about low-income housing and protecting residents that are here. But any way you slice it, we've had a majority. We've made extensive changes to our housing ordinances. We've streamlined, we've added incentive programs, and we're not seeing the housing production. Office construction remains the highest return on investment. And Councilmember Niss also mentioned carrots and sticks. It feels like we're running out of sticks, and we really need to have to start looking at, we're running out of carrots. We're really going to have to start looking at sticks if we really expect to see housing production. And what's really changing here is it's not just the city zoning for production. I mean, cities don't build. We have zoned, we have incentivized. You know, the fallacy is in this process that we're going to be expected to have the construction occur. And I have real questions about whether we should willingly participate in a process where we're set up to fail. And that's leading to us relinquishing our rights as a city. So I strongly believe we need to go into this process with our eyes open. We need to understand a potential legal strategy to kind of combat this no-win scenario. I think we should try to get achievable housing allocation. Some of those other allocations that were shown, that shift income, that balance other things, those we might be able to handle, but we need to really get engaged in this process.
Thank you. I'll note that the alternate letter was actually your letter, Mr. Vice Mayor. It wasn't from staff, and it was sent outside of this public meeting, and in my view, potentially skirting the Brown Act. Do we have anybody else who'd like to speak on this item? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I do have some questions. I'll just reiterate again, this was an extraordinarily helpful staff report as we discussed last week. I thank those of you who worked on trying to make it understandable for those of us who don't do this all day, every day. I do have a few questions, and so does my dog, apparently. When will the current cycle conclude? It's not abundantly clear to me from all of these things. So when does the current cycle conclude?
The current RENA cycle, thank you for that question. It is sometimes confusing, and I will say different documents sometimes listed at different dates even, like is it the middle, is it the end of 2023? But the current cycle is from 2015 to 2023, which is why our housing element has until January of 2023 to get certified.
Okay, and so that's the point at which these, in the event we haven't met the assignment, the allocation for that, there will be the potential for things to be approved that the city would not be able to review. Is that it?
Actually, so that would be nice and simple. My understanding is that essentially we would have 4 years into the next RENA cycle to be on target or to be meeting our different housing production at the different income levels. And so, for example, again, right now we're not subject to SB 35 for market rate projects. And so 4 years in to the next cycle, so 2023 to 2027, roughly, we would have to be on pace for production.
Sorry. There's also an indication that another jurisdiction can appeal a RENA allocation. Could you describe that a little bit for us?
That another jurisdiction could appeal a
RENA allocation
of their own or of
another jurisdiction.
I'm going to ask Rebecca Atkinson if she can provide insight into that question. Rebecca, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yes, I think it's a relatively new provision where another jurisdiction can appeal another jurisdiction's allocation. And the process for doing that has not been clearly outlined yet, but that has been established. So that's a possibility for this round.
Okay, thank you. The income shifts that you referenced on slide, not sure I have the numbers right. Are those based on AMI? There wasn't any, and is that county-based AMI? What are those percentages based on?
That is a great question. It is based on the household income. And I think we have a chart, I'm just looking for it, that has that. So you can pull that up. And those numbers do come from the state when they distribute the RENA. Rebecca, do you know if it's based on the regions, I believe the AMI in our MSA, or if it is a statewide income?
It's my understanding that it's Santa Clara County.
Okay, great, thank you. So the same numbers we're used to seeing. That's helpful. On slide 13 in the 3-factor bottom-up version, I confess I'm not quite sure I understand the distinction between the jobs housing fit and the jobs housing balance. Is there a way you could explain that to me?
Yes, Rebecca, can you address that question?
Sure. Jobs housing fit is more of a equity related. It's the percentage of people living, what's the affordability level of your area relative to the jobs and incomes that people have. So it's more of like, do you have housing that's available for low income workers, and how and what percentage of your housing is available for your high income workers, and whether or not there's a mismatch. So it's more about availability at different affordabilities for your jobs composition. And the jobs housing balance is, more or less like what we're used to talking about, is with how many jobs do you have relative to how many housing units do you have.
Okay, so fair to say there's some overlap, but the jobs housing fit then is more about like, if you have X percent of low income jobs in the city, you should have X amount of low income housing available?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So it's like a lens on the balance. Okay, great. That's very helpful. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for this round. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If my colleagues would like to speak on this, please hit your hand in Zoom. Councilmember Koo.
So I just wanted to clarify the alternate letter that Councilmember Vice Mayor Du Bois and myself and Councilmember Philsef submitted was, we had some additions into what the staff had recommended, and we did send it to the whole council to be distributed with the packet. So I would say I challenge that, because we did submit it early on in order to the entire council to be distributed, which may have or may have not. But I did notice that it wasn't here. So I did want to put that out. Then I wanted to also say that my understanding, reading the Department of Finance's demographic report, which they put out to indicate population growth, it says that there is the growth is strong in the interior counties of the Central Valley and the Inland Empire, while it remains modest in the Bay Area and slowing to near zero and even negative in most of the coastal counties. Yet, and then we have our COVID situation where there is a lot of people leaving the state, yet they refuse to revisit this and support the postponement of the RENA and Plan 2050 for a year, or to even request legislation to do so. Has there been an update from ABAG or HCD in trying to address revisiting all these numbers, that, you know, we may not need to have that much building, and that there is a need for job recovery? And our transportation plan, even the regional transportation plan, is pretty shot at this time. I think some of those matters need to be addressed and not just rush into developing all these methodologies. And also the allocation of housing.
Certainly, I can say that from the information that we've gotten from the state as well as from the regional planning bodies is to continue on with these processes. In particular, it would require the state to relieve ABAG and MTC of their requirements in order to stop the RENA process, to stop the sustainable community strategy and other legislation that requires them to go forward with these things. And so it's certainly something that our legislative delegation might take up to consider, but the bodies are not authorized to not go forward with the processes.
And how would we go about requesting for to actually move forward and asking our lobbyists in order to look into legislation to postpone this process?
I would ask Mr. Shikata or I'm not familiar with how we go about agendizing items for our legislative delegation.
Well, I think that essentially, Councilmember, what you're suggesting would be new legislation, would be to modify the process that's currently codified in state law. And so typically what would be involved is finding a legislator that is willing to carry that forward on behalf of the city and perhaps other cities that are similarly situated.
And, you know, we haven't really engaged in open dialogue with other cities who may be feeling the same. And in my interaction with other city council members and mayors, there is the concerns about this plan rolling out. And I would, you know, really look into finding out if there is interest in joining together to push forward legislation and finding a legislator who's willing to carry this forward. I actually think that there might be more than one that would be willing to do so. On another note, I wanted to ask, with the income shifts that you showed on slide number 12, why are we using 150% and not 175%?
We could support as a city the 175%. we were just tracking the latest Housing Methodology Committee discussions, and in those they had kind of favored the 120 to 150. And so that's why the letter was saying, well, if it's between 120 and 125 and 150, we would support, 150. But the letter from the city certainly could recommend a higher income shift.
Okay, I see Monique. I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah. Before I start, let me ask the mayor, where are we in the process here? How do you see this? How do you see this unfolding here?
Yeah, I think we probably have 1 or 2 rounds of comments and questions, and then a motion on the second letter since we sent the first one last week.
Okay.
I assume we can edit on the fly. Hopefully, more strategic direction rather than wordsmithing.
Well, okay, so I actually wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about Plan Bay Area, because I think these things are not really separable entirely from each other, and I think we're doing ourselves a disservice just to focus on, okay, what's our target, what's our arena housing target for the next cycle, without sort of context on it. And so I spent some time trying to figure out Plan Bay Area 2050, and I think some of the work they did is actually really, really good work. Actually, I think it's in some ways there's some of the best work I've seen from one of these regional bodies. I think there's some gaps there too, right? But I wonder, can I have the screen for a second here? Let me get rid of my stuff here.
We'll see if we can have you share the screen, Jessica, or Darren, can you guys give him the ability to
share
his screen?
Can everybody see this?
Yep.
This is one of the This is one of the Plan Bay Area slides. This is the 5 challenges. So I like this quite a bit, but this stuff is, how do we increase production of affordable housing? How do we better address congestion and transit overcrowding, stuff like that? This is, to me, I think this is the most important part of it. Okay, this is, they kind of put this as the appendix of here's some challenge, some questions we haven't answered yet. I actually think this is the center. Okay, I mean, this is really government's job here. Okay, is to tackle this stuff. Okay, how do we close the greenhouse gas emissions gap in a sustainable manner and so forth? I mean, they spent a lot of time talking about sort of GDP and creation of jobs and stuff like that, and that's kind of like Facebook and Salesforce and Cisco's job. Okay, I mean, dealing with this stuff is kind of our job. So I wish they'd made this the centerpiece instead of the appendix, but they got the right stuff in there. And I think what they're really trying to deal with is a dilemma here. I mean, we got 3 knobs to turn. Okay, 1, where do we put jobs? And we want to put jobs in kind of where they are now, because people would like to expand where they are. But that turns out to be the existing most job dense and the highest cost areas in the Bay Area. Okay, but we'd like to do that. 2nd, we'd like to have new housing at all levels near the new jobs. Okay, so in order to minimize commutes, minimize emissions, and maximize equity, because the way the valley works right now, it's sort of like the rich people get to live close into the jobs and the poor people get pushed out far away. And you'd like to not to be. And the 3rd thing is, you don't want to spend a lot of money if you don't have to on housing subsidies, because nobody wants to spend money. And the problem that we have here that we're grappling with is that I don't think, given the density and the expense and the congestion in the Bay Area right now, I don't think you can have all those 3 things at once. Okay, I think you can have any 2. Okay, but I don't think you can have 3. And I think that's why we as a region are fundamentally are struggling with all this stuff. Okay, and I think that's where Plan Bay Area struggles too. And to the extent, I mean, I actually think Plan Bay Area as is and Marina are impossible. Okay, and I think they do too, right? But I think this is the fundamental reason why. So Some stuff though that I really like in Plan Bay area. They've done a couple of really important things, right? One is they've actually started trying to put a price tag on these things. And I think that's, that's really the fundamental thing. They're trying to calculate how much it's going to cost to do all the stuff we want to do. And I haven't seen that in a serious way from anybody before. And they're really trying to do it, okay? The second thing they've done, and I think this is really important, is they really haven't pulled punches on it, that in terms of housing, the market rate housing and affordable housing really are different things and need different strategies, and they really behave fundamentally differently. But you can look at their, and this is one of the key slides if you've looked through their presentation, it's dependent on the staff report. What they need in order to hit their plan is about $200 billion, a little over $200 billion that they don't have that nobody's identified a place for. And they're sort of, well, we could have business tax, we could have sales taxes and stuff like that. They need $200 billion, okay? And furthermore, when you look at housing, actually they need a lot more than $200 billion for all the affordable stuff. And I'll get to that in a second. So here's what I think they fall short on, right? One is I think their projections, they kind of don't pass the smell test, okay? So here's their projection for population growth in Santa Clara County. And the green in the top is historical, and they're projecting basically we get a massive acceleration in population growth. It's sustained for the next 35 years, higher levels of population growth than we've ever seen before in the Bay Area, in Santa Clara County, despite the fact that it's so expensive here and so forth. And despite the fact that if you look at how population's been changing in the Santa Clara and also in this Kraft San Mateo counties, which is similar, it's the rate of increase has been declining for a decade now. And actually, population in Santa Clara County isn't growing right now because you got as many people leaving as you have arriving. The people that are arriving want to be paid a lot more than the people that are leaving. And the organic growth is actually very small. So to turn that around and say, okay, we're going to turn that into an unprecedented, never seen before increase in population growth, you kind of scratch your head and go, I just don't see that from here. I mean, I realize they got computer models that they're using for this kind of stuff, but they got stakeholders that have different interests and stuff like that too. And it's kind of hard to see. And the next one is actually similar to that. They're looking at housing production. So this is housing production in the Bay Area. Again, none of this is Palo Alto centric yet, okay? In the last 30 years, okay, we've averaged 19,000 housing units produced a year. It's actually been declining the last decade in terms of this is increase. Okay, the increase has been slowing down. It was high in the 70s. So what the Plan Bay area forecast is overnight we're going to more than double that housing growth rate, and we're going to sustain it for the next 35 years, and it's going to be at a level that has never been even in the States. Okay, and by the way, remember that half of this growth needs to be affordable housing, which requires subsidies, which we don't have subsidies for. And there's a lot of stuff different today than there were in the 70s. Land costs, construction costs, availability of large parcels of land, and so forth. And so you look at this chart and you go, I mean, your mileage may vary, but I look at this chart and I go, I don't think it's likely we're going to be able to do that. Okay, and yet this is where the Bay Area is, and to some extent the state's targets are coming from stuff like this. I mean, if your sales manager brought you a forecast like this, the first time they did, you'd chew them out, okay? And if they did it again, you'd probably fire them, okay? So I think, I think it's unlikely that this can get hit. So let me do a little more here. Let me just talk about affordable housing. So here's what affordable housing costs for the Bay Area and their plan. And God bless them, they told it straight. They need $68 billion just to subsidize the growth in the lowest income category of affordable housing, okay? They need, if you really want to solve the affordable housing problem, they need another $400 billion after that. I mean, that's a lot of money. And they've been upfront about this. They've said, look, zoning change strategies, that works for market rate housing. It doesn't work for affordable housing. Affordable housing, you actually need money, okay? RENA is similar. The last RENA plan said that we need, the current RENA plan says we need 441,000 housing units, of which 57% need to be below median income. Okay, well, the last plan was 60% or something like that. The actual permits we issued in Santa Clara County so far, without big subsidies, is 16%. Okay, now the next cycle is coming back and saying 57%. Again, where's the money going to come from? It cost, for Wilton Court, it cost us $370,000 a unit in city subsidies. So if you multiplied 441,000 by 57% by 370,000 a unit, which is pretty similar to the CASA estimate, by the way, you need almost 100 billion in subsidies to put for the mid-peninsula or for the Bay Area to reach its goal if you put it in the mid-peninsula. Now note, you get much higher achievement on this in lower cost housing areas. So yeah, Los Altos is at 7% of their housing is BMI of growth. But Morgan Hill is 30%, and San Jose is 19%. And so when we start looking at Plan Bay Area, here's what Plan Bay Area, and Plan Bay Area makes a crucial assumption. They make the assumption that job growth is going to be concentrated in the dense, expensive West Bay, okay? Here's their numbers, okay? Here's their plan. And I sort of reorganized it a little bit because they're sort of creative about per capita this and so forth. But they're saying by 2050, the average commute distance for low-income workers is going to increase 25%. They're going to drive 25% farther. The average for all workers, plus 8%. The number of cars on the road commuting, plus 13%. The amount of greenhouse emissions, plus 20%, okay? Affordable housing shortage is going to be worth by about 450,000 units, okay? Is the overall housing plan realistic? No, okay? What's all this going to cost us that we haven't found ways to pay for? $214 billion, okay? So if you look at what they've come up with, and again, this is not a pure criticism, okay, right? You got a plan that says, okay, housing's gonna be less affordable, commutes are gonna be longer, more cars on the road, higher emissions, we gotta find $214 billion to pay for it. And by the way, it probably can't be met either anyway. The MPC folks,
is it okay?
They kind of know this. I got to break in a second here. They kind of know this, okay? So they're saying, well, we need to make progress, okay? That's fair, okay? But you got to look at how much progress versus what is it going to cost. And they have pushed back and pushed back and pushed back on this. But I think we ought to ask them for another scenario and say, what does it cost if we actually distributed the jobs around the valley more equitably and there were more growth where there were lower cost housing areas like San Jose and Oakland in the East Bay? I'd like to know what that would cost, okay, compared, and what the results would be compared to their current plan. I think as residents of the Bay Area, we're entitled to ask for that, okay? And, you know, skipping a few steps ahead, which I'm not going to here in terms of the letter and so forth, I think we gotta ask Plan Bay Area for another scenario. I mean, that would be my dream, okay? Because the one they got,
we go to the next council
a bunch of changes, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry to run over.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, I think you were next.
I didn't raise my hand.
Okay. I have a couple questions and comments, and I think we'll go to another round. So if we go to staff slides 5 and 6, I just wanted to check some numbers.
Mayor, fine. Did you want me to share my screen with the presentation?
Yes, please. If we could go back to the staff slides.
I think that Councilmember Philseth may need to, there we go.
Okay, great, thank you. So one here, if we look in the above moderate category, 2015 or 2023, on slide 5, it says 126%. And on slide 6, we're at 420 out of 587. What's up with that, I guess?
So this slide 5 is showing the entire region. So at the very top is the city's number that we have in this cycle, the 1988. And then this is showing for the need that's for the entire region in that lead column.
So the city of Palo Alto in the above moderate is doing 420 out of 587, which is like 71%, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. I thought those were comparing the same units. Do we track permits versus actual building? I mean, one thing that troubles me here is this is tracking permits, and if you followed anything in Palo Alto or other cities, you'll know a lot of stuff is permitted and entitled, but potentially not built or occupied. And so how do our progress in terms of permitting compared to what's actually built? You know, like in 2015, the total was 286 permitted units. Do we know how many of those were actually built?
I could get those numbers for you. We do track our building permits. We track it through the building permit being issued, as well as through the sign-offs of the inspections to complete the inspections for the building being complete.
Okay, that would be extraordinarily useful. I think I understand permits is kind of the unit of measure for some of these processes, but in terms of honesty to ourselves, I think we should display that every time. Is that possible tonight for these bottom categories, for the 286 to 107 numbers, or is that
Let
not?
me ask staff if they can help look that up. It may not be parsed in the way that we need it to be clear, but the other incentive that developers do have as well is that their permits, their entitlements will expire if they don't begin construction. So there is a built-in incentive once someone goes through the time and effort to get a permit to actually see it through.
If permits expire, do we deduct those from our RENA reports?
It's very rare for them to expire. There are extension provisions as well, up to 1 year extension. Ask Amy French if she's available, if she's aware of many permits expiring completely and projects just going away, but we would probably have to deduct them from our RENA number.
Okay. And then I guess just like two more broad questions. So one, looking at this next RENA cycle and given some of the new state laws, how will our housing element strategy change? One thing I've been frustrated with, sorry for my phone dinging. One thing I've been frustrated with is we do a housing element cycle every couple of years, and it doesn't seem like our housing production actually aligns to that. And I wonder if that's like accidental, purposeful, or mismanaged. I mean that with respect. But like, what does it mean that, you know, housing element after housing element, we choose sites that don't get developed?
That's certainly a great question. I think one that we will certainly be wrestling with as we look to the future and the coming housing element development, which will begin really, and we have to get going very soon, actually, working with a team to do that. One of the thoughts around that, and everyone doesn't subscribe to this school of thought, is that there is a misalignment between the sites and the zoning that is allowed and the costs and benefits of building housing on that site. And so that the market incentives aren't there for that landowner to either sell the land to someone who wants to build housing or to build that housing themselves and to recoup the benefits that they would have from that investment. So some might say, well, we would need to change our zoning, change different requirements, change different development standards so that there's alignment between the costs and benefits of developing the housing and what is allowed to be on that site.
So just to re-explain that, what you're potentially saying is the city may choose a number of sites for the housing element that are submitted to the state and the region saying we expect housing to be built here. But the zoning standards for that area or the willingness in terms of a political sense of a council to change it to make it actionable and actually developable just aren't there.
Well, I'll put a finer point on it, which is to say, so just practically speaking, and what we will see as we develop our housing element is, you know, we have to identify all the sites where the housing can go, and we need to make alignment there. But even if, let's say, it was 4,000 housing units that we needed to find spaces for, and we followed all the rules that the state set out regarding, you know, what counts and does it count as a housing opportunity site, the amount of money that it requires to turn that parcel into housing and the zoning that's there may still be misaligned. The cost could just be too great. And so it could still not come to fruition.
Okay, thank you. I see this, the assistant city manager. I have one last brief question, and maybe it's to planning, maybe it's to the city manager, maybe it's to my colleagues. But like, what is an achievable housing goal if we can't even hit 300 a year, which is in our comp plan? I mean, like, can Palo Alto do better than we're doing today? Or is this just like, we gave it our best and like we failed and now we're going and complaining about it? Like, is that our best? Or what's realizable here?
I think it's certainly a question that the other council members might opine on what's doable, but staff are certainly happy to work with the council and others to figure out, you know, ways that we can get closer and closer to achieving that 300 a year or whatever the goal may be in terms of housing production.
Okay, I would just say that that's the question for me for the night, folks. Okay, I'm going to suggest we go for another round. I know my time was up. So I'd suggest we have another round of comments and questions, because I know a few of us bumped up against that time limit. Councilmember Koo and then Phil Seth.
So I just want to point out that, you know, even in reaching the number that you had mentioned, Mayor, about, you know, 300 or so in a year, the point of this is that in addition to the 300 housing units, oftentimes there's office space that is also being proposed. And so it just continues to put us in a impossible situation in catching up. So, I mean, I would say, you know, this whole plan talks about housing and how we're going to achieve housing, yet, you know, there is the job growth portion of it. For example, Brisbane had approved 7 million square feet of office space that was proposed, and they had to approve it, and they were also forced to put in housing. And that actually came from a top-down kind of way in terms of a legislator kind of pushing it forward and having threats in place. So, you know, I mean, these kind of things, to go forward and still continually approve office space and say that we have to build housing with no funding. These are all unfunded, no funding, as Councilmember Phil Seth had mentioned through his presentation there. It's not even if we wanted to be ambitious, we can't, you know. So I think that, you know, and along the way, the democratic process is also being circumvented because there are laws that are coming in place, legislation that are being proposed and has been proposed, which weaponizes this plan and takes away our local jurisdiction's control over our land use and zoning. But I do have one question. So we as a city are paying towards this MTC and ABAG. I don't know, is it a membership or dues, or how much is it? And I would really like to find out. You know, we're paying in order to have this plan made in, and you know, it's we're not even getting heard. We're not even they're not even coming here to present to us. So what is the payment that we're paying as a city?
Yes, Councilmember, I know you've raised that question previously, and so we have to look into it. There is a membership dues that is applicable. I have yet to get more information on that, but I will certainly share it with the council as soon as I've got that. Don't know, presumably it's a discretionary payment. And as such, certainly like to come back to the council with what options you have.
I'd really appreciate that. And then as we, since you're at it, you know, maybe we can also find out what is it that we are paying to the League of Cities? You know, what are the membership fees that we're paying for representation? Yet, you know, I have yet to hear a report back on much of any of this top-down kind of governance. Then, you know, I do want to push through that. We do have to question the figures that they're giving and the projections that they're coming out with. You know, their projections of the 1.4 million increase in jobs, the 2.7 million increase in population, a 1.3 million increase in households, 1.6 million increase in housing units between 2015 and 2050. Yeah, they are higher than even the Plan Bay Area 2040 that was approved in 2017. And, you know, and these projections are even higher than the ones that were given by the Department of Finance, California's Department of Finance. So we need to question these kind of projections, and especially with what we know now with what happened during COVID. And I said some of the other things in terms of collaborating with other cities, and I think that we need to do that at this point. There are 9 counties. There should be dispersion of these jobs, And when we make jobs concentrated in an area, it means that the affordability factor goes down because it becomes much more expensive to live in those areas and to operate in those areas, as we have seen in the past few years when commercial rental spaces, office spaces, all of those prices went up, even housing prices. So there has to be question in terms of how this regional planning group needs to look at dispersion and looking at some of the communities that do have the housing that can be more affordable. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Member Filseth.
All right, I'm back, and I promise this time will be much briefer than before. Can I have the screen again? Everybody see that? Thanks. So coming back to what does that have to do with RENA and Palo Alto and so forth? Again, I think the way to look at the Plan Bay area, the regional dilemma is, there are a lot of good reasons to concentrate new jobs in the existing high-cost areas. A lot of good reasons to put housing, including all ranges, including affordable housing, near the new jobs. And nobody wants to spend money, and actually the state, Sacramento has never been willing to spend money on the kind of scale that it's going to take to do this, right? So we can't have all three. We can have any two. And so, but I think what's coming from Plan Bay Area and RENA, and again, I respect a lot of the work that Plan Bay Area has done on this. I think some of it, they did a very, very good job, right? But they're giving us an impossible task. And I don't mean us, Palo Alto. I think they're giving basically almost all the region an impossible task, okay? They're sort of telling everybody, here's a round room, go sit in the corner. And so the question is, what happens when you fail the impossible task? And, oops, I didn't go full screen. There we go. Question is, what happens when you fail the impossible task? Okay, and the fallback is SB 35 and a spider web of other bills coming out of Sacramento that basically impose a zoning framework on the states. Now, SB 35 was sold as a boost to affordable housing without requiring any investment. But even MTC Plan Bay Area is saying, look, you can't get affordable housing without investment. Zoning won't cut it, right? The actual result of SB 35, and again, we're still learning because there haven't been that many projects on it, but it appears that SB 35, what it really does is enable big mixed-use projects like Valco that actually add more demand for housing than they actually supply, okay? Both below market and above market. And that's a mess. And there's other state bills coming along with it that do things like invalidate voter initiatives and ban local parking codes and a bunch of stuff like that. And so if you put those two things together, an impossible plan that can't be executed, plus this sort of quagmire coming out of Sacramento, I think it's a formula that's going to get nothing done. It's going to be the status quo, okay, only more of it. So more tax sector wealth, because I think it will goose the economy if you don't have to pay for affordable housing. But it'll come with more inequality, more fall behind of housing for non-high income earners, more displacement, more congestion, more pollution, more stress on social services. Basically all the current woes, only more. And in the future, if the South Bay is any indication, we may hit the point where we can't even fill those high wage jobs, okay, because people aren't willing to live here, okay? And again, you go back, the first part, concentrating the new jobs in existing high cost areas, that's a corporate commercial thing. Putting the new housing near the new jobs, that's a social thing, okay? And so, that's where we should be going, right? But it's expensive, okay? And it costs money, and nobody wants to spend the money, and that's the dilemma, okay? The alternative to all this, okay? So if you don't like the round room with no corners to sit in, okay? We ought to go back and revisit the fundamental axiom that Plan Bay Area wasn't willing to consider this round, which is what happens if you shift not the jobs, but the job growth into lower cost areas better served by transportation? Do we have a chance of getting out of the maze if we do that? Okay, and I think that's important for us as a region. Okay, now I talk about Palo Alto. So what I think we should do is, I think we ought to ask Plan Bay Area. I know it's late. Maybe they won't take any input from us. We ought to ask them for an alternate scenario for Plan Bay Area that has different job growth distribution and more equitable. and what does that do to all the numbers. The second, I think ABAG allocations ought to consider commercial growth, okay, which is, and you know, that's something that we have been going down a path in Palo Alto of, as I think people know. And it's one step towards A, getting out of the impossible problem, and B, sort of helping encourage job growth in other parts of the region. Now, Plan Bay Area, the folks have come back and said, well, look, we can't tell people, you know, they can't attract jobs, right? And you know, maybe that's fair, okay? But MTC and ABAG shouldn't get in the way of cities that choose to do that themselves in an effort, you know, to balance their own jobs and housing growth and to help, you know, encourage the formation of that stuff elsewhere in the Bay Area, because it's going to benefit everybody, right? So, and it's actually doable, right? I think ABAG actually ought to consider, is a little bit radical, but dynamic allocation, which is only allocate part of the target. And as cities approve commercial square footage, adjust the housing targets. Plan Bay Area calls for one housing unit for each new job. So if you say 250 square feet per job, you could actually do that. That's a radical idea, but I think they ought to consider stuff like that. Okay, and then finally, you know, obviously we have AMI targets, we have our comp plan and so forth that we're all committed to execute to. Just a reminder, Palo Alto's pressing need is actually for below market income housing. Okay, not just you know whatever somebody wants to put up that makes a lot of money. And that's what I think we should do on the letter. And that's why I like the letter that Tom and Lydia and I worked on, which is it does the second of those two things. It sort of moves in the direction of, you know, let's consider the job growth element of this because it's relevant. And in terms of the income shifting, Palo Alto's real need, most important need for our community is BMI housing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so actually you asked, the mayor asked, what's achievable? And I think that's actually the right question. I really think we should have sessions soon to review some scenario planning from staff and really see what it would take to get to some of these numbers and just quickly sketch out, identify sites and numbers, see what it would take to get to 6,500 new housing units, see what it would take to get to 15,000 new housing units. Like really look at some of these scenarios that are being thrown about. And I think that's exactly what we need to understand. If I could share my screen, can I just hit the share screen button?
Yes, you should be able to.
Okay, are you guys seeing, hang on a second. Are you seeing the letter or are you seeing my notes?
We see your face.
It's,
We see you.
okay, how about now?
You're halfway there.
There
you go. The letter.
Great. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight kind of what we did here. So what we're suggesting is in bold blue. The rest of it is the staff letter. And so again, if we take these as concepts, I don't think we should try to wordsmith it, but maybe give direction to staff to add these concepts into their letter. The first paragraph here in blue, which you can read, is to ask for acknowledgement of, ask for a model which explicitly balances jobs and housing growth, and ask them to consider upper limits based on attainable growth rates, and to consider communities which have put job limits in place. So Palo Alto and San Francisco have done that. And so it's just another factor, and as Eric has kind of gone through his presentation, it's really the main suggestion here is that we try to push for an alternative that looks at balancing job growth throughout the Bay Area. The other changes here, we're really just kind of making some of the language a little stronger. Realize this is a political letter to another group, but again, I think they realize it. I think pointing out some of these things. Again, staff had some wording here. We strengthened it slightly. That many communities are going to fail at these allocations. And again, this is in your email box. And again, these last couple of comments are really about underlining that, what is a reasonable expectation of growth over 8 years? Making sure that they're considering, the size of our city. Actually, this number is wrong. This is an old letter. So I just wanted to make sure everybody saw that. Stop sharing. I don't know if we want to go to motions right now, but when it comes time for motions, I think we would ask that we would include some of these concepts in the letter. Really a new scenario that recognizes job limits. And secondly, I started to mention the first time I talked, I really think we should ask staff to come back to council with some strategic options on steps we can take to influence this process as we go along. Again, recognizing that we may get in a no-win situation. I think we need to be careful about committing to things that we don't really think we can deliver on, and really understanding what our options are if we get put in that position. So would you like an option now, or would you like to finish up another round?
No, I think we should finish up this round, and I have some comments, and I know a few other colleagues haven't spoken yet.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. If you haven't spoken yet in this round and would like to, please hit your hand. Okay, I'll jump in, and I have a range of comments. So, fundamentally, Palo Alto is not doing well in housing. We have a comp plan goal of about 300 units per year, and we miss it year after year. In short, I think our community, and specifically this council, has never missed an opportunity on housing. We have shown an unwillingness to solve this problem locally, using the local control that we have to actually build new market rate housing and affordable housing. And of course, we as a city don't build it, but we create the conditions by which home builders do it. And we failed at that. And in my opinion, that's why we actually need regional and state guidance on planning. Otherwise, communities like ours are going to wilt on the vine. On the letter, I'm willing to accept the staff letter, not the alternate letter, which I still have issues with for multiple reasons. I don't like that the letter implies that the goals are impossible, given how much of our housing work plan is unfinished and still underway. And furthermore, when we have discussed the housing work plan in years past, we heard pretty clearly from housing advocates that it was not going to be enough at the time. And we pulled back on a number of things because folks weren't comfortable with heights or parking or stuff like that. And the result is you don't get the housing. And yet tonight we've heard umpteen reasons why we should oppose the regional housing planning process, and we want a path B. This is a self-inflicted problem. When you oppose the housing, there's victims, and the state has social and economic reasons for stepping in. The vice mayor mentioned we have a housing element we've been working hard on. Sometimes I feel like on this council, we live in different realities. Somebody else mentioned that this is a no-win scenario. It's like not doing any of your homework and then complaining to the teacher that the class is too hard. Palo Alto is not trying hard on this problem, and we're failing our community. And we're failing regional partners, we're failing neighbors, we're failing young families, we're failing senior long-term residents. With regards to SB 35, it's produced dozens of new housing projects and tens of thousands and thousands of new units, including many which are 100% housing. And even if you don't like SB 35, a few months ago, we had a project at 3300 El Camino with 20% affordable requirements and a couple hundred housing units, which outweighed any office component, which was by right, for the record. You all poo-pooed that project. So when you say, let's stop the jobs and build the housing, I don't believe you anymore. Congratulations. The proof is in the pudding. We're not seeing extensive office construction in the city, nor are we seeing housing production. Councilmember Filseth mentioned the need for subsidies. Absolutely agreed. The state has not been a great partner in that, and I look forward to some funding sources for affordable housing. That's important. But the $6 to $8 billion is not just a direct subsidy. We can stretch dollars through incremental density. It's through imputed land and density, i.e. the $50 million and the land we spent on the California Avenue parking garage could have gone towards affordable housing. A couple other comments. Our county's population is not growing. The population fails to grow when housing isn't created. Those are almost self-fulfilling and cyclical. But we have seen increases in overcrowding, and that's actually one of the mitigating factors that Plan Bay Area and RENA is looking at, overcrowding and trying to alleviate that. I think they've been working on that before COVID, but I think it's especially relevant now. Seems like we all have fun sharing our screens tonight. If the city clerk would help me share my screen for a moment. And do I just hit share screen?
Yeah, you should be able to hit share screen.
Okay, let me do that. Just share my whole desktop and let me know. Great, thank you. Okay, I wanted to go to a nearby community, Redwood City. They have this thing called the gatekeeper process. It's somewhat similar to our planned community zoning that we used to have, but more on a district level. And they have a big hearing tonight, August 10th. And if you go and dig in, these are the housing projects they're looking at. 4 housing projects, one of them 2 units, not so much. This one's 60 units with 9 affordable units. This one 300 units with 68 affordable. This one 430 with 70 affordable. That's more, this tonight, which Redwood City is considering, is more housing than we have done in 5 years. And so I continue to believe, you know, this is totally within our control. We can do this in our own Palo Alto way, but the RENA metrics and the increasing cost of housing, the loss of long-term community members, I think continues to show we're not meeting that. I agree with Councilmember Filsack, the increases on below market housing, which is a different beast from market rate housing. But one of the best ways to get that affordable housing is through cross subsidy of market rate housing. So I think that's something we need to consider. Just wrapping up, another example, next week, San Mateo will be considering over 1,000 homes in a new project, including 225 units affordable. So that's that. Before we move on to the next round, a few more comments. With regards to the methodologies, in terms of the factor-based one, I think I prefer the housing crescent jobs approach. I think it makes logical sense. I agree with some of my colleagues about the income shift being 100 to 150%. Again, the rub is how we actually achieve that mix. So far, we've obviously skewed towards the market rate mix. On the bottom-up process, focus on jobs proximity makes sense to me for a number of reasons. And I'd be interested in learning more about how we incorporate the Plan Bay Area numbers for that third approach. I know staff said it was really nascent, so looking forward to that. I think those are my comments. I just think fundamentally, you know, we have these powers within our control. If you look up and down the peninsula, there are other communities doing this, building affordable and market rate housing, or creating the conditions to do so, and we're not doing that. And there's a lot of reasons for it. But I think as a council, this council and future councils have the ability to do that with the right will. Okay, I think those are my comments. I see Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I think a few of us were on the ABAG 2-hour session last week that walked through all of this. And one of the things I was struck by, and I appreciate Councilmember Filsack's comments on this, was the strong connections across our county and across county borders. It was just impossible to sit through that and not think about what we're experiencing right now. And remember that Palo Alto is not an island. I think I said this a couple weeks ago on a completely different topic. We rely on people and people moving around. And so tonight's discussion has been about numbers and units and jobs, but we're really talking about people and where people live and the overcrowding that the mayor was talking about. You know, epidemiologists are starting to think that's what's driving a lot of this pandemic. So I think it's a really instructive time for us to remember that while we all live here and we were elected to serve these people, that we cannot, we have to think and actually operate beyond our borders in ways that perhaps we haven't had to before. Funding is critical. Of course it is. It's part of why I think we're still waiting for the Finance Committee to come back with a proposal for how to fund affordable housing here in our own city. We do have some responsibility for this, and we do have the means somehow, some way, confident we can sort it out. that we do have a responsibility to provide some of the funding. It can't all come from elsewhere, especially now. Scenario planning, yeah, I mentioned that last week, I think was when we discussed the letter. I think with respect to the impact of COVID, scenario planning makes a ton of sense. You know, should we do a hockey stick from, you know, projection from jobs on last year's actuals? No, that's pretty unreasonable. So it sounds like the three of you are trying to focus on the overall number as opposed to the methodology. I'll just say that I have found some of the language used this evening to be awfully strong, with threats and weapons and slums and legal strategies. So I found that a bit concerning. The letter, I think, is polite. We are trying to influence people. And usually it's better to do that with language that appreciates the work that they've done. So I was particularly disappointed to see the removal of that one sentence in the alternate proposal.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Niss, did you wish to speak on this or in the next round when we can go to motions? You're on mute.
So I'll wait and glad to make a motion when the time is right. But I want to add one thing to this. Aside from the fact that we have the Palo Alto Housing Corporation, which has been in effect now since, I think, 1972. The second part of this is if we really are talking about funding affordable housing, which has been one of my just angst numbers for a very long time, we have to find a different way to do that. The way most cities fund their affordable housing is through building offices, some kind of businesses. That is the way it is. Unless we find another way in our city of raising money to go for affordable housing, business tax, whatever it may be, we are going to be stuck where we are right now. Eric brought it up, and we brought it up several other times. The one affordable housing project that we have is using up all of our affordable housing money. I think we have $3 million left if Joe Simidian gets his teacher project up and moving at some point. But I feel that if we don't address that kind of need as to how do you build? How do you do that? I mean, we look at Mountain View and it's very clear how they got the amount of affordable housing they did and why the Palo Alto Housing Corporation has been doing 3 projects there in the last year. And we, as far as I know, haven't broken ground on our one project yet, which will be the first one, I think, in about 10 years. Okay, done for the moment.
Thank you. Okay, let's finish up our comments and questions and open it up to comments, questions, and motions. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comments of everybody. I'd like to go ahead and try to make a motion, open to tweaking. I don't know if I sent it to the city clerk, but I'd like to ask the staff incorporate some of the new concepts from the council alternate letter into the comment letter to ABEG MTC, asking that there's evaluation of a new scenario that focuses on the job spread to the Bay Area. Does the clerk have the motion? Could they put that up on the board?
We will have it up there shortly.
Okay, so there's 3 parts. That was the first part. The second part would be to ask staff to return to council with some scenario planning based on the anticipated allocations. And the third point would be to ask staff to return to council with some strategic options for us to influence our RENA allocations and to respond effectively throughout the process. Yeah, so there's the motion. I don't know if there's a second.
Okay, so there's a motion by the vice mayor here. So letter A is roughly the letter that you three have proposed. Letter B is scenario planning. Letter C is strategic options to influence RENA allocations.
I'll second.
Is there a second for this?
I'll second.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just to clarify. So again, A is not meant to say adopt the alternate letter word for word. It's really to have staff incorporate those concepts into the letter. Happy to have them wordsmith it, smooth it out a bit, if you will. Again, I think some scenario planning. Again, we already know in the ballpark what our anticipated allocations would be under different allocation methods. I think we should look at some scenarios under the 2 or 3 most likely allocations. And then the third one, this is really, looking at the dates for the staff presented for the rest of the plan, would be to have staff come back with basically a strategy for council, how they can touch base with us and kind of what the process is going to be as we go through those dates.
Thank you. And Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, I don't have too much comment other than Councilmember Cormack said that that a line was excised that affected the tone of the letter, and no, I'm happy to put that one back in. I didn't realize we'd actually taken one out like that. So on number C, let me ask the maker of the motion. Given what you just said, that's not exactly what I read here on number C. Do you think number C as written captures adequately what you mean?
How would you improve it?
Well, you were sort of talking about milestones and communication and updates or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to make it clearer. I guess if they came back with us for some options, to respond effectively through the process, I think that process is spread out over a pretty long period of time.
Okay, well.
But I'm happy to tweak it.
I'm just trying to make sure that I understand it and that it's clear that everybody else understands it. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Niss.
So let's make sure that I'm not on mute. So I instead am going to suggest that we go back to the report from tonight, which recommends the following. So I'd like to make this a substitute motion, which is to discuss and provide direction to staff as appropriate on 2 regional planning efforts, which are the Plan Bay Area 2050 and the RENA process, and then submit a comment letter to the ABAG MTC's Housing Methodology Committee reflecting City Council initial comments and et cetera. So if I get a second to that, I will continue.
I'll be happy to second.
Okay, thank you. So Councilmember Niss has moved what I believe is the original staff proposal, so inclusive of the staff letter in the packet, seconded by Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Niss, the floor is yours.
So I think we've done a lot of ranting tonight. Housing is one of those areas that just we cannot seem to get a handle on in Palo Alto. And the mayor has reflected on this tonight. We can't even seem to get our numbers. Unless we go in another direction in order to make that happen, I think I won't be, but you all will be sitting here 5 years from now and saying, gosh, we just can't seem to make the numbers. I think we need a boost. And I think that's where this is heading. So that's why I have put that motion forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much. I wonder if Councilmember Niss would consider a minor modification to A.
Depends on what it is.
Okay, well, I like the idea of staff doing the scenario planning based on anticipated allocations, and I think that will help us as we begin the work on the housing element. So I wonder if in A, direct staff to continue working on the 2 regional planning efforts, and return to council with scenario planning based on anticipated allocations. I'll pause.
Yes,
in anticipation of preparing the new housing element.
Yes, I think that essentially captures it as it is and gives it a little more oomph. Yes, let's do that.
Okay. So with that, then, again, I feel that the staff actually did an excellent job of predicting the fact that the council would want to go with the lowest possible number, which is the methodology that is the baseline. And maybe not everyone on the council would want that, but, and I think that they have remained appropriately engaged, as we have heard, and I'm confident they will continue to do so.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Mr. City Manager, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to note that since this is perhaps carried forward in both motion and the substitute motion, that this concept of scenario planning is one that may involve some resources that are not currently in place. Certainly have to discuss this with planning staff, but I do want to just flag that up front, and obtaining the necessary resources may have a bit of a conflict with the timeliness that we're looking for in influencing the RENA process. So I just want to flag that. It's not a fatal flaw, but would be a bit of a yellow flag to call to your attention.
Well, I'll note that the clerk didn't include that part. So currently the motion doesn't include scenario planning. You know, with scenarios, I guess we could say, return to council with scenarios in anticipation of preparing the new housing element.
And if staff interprets that as perhaps briefing the council on cost and resources to do so, would that be acceptable to staff and the maker and seconder?
In fact, I think actually that's
yes.
suggested.
Okay.
Can I ask, Mayor Fine, is it when the council members hear scenario planning and think of that, are you thinking of, let's say, 5,000 units, where those would go, how they would look? What is the scenario? You know, if it's 10,000, what kind of scenarios are council members imagining?
As the seconder, Councilmember Niss, may I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So what I heard the Vice Mayor describing was work that is being done in other cities that's sort of like, well, here's what it would look like if we did 5,000 units. Here are some of the places it might go. I certainly don't intend to ask for what units look like, but just sort of a ballpark, help us understand what portions of the city, what things might need to change. I realize that's not very specific, but no, it would not. I would not be envisioning something super detailed, but something that would give people an idea of, oh my goodness, a 40% increase, which is what, you know, the third column suggests. What would that look like?
Thank you.
And that may help us as we move forward, you know, continuing to work with our partners.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Niss, does that concur with your understanding?
Yes, and I appreciate that. This is a difficult kind of direction to give, so I'm sympathetic with staff, and I certainly did hear what the city manager said.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a substitute. Speaking to the substitute motion, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I think my hand was still up from before, but I'll go ahead and speak to the substitute motion. So on staffing, I think this is probably one of the most important things on our plate. So I think we need to find a way to do this. Yes, I think what I meant by scenario planning was really a rough sketch of where we'd put these units. Enough of an idea of how we would start to approach an actual housing element. Again, not I think Councilmember Cormack summed it up pretty well. Not what it would look like necessarily, but at least kind of how we would try to achieve it, where in the city we think we could put it. I think the difference between the two motions boils down to this request to consider our efforts to limit job growth and to consider other ways to spread jobs around the Bay Area. So I just want to make it clear that voting for this substitute motion is really rejecting the idea of incorporating, job concentration into consideration. Whether they would even listen to us or not is another thing, but I'm not sure why there's a hesitancy to actually propose, that they consider an alternative. And then just to comment on the funding, which came up a few times. Yes, I mean, we can get funds from building, which would be through impact fees, which we need to revisit. And yes, I think a business tax is also a realistic option there. I think finally we need to recognize we're in a recession and that's going to impact probably building across the board. But that's kind of an externality at this point. So I guess appreciate where the substitute motion is coming from. Again, I strongly feel we should ask for this consideration of ways to limit job concentration. So I will not be supporting the substitute motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
So I appreciate that the council members want to be nicey nice on this and kind of move forward without actually identifying and honing in on some of the problems of this plan. There's issues with data, and there's the funding part of it. We're short on staff, and as Council Member Nis says, unless we have office space and build more, there's really no money towards housing. So it continues to exacerbate the problem. We have now land that is so expensive that it will probably cost over $500,000 per unit to build. And this is just not doable. And it would be actually prudent in order to move forward to ask for actually improving our intra-regional imbalances and actually ask them to look into the projections that they have, to look into dispersion. And this letter does nothing of that, nothing, as proposed by staff. It's if you don't say the things that you need to say and constantly be so politically correct that you say nothing, then we're constantly hit by those plans. And I do want to say that, the mayor had mentioned all these other cities that are building. They haven't limited their job growth. They haven't done what we have done. And in addition to all of that, has the voters in this town actually bought into this process, that we go ahead and morph into this town, that we're trying to address housing, but it doesn't fully address housing only. It also encourages office space growth. I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, thank you. So I sat in on I attended the Plan Bay Area webinar for Santa Clara County on Thursday last week. And, there was a point where there were several points where people the web audience was invited to answer questions and send in comments and stuff like that. And the principal guy, who was Dave Boughton from MTC, at some point said, man, I'm getting a lot of comments from Santa Clara County about, slowing down job growth and pushing to other places in favor of housing to balance those things. He said, I don't hear that from any other county, but I'm getting a lot of that from Santa Clara County. And I think most people in Palo Alto are aligned, or a majority are aligned with the idea that, job growth and housing growth ought to be considered, and they both need to be levers as we try to solve this problem. And I don't actually for a minute think ABAG's going to do much different depending on what letter we send them. They got a number that they got to parse out and they're going to do it, right? But this notion of, you know, we really need to get our arms around this jobs thing as well if we're ever going to get out from under this rock, and especially the affordable housing rock, right? Without sort of, you know, doing unnatural things that create more demand for it than they actually supply, right? You know, we gotta get that idea sort of more socialized in the world, and I think it's an important one. And I don't understand why we wouldn't take this opportunity to take a little leadership on that, because I think most Palo Altans support it, but so be it.
Thank you. Other comments on this substitute motion? Just a couple of my own. So on the job concentration issue, I would tentatively agree with my colleagues that most Palo Altans would rather, on the margin, see new housing versus new office. I think that's generally agreed upon in our community. You know, this council and previous council have created a lot of limits on new job growth, and we are one of the slowest growing commercial areas in Santa Clara County and, you know, the lower South Bay region in general. I wouldn't say the voters have bought into it. We haven't really put that to a ballot. There's a bit of a difference there. And in terms of the question of dispersion, like how are we going to disperse jobs, right? And then there's maybe some opportunity in that right now with regards to COVID and remote work. But then there's also the flip side is like, what does that mean to our economy and the services we provide folks? And we are certainly facing that this year as we see large drops in our revenues driven by visitors and people who work here, things like that. As for the many alternatives folks have said, there are not alternatives in this. If you really go and read the Plan Bay Area and RENA forecast, there are dozens of alternatives. That's planning. They have many, many alternatives. This is one check-in point where we can provide some feedback. We may not like any of the alternatives. That's totally legitimate. But staff's letter is choosing the lowest of the entire range. And you all know me, I would love to go higher. I don't think that's where this community or this council is. And so I'm willing to go along with the substitute motion for that. As for problems with the plan, like, you know, comments like we're being nicey nice, we are all taking this role professionally and trying to do our absolute best here for our community. And I would wish we could all treat each other with that level of respect. I don't think the problem is that the plan is misguided. I think it's that we haven't implemented it. And maybe in some degree it's because we don't have the right help. Maybe it's because we don't have the right consensus here on council to do so. But that's how I see it. And I hope we could all give each other that credit and do. Any other comments before we vote on the substitute? Okay, so let's go to vote on the substitute motion. Is it really blurry for anybody else, the streaming service?
I don't know why.
It is blurry. It wasn't earlier, but it is now. There we go. Better, Jessica.
Okay, so we're voting on the substitute motion with some incorporations from Councilmember Cormack, accepted by Councilmember Niss. First up is Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
And me is a yes. That passes on a 4-3 vote with Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Filseth, and Councilmember Koo dissenting. Thank you all for your comments and questions. Thank you to all the members of the public who joined as well. And thank you to our staff for your work on this. We'll get this letter out as soon as we can because I know the deadline is tight. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, given we've been here for 2 hours and 45 minutes. And also my pizza is getting cold. So I'm going to have a slice. So maybe let's take 10 minutes and be back here at 7:55. All right. Thank you all.
Okay.
Oh, 61. Then item number 8 is another public hearing to finish out the night. It's a quasi-judicial 2353 Webster Street appeal of a director's approval of an individual review application to demolish an existing one-story 1,593 square foot home and construct a two-story home, approximately 2,935 square feet, with a basement and an attached garage. And this is a single-family residential. So a lot of things happening this week at the council. That item coming up about extending everything as far as outdoor dining and everything to December 31st. If you go outside in Palo Alto, you walk around, you see all of the restaurants out in the streets. They've really done a lot to try to get business going. And you see people out and about walking on a summer evening like tonight. And people participating in having dinner, and so it's kind of a neat atmosphere, and something that Palo Alto has been trying to get going under these conditions. The Board of Education, the school board, will hold a special meeting to hear updates on the fall reopening plans, tentative MOUs on fall working conditions with the teachers union, and special education services during school closures, among others. And this virtual meeting is tomorrow night at 6:30, August 11th. The meeting will be broadcast on cable channel 26, midpeninsula.org, and will wishing to participate in Zoom can go to pausd.zoom US US 197-8849-8129, or dialing 669-900-6833 and using the ID number 949-9734-6242. Council Policy and Services Committee. The committee plans to discuss the process for the National Community Survey for 2020. This virtual meeting will begin 7 p.m. tomorrow night as well, August 11th. Those wishing to participate by Zoom can do so by dialing 669-900-6833 and using meeting ID 946-1974-4621. The Planning and Transportation Commission plans to discuss 4175 Page Mill Road, a request to replace a vault restroom in an existing building, and consider a zoning text amendment for 788 San Antonio Road to allow for 102 condominium units. The virtual meeting will begin at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, August the 12th. Those wishing to participate by Zoom can do so by dialing 669-900-6833 and using the meeting ID 955-0337-0484. The Human Relations Commission plans to hold a public hearing dedicated to bearing witness to Black and Brown experience in Palo Alto. The virtual meetings will begin at 7 p.m. on Thursday, August 13th. Those wishing to participate by Zoom can do so by dialing 669-900-6833 or using meeting ID 919-9454-8701. And we are back next Monday night for another Palo Alto City Council. That'll be a 6 o'clock meeting of the Palo Alto City Council broadcast. And as I mentioned earlier before, tomorrow night, August the 11th, is a Policy and Services Committee by virtual teleconferencing. They're going to discuss that 2020 National Community Survey, and that's a regular meeting here at the council chambers at 7 p.m. And they can participate. And they can participate in that. The 17th coming up is next Monday night, and we have in that council meeting various items for next week. Mainly two big action items. One is a Staff and Utility Advisory Commission recommends the City Council adopt a resolution amending the city's electric supply portfolio carbon neutral plan for the electric utility reserves management practices, and then also a public hearing legislation adoption of several ordinances requesting accessory dwellings and junior accessory dwelling units, amending the Palo Alto Municipal Title 16 building, 18 zoning, amendments including repealing the section 18.42040 and accessory and junior accessory dwelling units, adding a new chapter 1809 accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, updating chapters 1804 definitions, 1658 development impact fees, 1604 California Building Code, 1606 California Residential Code, 1614 California Green Building Standard Codes, environmental assessment, except from review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to the Public Resources Code 21080-17 and CEQA guideline sections 15061, 15282, 15301, 15302, and 15305. Then on the 24th, Monday the 24th, it's another broadcast of the Palo Alto City Council at 6 p.m. That could be our final broadcast of the Palo Alto City Council. We are doing these broadcasts this month in August as a service that the station is paying for. We do not have funding at this time. If you know of anyone who would like to sponsor these broadcasts, these key important broadcasts of democracy in action, gavel to gavel coverage, please contact the station through the website. That's kzsu.stanford.edu, and look them up and sponsor. And if you are interested in sponsoring something that we've had going on for many years, and because of the budget cuts, we were voted down this year. After August, the 24th is scheduled to be the last virtual broadcast for August. We go into August 31st is not scheduled meeting. In September, if you're following with the council, whether we're going to be broadcasting or not, that's an unsure thing. But Monday, September 7th is Labor Day. There is no city council then, and there's no follow-up on Monday, September the 8th. So you really have 2 weeks in a row, the 31st, Monday the 31st, and Monday the 7th, where there is no council meetings. Monday, September 14th, there's a council meeting at 6 p.m. And then Monday, the 21st, another city council meeting at 6 p.m. And then on the 28th, another council meeting at 6 p.m. So that's your September, that is your September schedule right now. And of course, school is starting up again, and mostly they will be at home on the computer, and
I'm going to give our colleagues just another minute or so, and then we'll get started. Should we maybe just get started? Okay. Let's please move on to item number 6, an update on the Summer Streets program and a few resolutions extending the expiration dates of other resolutions.
All right. Once again, Ms. Tanner will report for staff.
Thank you, Ed. So I will bring up my presentation. Great. Everyone can see that?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. So this evening, I will be presenting an update on our Summer Streets program and some recommendations for updating and amending the resolution that support the programs. So just as background, the City Council passed a resolution on June 23rd that authorized temporary street closures. It also authorized the temporary parklet pilot program. Council also passed an interim urgency ordinance temporarily allowing the expansion of outdoor dining and retail on both public and private property. It waived fees for permit review and waived design review, and allowed on-sale consumption of alcohol in outdoor dining areas, as well as on Lytton and Cogswell plazas. Council also asked staff to look at lower cost parklet options, and the ordinance and the resolution both passed unanimously. Staff recommendation tonight is to receive a report regarding the Summer Streets program, which was initiated on June 23rd, to adopt the following amendments to Resolution 9909. To 1, extend the temporary street closures to California Avenue, University Avenue, and other downtown blocks to December 31st, 2020. To extend the closure on University Avenue by 1 block to include the block between Emerson Street and High Street. To have the expiration date for the temporary parklet program become September 7th of 2021, which is Labor Day of next year. And 4 is to allow activities in addition to outdoor dining and retail to occur on temporary closed streets. So that'd be, for example, a fitness class or something that isn't dining or retail to occur on a closed street. And then also council may decide to offer further comment and direction on the program. So first I'll begin with the update and report on the program. So some of our progress and activities that we've undertaken since June 23rd, which really is just a matter of weeks. In the past, it seems far away. We've been doing weekly Zoom calls with California Avenue merchants and downtown merchants. We've had bi-weekly Zoom meetings with the community, offering opportunity for key members to give feedback on what's working, what's not working, and ask questions. We've had really daily, and including the weekend, staff contacts with stakeholders, and I really want to credit Kara Apple and Rob George, who've been leading our outreach to businesses and just been doing a fantastic job, really being there to walk people through permit processes, help them navigate what they may do with their space, and really think through how to help their business adapt as best as we can. And that's again with phone, email, and socially distanced, and of course, visits with face coverings. We've reviewed and issued permits, and again, big shout out to Public Works, who has just been really very lightning fast in reviewing permits, working with applicants at their situations, looking at their locations, what they need, and how to make things work in a way that's safe. inspection, including inspecting the construction of the parklets and making sure that they're safe. We've closed streets to traffic and we've updated traffic plans accordingly. We have an online survey going for both patrons who are visitors to these summer streets areas, as well as businesses can respond, letting us know how things are working for them. We've developed and issued guidelines as new uses reopen. So thinking about how outdoor fitness might be occurring, and looking even with some folks who are interested in doing the haircutting outside, how might that work? What are the things we need to consider to allow that to occur in a way that doesn't conflict with other uses? We have ongoing communications, signage, and advertising. Thank you to Megan Horgan-Taylor for fantastic signage and great web communication that her team is overseeing. And we have weekly pedestrian, cyclist, and diner counts. So you can see there, one of our counters, volunteers, Justine, who's out there with me that evening on University Avenue, counting the number of folks who are there dining, who's there walking, who's riding their bike in the evening. We also have weekly parking impact counts in parking areas nearby to California Avenue and University Avenue. And we even did a traffic count in downtown for a week to understand if traffic was picking up in terms of the returning of some of the traffic that we normally have in a given week. In terms of survey responses, we had, this is as of July 23rd when I was writing the staff report, we had 203 survey responses from patrons and community members who went on to online on the SurveyMonkey and answered our survey. Most of those respondents, 92% were local. They live in Palo Alto. 70% had dined outdoors and 30% had not. If the 30% who had not dined might just be visitors to Cal Ave or to University Avenue, but maybe didn't actually sit down and patronize a restaurant and eat their dinner there at the closed street or at the tables provided by the restaurant. Popular locations, 40% of the survey respondents had dined in Cal Ave, 20% at University, and 40% had dined at both. And weekends and evening were popular. Friday and Saturday in the evening in particular were the most popular times to visit Cal Ave or University Avenue. Active transportation was very popular. 36% walked to and 15% biked to their summer street, which is really excellent. And 95% of the drivers said they had a great parking experience, with 5% saying that they had a fair experience. So I don't know when we might get those numbers again, but those are really, really positive. And 95% also said they felt safe, and 95% said that they would return and continue to patronize. So especially in the era of this pandemic, having 95% of the diners or the visitors feel safe in visiting these areas is really important for the community and for the businesses as well. Other patron feedback include positive responses like, we love it, it was a great idea, it feels like Europe. And there were many requests to make this permanent or perhaps an annual summer activity that the city does. There were some concerns raised over social distancing, mask wearing, and just the general wisdom of dining outdoors during the pandemic. And then there were that 5% of people who maybe did not feel safe and who kind of, they maybe came to get takeout, but they didn't feel safe themselves sitting down and dining. But even those who didn't sit down to dine enjoyed visiting the area and people watching and having a bit of what we might call normalcy during this time. Some of the takeaways from California Avenue, and just to remind you kind of the footprint of California Avenue, the street was closed from El Camino Real to Birch Street. It was briefly closed on Cal Ave from Birch to Park, but it reopened. It wasn't really heavily utilized, and we realized that businesses there could accomplish what they needed with parklets or other sidewalk dining. There were 11 restaurants permitted for outdoor dining, and evening there is busier than lunch. Weekends, again, the busiest time. The businesses who responded again in end of July, they estimate that 25 to 60% of their pre-pandemic revenue was coming in, and the average was about 32%. And neighborhood street parking had not been impacted in the neighboring streets. For University Avenue, it's closed from High to Cowper. That was adjusted on just last Friday. The block of University from High to Emerson was open to traffic, and a portion of Ramona was closed. The portion from Hamilton to about mid-block, just before the entrance to the underground parking garage that's there. So just kind of at the end of NOLA, that's where the closure stops. About 15 restaurants have been permitted for outdoor dining. Again, evening and weekends are the busiest time. The range of responses in terms of pre-pandemic revenue was, minus 16 to up to 80%, with an average of being about 35% of pre-pandemic revenue being earned. And cross street or side street businesses reported 22 to 60% of their pre-pandemic revenue, with average being about 22%. And neighboring street parking is mostly unimpacted, except for there was one section of Webster that had above 75%, which means that more than 75% of the on-street parking spaces were taken up and were not available. And so we want to keep it below 75% to have that good churn, both for residents, but also visitors could find parking easily, and to make sure that residents aren't negatively impacted by not being able to find a place to have on-street parking. The Parklet program was a new program also that City Council authorized. Overall, the program is very successful. 22 Parklet applications have been received and 6 Parklets are constructed and in use. And you can see an image here of the Parklet at the Creamery. The city hired an architect to create standard plans to help to defray some of the costs businesses might incur. And if they go with the standard plans, it really also is, again, easy and quick for Public Works to approve it and for their contractor to take the plans and adapt them to the specific conditions at their site. The Director of Public Works updated the standards and other requirements for parklets to allow for at-grade parklets. And so an at-grade parklet allows businesses to have a parklet on the surface of the roadway, which is of a lower cost than having a platform parklet. Some find that it might not be as nice, perhaps, as a platform parklet, but certainly a great way to enjoy dining on the street and for businesses to defray some of those costs. And the parklets often accommodate less seating than indoors and less seating than a closed street. So don't want to paint a picture that for all restaurants, they are at the capacity that they previously had with the parklet, but it certainly is more than many can fit just on the sidewalk, especially in downtown where the sidewalks are fairly narrow. Additional programs are private parking lots. We have 2 private parking lots where they're using that for dining and retail. We also have adapted some public parking lots for some dining and retail. So you can see here this picture of Rose and Crown, which has a small section of parking that is used for outdoor dining. And that's a city-owned parking lot. So we've developed rules to help to facilitate that type of process in places where it makes sense. And then also we're looking again at recreational personal services, developing the rules and guidelines that can be published, that can be used to help facilitate those activities outside, both in public parking lots, but also in private parking lots as well. So just a little bit about the resolution that is before you for consideration. We are asking to extend the street closures to the end of this year, December 31st, 2020. And I know that is going certainly into our fall and our winter time, so we may need to change the branding of our summer streets program, but certainly we tend to have pretty late summers here in the Bay Area, with some of our hottest weather being in September and October. So it might be a good time for restaurants to still offer outdoor dining. And even as we think about winter, to be able to come up with ways to safely modify the experience to allow for outdoor dining, perhaps lighting. We can look into heat lamps and make sure that folks know the regulations if they want to have those types of additions to their parklet, which are the street dining, they can do that safely. And so we would come back, staff would come back to council in early December to consider, where do we go from here, but certainly buying time through the fall and into the winter and the holiday shopping season to allow some more flexibility with the street closures. We're also asking to add 1 block. Now this, again, things happen very, very quickly, as we know, with the pandemic. And so even since the time the staff report was published, this block of University from High to Emerson was opened to traffic, but it's still in the resolution. I think it allows, again, the flexibility that if there were a need to expand that area to the closure, staff would have the flexibility to do that with working with the city manager and of course, working with the businesses who are located there to just have that flexibility. Again, currently it's not in effect at this moment as of last Friday. Extend temporary parklets to next year, to Labor Day of next year. This really is kind of looking ahead and kind of trying to our best to look at the trends, both of what do we think might reasonably happen in terms of the pandemic, when might we see vaccines or return to real normal, and it seems like it could still be some time, unfortunately. In addition, the proper parklets, if you will, the platform ones, they are quite expensive, with a minimum being like $7,500 to $10,000 and up. And so having a knowledge that this investment will be there for a year will give more stability to those businesses to make that investment and to have that outdoor dining area. And as we think about going through the next seasons, through fall, winter, spring, and into summer, The platform parklet might give that business more flexibility to have some limited outdoor dining in, let's say, the winter months when maybe they don't need the whole street, but a parklet is a good way to continue to help have patrons enjoy themselves safely. And we would recommend that, staff would recommend that the at-grade parklet program, those permits would expire at the end of this year, though those folks could apply for a new permit and could continue to do the at-grade parklet, but they really don't have the same cost they need to amortize over the same period of time as the platform parklets. And then lastly, additional activities in closed street. We just want to clarify that additional activities such as recreation are allowed to take place in closed streets. Again, working to ensure that there's not a conflict. We don't want to have someone working out heavily, let's say next to a group of people who are dining. And so that comes down to things like what time would an exercise class occur, let's say, or what part of the street might it occur. Again, making sure that we're really helping to maximize safety and minimize any conflicts between businesses. So lastly, just looking ahead, considerations for the future programming. These are some items that council may wish to opine on. Again, other items as well. There are some items that we can address via local action, planning and programming, and that staff can continue to work on and return to council with. One, which we've mentioned a little bit, is winter weather, how to adapt these programs for rainier, colder months, times when the sun is setting fairly early. Addressing additional topics from the business roundtable. And so while this program focuses heavily on restaurants and retail and other uses, really thinking about what are other measures that businesses brought up that could help to relieve some of the pressure that they're under. Programming to aid additional business or industries, different types of businesses, and sustainability of dedicated staff time and city resources. So how can we make sure we have the right staffing assigned in the right way to help to execute these programs? And we may need to distribute some city staff time to focus, for example, on other industries and make sure that we're kind of spreading our public resources and our focus to the different industries that are impacted by COVID. And of course, there are some macro factors, though, that are also impacting us. The 3-day watch list that Santa Clara County is on drastically impacts what businesses can operate and under what rules they can or cannot operate, in addition to overall affecting the willingness of folks to go out, to shop, to dine, and to patronize local businesses. Returning to workplaces or extended work from home. If work from home is extended, for example, Facebook recently extended it till mid-year of 2021, then we will continue to see diminished customer base here in Palo Alto. We won't have the daily visitors. Stanford is, I think, planning to start. We'll continue to watch what they decide to do as their start date nears, but certainly the student population is an important part of the customer base, as well as all the visitors who would come here flying from around the world for their business. And so not having that is certainly something that impacts us. It may not be something we can directly affect. And of course, the overall contours of the pandemic are going to continue to impact this program and others. So with that, I just return here to the staff recommendation to receive the report and update, to adopt the resolution with the amendments as discussed, and to provide further comment and direction on the program. Thank you very much.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, before turning back to you and other questions and comments, just a few footnotes to follow up on Ms. Tanner's presentation. Few topics that have come up recently regarding our ongoing surveying of downtown businesses, in particular parking and how parking supply and perhaps the costs associated with the allocation of public space to that use, and then finally come back to the topic of branding. So first on the survey, we have, as Ms. Tanner pointed out, on an ongoing basis been conducting surveys to get community feedback, and you saw some of the results. Just over the course of the last week, based on last week's touch base with businesses downtown, we had a request to actually have businesses weigh in individually on whether they supported or did not support the continued closure of University and now Ramona. And so we did do some targeted outreach to get among those businesses that were interested in self-identifying identifying themselves and their locations, whether they were supportive or not supportive of continuing the university and Ramona closure. And I'll let you know, perhaps not surprisingly, it's pretty evenly split. Among businesses, we're primarily responses from restaurants, but also a number of retail businesses, and again, are pretty close to a 50-50, although slightly leaning toward the keep the closures going. So I think that that's a useful data point for the council. It was not intended to be anything more than that. And again, it's something that we suspect will evolve, and hopefully we can demonstrate through whatever further actions the council authorizes that will continue to build some support, and certainly have had appreciation from the business community overall, and particularly recognizing that there are trade-offs in the downtown area. On the parking topic, as Ms. Tanner, I think, pointed out, again, as a part of our monitoring, we're also tracking spaces and spaces allocated to parklets or the closure, so not available to the public. So that information we know is of interest to our neighborhood in the surrounding areas, so that we have a sense of what has been taken out of the inventory of parking available. So we are tracking that. There, at some point, there has been some discussion of the costs associated with it. As noted, we do not charge for that space in normal times, and this is anything but normal times. For construction, if a construction project were taking parking out of use, that the standard rate is $25 per day per space. And so that could give you a sense of the value of that space allocation. But again, these are anything but normal times. And at some point, should this program continue, I suspect the council will want to have some discussions of how to cover costs if this were an extended circumstance in which parklets were to be an allocation of public space for the extended future. Again, that's not something we're proposing now, but acknowledging that there are costs and there are models for recouping costs for that allocation of public space. So just to note that. And then finally, just on the topic of branding, as Ms. Tanner pointed out, Summer Streets is no longer going to be operable as a brand. That is one, I believe, is traceable back to Councilmember Niss as an early suggestion of what to call this thing when summer was barely summer. And so I think it has been an extremely successful name for it, but I will, Megan will hate me for this, but I'll throw open the invitation for ideas on what we will call the fall winter version. And potentially, well, we'll see how long this lasts, but certainly having activated outdoor spaces is in everyone's interest. So hopefully we'll come up with a branding tag that works for all. So with that, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And so just to hit your thinking caps for a good name for our program, if you're so interested, to my colleagues. Councilmember Niss, I see your hand. Is it a quick question or should we go to the public?
I think go to the public.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's please go to our members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And if the clerk would please help me with that.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak on the city streets item, please raise your hand. At this time, we have, looks like 7 or 8 members. Our first member is Cedric de la Bougedière. And you have 2 minutes, Cedric.
Unmute. Hello, thank you, council and staff. Thank you for acting quickly to enact the Summer Streets program. The program is successful. The comments are overwhelmingly supportive, including many asking for it to be made permanent. It seems to me that the opposition is mostly from businesses, is mostly from those who are not on a closed street, who report their business reduced by people going to the closed section. So the solution is not to end the program, but rather to expand it to the side streets and other areas of the city. The pandemic is here to stay for the foreseeable future. So I encourage you to extend the program beyond 2020, December 2020, which is just around the corner. By extending it at least another year, it will enable restaurants to plan and invest for the longer term. What can restaurants, businesses in the city do to facilitate outdoor dining and shopping, et cetera, into the colder and winter months? Maybe we need high awnings or perhaps awnings stretched stretched between buildings high above the diners, so there is protection from the elements while not creating closed spaces for germs to concentrate, or possibly blowers of warm air that both heat and purify air, or other solutions to make this work safely in the winter. I would encourage music to be kept at a low volume so that people are not forced to talk loudly and closely to be heard over the din. I support the concept of buffer space between diners and walkers and bikers, and clearly delineated area for bike ped traffic wide enough to allow social distancing in these modes. And then finally, some restaurants are at 20% of pre-COVID business levels, but still 100% of their rent and other expenses. So what additional steps can the city take to increase their revenue or reduce costs? Perhaps we need rental forgiveness and eviction protections extended to locally owned businesses, coupled with the program to reduce or defer property taxes and mortgage payments for landlords, or maybe grants to enable businesses to make investments in the outdoor dining or subsidized mass production of the elevated parklets, et cetera. Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is John Schenk. John, you have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Fine and council members. I'm sorry, but the staff report was quite rosy. The gentleman who just spoke, again, quite rosy. I think if one only looks at the fun dinner time activity for restaurants, closing University Avenue has been wonderful. But the reality is, and staff knows this, we heard it this week, we heard it last week in the Zoom meetings, that the other retailers, non-restaurant retailers, are absolutely suffering because of the closure. And it's very difficult to, really be playing Sophie's choice here with which retailers get the support. I think the prospect of kind of playing whack-a-mole with street closures as restaurants are struggling and voice their struggle, and then the city thinks, oh, well, we can close another street and close another street. And we know already the costs. And, but when we do get into fall and winter, and it's not as wonderful outside, evening outdoor dining is not going to happen. And the retailers, we would hope, would backfill and be an attraction for the public, for shoppers, get some sales tax revenues. They'll be dead by then. They're going to be gone. And then where will we be? The real focus should be figuring out how to maybe redesign the street, narrow drive aisles, and expand parklets so that we still have the cars that can come to visit the other retailers and support all the retailers with some added retail space, but not making it a zero-sum game for just restaurants. The other thing I'd love to see us focus on is the retail zoning, the downtown zoning ordinance, as we're going to have a lot of vacancy in the near future, and we need to expand our very narrow definition. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Todd Burke. Todd, go ahead.
I'm trying to unmute. There we go. Hopefully it'll stay unmuted. Hi there, Todd Burke here. I live on California Avenue. And so far the project on California Avenue seems to have, and I'm actually standing on Calab right now. It's gone extremely well. I appreciate the city's ability to do this quickly and provide a bit of an outdoor experience for residents in the neighborhood. I know Rob George and the other folks have done a fantastic job helping out and facilitating. But I think there are a number of different things that need to get done to help other businesses that maybe aren't on the main drag. I know, for example, I want to see Reposado somehow figure out a way to be open, and a few of the other restaurants on the side streets that they're struggling. And I really think that it would be great if we could figure out a bit more all-encompassing plan to assist. So I just wanted to say thanks. My neighbors really appreciate it. And whatever else we can do. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Our next speaker is Rob Fisher. Rob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Rob, you may need to unmute from your end.
Hello? Can you hear me?
You're on, sir.
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
Okay, so good evening. I am a restaurant owner. I own 3 restaurants in town. None of them on University Avenue. I am fortunate enough to have 1 parklet on Emerson Street, but I have 2 other restaurants, one of them which has 150 seats, and I can barely get 20 seats outside on the sidewalk as it is. The numbers for a lot of us don't add up. When you help, call it 15 restaurants, and you have 350 in town, when you divide 15 by 350, the percentage is awfully low. I took the opportunity to go around and do a petition drive, and I sent it to the city clerk and also the city manager. I don't know if it made it to the city council or not, but also agree with John Shank that a lot of the retailers are just dying. I had an opportunity to talk to a number of them and have them sign the petition. Also some restaurants and a lot of restaurants on the side streets. And there's got to be a way to make this more fair to everybody. You know, you close half of Ramona and you have one restaurant has 54 seats, another restaurant has 72 seats outside, and I can barely get 20. And, you know, the parklet seems to be the fairest thing for everybody. You can open the streets back up, everybody wins. But this whole thing, and to say that you want to extend it to the end of the year, it's just, you're just going to put us out of business. I mean, that's the bottom line. And we really need to figure out how to level this playing field. It's crippling. It's just crippling for me personally. And I know it is for other retailers and some other restaurants as well. You know, you can let a car be parked on the middle of Hamilton for a month, but you can't open the street up for a restaurant.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hi.
Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi, sorry about that. So I am calling, first of all, to say appreciation for how amazing the City Streets program has been. I just want to say that it is so nice not to have cars on University or on California Avenue. The air is better. I can hear myself think. And I don't fear that I'm going to be hit by a car any second, my dog and I, as we walk down the street. But the problem here is that there are certain callers that are coming in and calling in and not identifying for whom they're speaking. With all due respect, John Shank, last time he called in, he identified himself as a big landlord to businesses on University Avenue. He didn't do that this time, but I assume that's still his role. Last time he called to speak on behalf of his restaurant tenants, saying that they weren't going to like this, but all of the restaurants actually do like it. Now he's speaking on behalf of the retail establishments, but he doesn't have one. I think it's really important that you all look at the source of the speaker. And in this case, the only criticism we have heard at all of this amazing, successful program is that it's not big enough. The other criticism we've heard, which is one I completely agree with, in addition to the complaint that it's not big enough, is that it's extremely expensive for the retail and restaurants who don't have the benefit of the closed streets to build their own parklets. They point out that it costs a lot of money. I strongly believe that the city should be investing in these parklets for the retail and for the restaurants. And as to the landlords, like any who might call in, if they really want to make life easier for their tenants, their restaurants and retail, might I suggest that they lower their rent? Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is John McDowell. John, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'm a resident in the downtown area. I've lived here for 10 years, and I've just wanted to start by thanking the city and the city council for what I think has been a phenomenal job really incorporating a lot of divergent concerns into the staff proposal. I know that wasn't an easy job from all of the interviews that I've done with residents and also with businesses in the area. And I think the staff proposal is a really good start to doing what we can to deal with this really challenging times for everyone. I think that everyone understands that this COVID situation isn't going away, anytime nearly as fast as we would like it. And the reality is that we can't actually safely eat indoors. We can barely shop indoors, and having an opportunity for us to be able to feel a little bit more safe in our city is super important to all of us. So I really wanted to thank everyone involved and ask for the continued support of City Council behind expanding access for all of our businesses. One thing I think I would just briefly throw in some comment on is I'm very confused by some of the comments that are made by some of the previous speakers. Someone mentioned that retailers don't support this. That's confusing to me given how widespread I've heard support from retailers on University Avenue. I've heard it from a number. Palo Alto Bicycles is extremely supportive of the program, Forever Flawless, and there's a good list of 5 to 10 that are very pro the street closure on University Avenue. So I think that data is somewhat unclearly sourced. And I think the other argument that I just wanted to comment quickly on is this idea that we should shut down street closures for University Avenue to, quote, level the playing field. And I really think that what Palo Alto needs right now is an idea of expanding to do whatever we can for all businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Ross Mayfield. Ross, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ross Mayfield. I'm a Palo Alto resident and native. I've had the benefit of being active on this issue in particular since the crisis has started. I'm not alone. There's a petition on change.org where there's 2,600 people who have voiced support for the program, not just residents, but also business owners. I've been actively taking a survey of businesses to kind of track how revenue has progressed. And there's a couple findings that stand out. The number one to me is right now we're at the average restaurant or retailer has 60% of their customers being Palo Alto residents. Reportedly, prior to COVID, it was 30 to 50. Right now, there's a lot of concern that I truly feel, look, the program is a success, definitively for California Avenue, for the folks on University Avenue, and beyond that, for restaurants who have invested to expand their table space outdoors. Some of them face different constraints than others, but there's a direct correlation with how many tabletops are out there are the ones that are able to drive more revenue, and in particular, the ones who hustled during the crisis and actually stayed open to let people know they were open, making the rapid shifts that they have to for things like takeout, and then rapidly pushing out into the street, even if it's just into the sidewalk, if that's the opportunity. I believe in entrepreneurs. If you give them space and you give them time, they're going to make the right investments for their business. That's going to end up being not just good for the business, but will help save their downtowns. I do hear, however, that unfortunately a lot of people are engaged in kind of a zero-sum thinking, a fear that somehow if somebody else is getting more street space, that means it's taking away from me. I don't believe that's the case. I would encourage the council to think of a longer-term period to enable more investment and promote more to drive more people to come to Palo Alto downtowns as a destination before they go away.
Thank you, Ross. Our next speaker is David Epstein.
Yeah, hi. Thank you again for the council. That I appreciate the work that you've done so far. I want to support some of the previous speakers that really have kind of said that this is not a zero-sum game, that the goal should be clearly to increase traffic in the downtown area by opening up streets again to cars. All you're going to do is reduce the traffic again, and that's not going to help any side streets as well. So, like Ross just said, you don't win by making the the old joke of I have a broken arm. Please God, make my arm like the other one, and you break the other one. And that's not the way to do this thing. This should be increasing for everyone, and the way you increase it for everyone is to get these keep the University Avenue closed and increase the traffic, the person traffic and the bicycle traffic in there. The other thing I would like to ask is that that the city consider the one-way streets for Hamilton and Lytton. And the reason for that is to increase the parking, because as we do drive traffic for people to come and stay, what you don't want to do is have parking get impacted in any way. And I heard a couple of comments about the 25% open should be kept open. Let's get ahead of the game instead of being behind it and being reactive. Let's be proactive. Make those one way, which increases the parking by doing slanted parking or diagonal parking on those things. And I put a presentation together before, and I know that some others have put that before. That'll also help in front of City Hall, where the Black Lives Matter is. Both those lanes could be in one direction and increasing the traffic. So please keep this going and drive more traffic. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Ivan Sadowski. Ivan, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Korka Sadowski. I'm using Ivan's computer. I'm a resident and a registered voter here in Palo Alto, and I was born in Europe and lived in Palo Alto for 7 years now. But I want to tell you what's happening here makes a lot of sense. There was a comment saying it looks like Europe. I totally agree with that. I think that's really what's beautiful about the program happening here. So yeah, I hear a lot of conversations around businesses and restaurant and retail and more space, less space. That's great, and it is indeed very important. But I think what this program is all about is to put people back in the center of the city. It's about people. The city is about the people. The street is about the people. Not cars, no businesses, no retail. It's about the people. The street belongs to us. We have a beautiful, incredible weather. We have all the attributes that we need to make this a true success. True success. I live in Barcelona, in a lot of different places. We can make that even nicer than over there. So that's all I have to tell you. I think we need to own this thing. We need to take the pavement off, add some trees in the middle of the street. Let's own this thing. We can start with a couple of streets, and that would be very nice. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for this beautiful program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Our next speaker is Jordan Nari. Jordan, go ahead.
I appreciate you very much for the time. I represent Rangoon and Burma Ruby and Wahlburgers here in Palo Alto. So far, I mean, I completely understand with everybody who's off University Avenue and their perspective. And, I think Rob said something that kind of hit home where, it's putting us out of business. But honestly, I feel like we're all going out of business anyways. I mean, it's been really challenging. Given this opportunity has been really great. We've seen 30% to 40% max sales increase from when shelter in place started. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's not always going to be good enough, considering the high rent and everything we got going on around us. So, I mean, we definitely appreciate the opportunity. We're happy the biggest thing for us is we've been able to give people a great experience, and I love talking to the tables at night and hearing about how they're out finally and they feel good and they feel alive. So that's what we got in our industry for. So, that for that opportunity, we are grateful. If we could extend it, it could help, and hopefully it keeps growing and it gets spread around Palo Alto to the off streets, and Reposado can serve their great food out to more tables. That'd be great. So the more you guys could do to help us, we'd appreciate it. So we could serve the people of our community. So that's it. Yield my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Evan Hughes. Evan, go ahead.
I'm Evan Hughes from the Cool Planet Working Group at the First Presbyterian Church of Palo Alto at Cowper and Lincoln. Our group urges the continued closure and the enhanced bicycle parking in order to encourage pedestrian and bike traffic and discourage automobile driving. The reason is, of course, to avoid fossil fuel emissions that warm the planet. Our purpose is education and action on preventing catastrophic climate change. So that's why we have a perspective on this. We believe that these places for dining, shopping, and doing business will be more attractive to Palo Alto residents, will help build community, and therefore residents will do more of the shopping and dining downtown or California Avenue in town instead of at more distant locations. So basically, we want to avoid climate change, and pedestrians and bike-friendly measures such as this with fewer cars are what we're supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Our next speaker is Michael Eckwell. Michael, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you very much. First, I just wanted to thank the City Council, the City Manager, the staff has been doing a great job with the City Streets program, Summer Streets. This is just basically, I think all of our colleagues would tell you, it's just been a lifeline for our businesses. So we support the continuation of the program. As you know, obviously, as long as the shelter in place is maintained, we need that outdoor dining, but we also need to do something in terms of longevity of the program. So we just saw, and I think that if you surveyed every other restaurant in the area last week when it was cool on, I think, Tuesday and Wednesday, our sales were definitely affected. And what we're trying to do right now is basically survive. So some type of program that would actually allow us to do parklets or a more extended type structure using electricity, using some type of heating outdoors is going to be necessary as the weather changes. So that is incredibly important to us. We'll chime in tomorrow at the meeting with the city manager's office. Two other quick issues that we would like to bring to your attention is, number one, the tax concern with changing commercial properties. I know that this is kind of not a popular topic right now, but this would crush our business. And, you know, we're just coming up on celebrating our 23rd anniversary and hope to make it a little bit beyond that. So if that went into place, I mean, we would be looking at, you know, probably our property taxes going up 10 times in a triple net situation. So thanks very much. Please extend the program, and we appreciate the support of the city and the community.
Thank you, Michael. And our next speaker is Taverna. Taverna, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tanasi Pascalidis, and my business partner, Hakan Bala.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity.
We own Taverna Restaurant here downtown Palo Alto. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
We own Taverna in downtown Palo Alto here, right across from Whole Foods. First and foremost, we'd like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, for listening to our needs. When we did request, and we were some of the first to request these parklet extensions, we were listened to, and Public Works and the building department did listened to our needs, and we were granted a parklet when we took over 4 parking spaces that really transitioned our to-go operation into a full-fledged outdoor dining experience that has enhanced the downtown community and a great experience for our guests. It's enabled us to reemploy the majority of our staff. It's enabled us to continue revenue streams and to give back to our community. I would like to emphasize the fact that winter is coming. We need to really get together and think about exactly what's going to happen as soon as this winter changes. Last Wednesday night was our first cold evening, and it tremendously impacted our bottom line. It tremendously impacted the ability of our employment opportunities. And if that continues, or if it ever continues, we need to be prepared proactively to figure out exactly what we're going to do. I do have a plan of continuing our to-go operations. We're taking one of our kitchens and focusing solely on partnerships with DoorDash, Caviar, our own online platform, which I would encourage other restaurateurs to do the same. That does increase and create revenue streams to employ. Once again, this is not enough time. We need rapid approvals, please. Please listen to our needs. Rapid approvals. Winter's coming. We need a roof on our parklet. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Kleinberg. Judy,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. The Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce supports the staff recommendation to extend the street closures program through December this year and the parklet program through Labor Day of next year. With the predictions of the recession continuing through at least the end of this year, it makes sense to continue to help businesses attract customers and especially to compete with online buying. Key to the success of this program has been parklets that are essential to the financial ability of restaurants to reopen during the prohibition of indoor dining. Extending the permit period will make the parklet construction expense more financially feasible for more restaurants. The Chamber is concerned about the viability of side street businesses, especially restaurants, that have asked the city to enact strategies that will help them attract customers to their businesses. So we support the city's efforts to extend the street closures in ways that help those side street businesses. We're gratified that some of our suggestions, such as designated drop-off pickup areas, have been instituted, and we want to reiterate our request for sidewalk signage and related marketing that would inform and incentivize pedestrians to leave the main avenue and patronize side street businesses. Before the holiday buying season begins in a couple of months, we ask that the city turn its attention now to the retail sector and create specific strategies to support retail businesses, which were already suffering due to online purchasing before COVID ever happened. The experiment of street closures and pedestrian zones may not be perfect, and there are respected business leaders who are strongly in opposition to the closure of university at least. But so far we haven't heard any better strategy, and the city and resident created surveys both seem to reinforce the residents' enthusiasm for the program. What the city is doing in listening to concerns and making modifications is an acknowledgement of the benefit of boosting the community spirit and building community, as well as business success. Strategies that support more businesses should tip the scales in favor of positive outcomes for the greatest number of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Our next speaker is Stefan Heck. Stefan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And thank you to the city staff for the thorough analysis in your report. You spent the time to gather feedback and facts to support residents, retailers, and restaurants. I want to talk a little bit about the counter arguments you've heard tonight. Essentially 3. One is it's not fair to those not on university. It's essentially an argument that says inaction is better than saving as many restaurants as we can. It also forgets that there's 60,000 Palo Alto residents who need a safe space to walk, to eat, to shop, while we still have aerosols that are spreading COVID in any kind of confined space. The second argument is essentially doom and gloom. Retailers will die, so please don't do anything to change. I don't want to minimize at all that businesses will close. Our economy just shrank by 20%. There will be massive adjustments. We're all seeing it in our lives and our businesses. I'm a CEO here in Palo Alto. I talk to my fellow CEOs, dozens of them, and we coordinate on our strategy for reopening our offices. The reality is we can't bring any of our employees back until we have a vaccine. and you see the university making similar decisions, bringing back only half its students. Most of us will not reoccupy our offices until next June is the expectation today. Nobody really knows when the vaccine will be here. So if we're going to have downtown survive, it's not going to be based on office workers or tourists. It's going to be based on making it attractive to locals to eat there, to shop there, and to enable everybody to have outdoor space and parklets, whether on university or off. The last argument you've heard is that we need more cars, so that those cars can shop for accessories downtown. It's a bit of an outdated model, seems to stem from the 1950s. Cars don't shop anymore, phones do. People book online, they pick a destination online, and they shop online. So let's hear a plan that actually works. We need to market Palo Alto more online so that everybody, retailers, restaurants, everybody downtown and off the main streets can benefit.
Thank you so much. And our final speaker is Mark Cockab. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name.
That's all right. It's
I believe you need to unmute.
Hi.
There you go.
There we go. This is actually Megan Cockab. Mark, unfortunately, is not here right now. As final speaker, I would like to thank council. I would like to thank all the wonderful people who have been working very hard to put together the summer streets. This is something that they pulled together very, very quickly. As a business owner on a side street, I can tell you more than Mr. Mayfield or Mr. Epstein or Mr. Nari what it is like to own a business that is suffering. I understand that closing university is wonderful for pedestrians and bike riders, and the neighbors like to walk their dogs. And it's great for those businesses on University Avenue, but it's not great for us. We are down at least 25 to 30% than when we opened our original first couple of weeks for outdoor dining. I do keep hearing parklets. We need to get our parklets going. We were one of the first people to do parklets. And I do truly feel that if all businesses were given a parklet, even if it's going to be a plank style or if it's going to be a step down, if everybody was allowed one and we all went that route, we get good heating, we get good covers on them, and we do it properly, this will bring people to town. Having people out in the middle of University Avenue when it's cold, without covers, without any of that, that's not going to be it. We need to be a cohesive unit. All of us get parklets, get them looking beautiful, get some music downtown, get it fun, get it organized instead of looking hodgepodge. I'm not saying that the city meant to help some and hurt others, but that's kind of what's going on right now. And I know all of us aren't going to survive, but we have to do our best and we have to take care of each other. And we all need to be safe. And I think that parklets are the answer to downtown Palo Alto's problems.
Thank you. And that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to all our speakers. I think I speak for all of us when I say it's great and novel to hear from the business community in such large numbers. We really appreciate that. So we now return to council. Let's do a round of comments and questions, and then we can maybe do motions if we need to after that. Councilmember Niss.
So, and actually, I would make the motion if this was the time to do it, but I'd be delighted to when the time does come. So there are a number of comments that were made by people who just spoke, especially the last woman who said, what else can the city be doing? And I hope that is something we are thinking about. For me, it's such irony after years of discussing what it would be like to have either Cal Lab or University Ave closed, that the reason it got closed was this incredible virus that we're all dealing with. It's just amazing. And we don't even get to experiment in many ways because the virus, our reason for being closed or open, depending on how you look at it, is indeed something that we don't have a choice about. So we are stuck with a situation that I think is very admirable, but also, so this is going to be long term. Somebody mentioned some time ago that, and I have been in on most of the calls that Cal Ave and University Avenue have done once a week in the afternoons. But as somebody mentioned, we're a town of 67,000. We used to swell to 150,000 during the day. We cannot sustain what is happening, even though some of it is very good on a long term. When Google announces you don't have to go back to work until next summer, a lot of those people, Google people, Facebook people, and so forth, ate in the downtown. They were a number of the people who really helped maintain the downtown. They've gone at this point. Another thing, and an answer I'd like from one of you is, have we looked at other cities to see what they're doing? Is there something we can emulate? Is there something we can learn from? Mountain View is very lively in their downtown area, which is just one particular area in general. Sunnyvale has done their best with Murphy Street, and Redwood City has been hopping lately as well. Our city attorney could speak to that. So are there other things we could be doing? So I walked University Avenue this morning, and there are some restaurants that have really gone all out. And so as you look down the street, you spot them. And they are some of the restaurants that are doing well. So I'm pretty sure they paid to put up their lights and put out their green carpeting, their awnings, and so forth. But perhaps we need to have an overall look at our now closed streets and say, what can we do as a city to make this work even better for them? Because it's, without question, when it's working well, it's a great idea. So what I would say is, let's look further at how we make this inviting. I know when Cal Ave first started and I had my first lunch in the middle of the street, I felt kind of vulnerable sitting there. So as we add more plants, as we add some flowers, as we add that kind of sort of dressing to a street, it begins to look far more appealing, and you'll continue to go there on a regular basis. We've got a great challenge. We've also, so far, I think, had a good outcome, a good product. Stefan, I heard you talk about, people love to get out and walk down the street. So, this is sort of like, we got a lemon in the virus. We're making lemonade by closing our streets, making it appealing. And I think, congratulations to staff. I know how hard you've worked and you kept at it throughout the summer. And what we're going to call it from now on, I don't know. We've got to come up with a great new name. So maybe we should have a contest and have people in the community come with some thoughts and some guesses. Thank you, Adrian.
Thanks, Councilmember Niss. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Yeah, I echo all of my colleague, Councilmember Niss's comments. I want to just say a few things about the report we received, ask a few questions, and then I just have one or two suggestions. I greatly appreciate the effort to gather data and provide it as a table so we can see all those numbers. Thank you for doing that, including the utilization on parking. Appreciate that. The stakeholder engagement has really been extraordinary. I took a break from the biweekly Zoom calls over the July break because I had a lot of other things going on, but it really has been an extraordinary outreach, and I think that's reflected in the new connections that are formed between staff and the business. I found it interesting that 37% of the people said they walked to California Avenue or University Avenue. I don't think that's our normal percentage for how people get to a restaurant or retail. So that suggests that we might have opportunities in other regions, or we might need to think about how to encourage people to ride their bikes or wearing their masks or whatever. But that particular data point stuck out for me. In terms of the time frame, I really don't think there can be much debate that it needs to go through next summer. People have brought up the reasons already. when we might get a vaccine, large employers, changing when people will come back to work, Stanford, and also PAUSD, frankly, and how their operations will work. And then on questions, there was some reference both in the staff report and then tonight to rent, commercial rent. Is Project Sentinel residential only?
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. We have had some questions from some commercial tenants about how to have mediation with their landlord and have referred them to Project Sentinel, of course, if both parties are willing to participate.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Tanner. I'm happy to hear that. And I think that's a fruitful area. I know there have been a wide range of experiences with various landlords, and I think mediation is always a good first step. And then finally, I think whether it's plants or even, shall we say, small trees in containers, or a music program, again, that would be appropriate volume, or a rotating art collection, some way to activate those spaces that is both natural and creative. Would add, I think, to our collective experience, which isn't just about eating and drinking and shopping, but which is about, our opportunity to gather, which is so limited. So those would be in my, I can't remember what the third category, like comments about things we might want to do moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I see Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes. Echo previous two comments. I won't repeat them. Some quick questions. The staff presentation said that there were 2 applications for parklets on private parking lots, but I know I've seen probably 7 or 8 parklets in Town and Country itself, and they're very low cost. They're simply plastic traffic barriers. So are those unpermitted, or are those part of the program?
Yeah, at the time that the staff report was written, we were working with them to make sure they had the plan submitted to make sure that the traffic flow was still being maintained. So we're working with that landlord on them. They were some of the first to throw up those barriers even before council took action. So just making sure that it's all kind of properly permitted and that there's no risk to those folks who are dining or shopping there. So we've been with that landlord.
Do you know what those cost? I mean, it looks like it's easily under $1,000 a parklet.
The cost of those parklets, yeah, it's probably very low. It would depend partly for the water-filled barriers if they had those already because of construction, or if they rented those, and kind of the long-term rental costs might be the highest piece of those parklets.
Instead of specific dates, did staff consider just tying this to conditions, like basically allowing parklets while we're under emergency declaration, for example? Seems very hard to pick specific dates.
Yeah, we did pick that. I think that's still challenging for a business to know if they should or shouldn't make a large investment, because then the date is uncertain. So then whether we tie it to the local, county, or the state emergency declaration, I think that for most businesses, a level of certainty to say, okay, have X dollar investment over X time, here what I think the return will be, and can I swing that investment.
The other thing is I asked, I went back and found it. So maybe this is more for Molly, but the contract is pretty silent about the removal of the parklets. It says there's no vested rights, but we kind of rushed this out. I just want to make sure as we move forward, we're thinking a little bit more forward. So, is there any obligation to return the street to its prior condition? Who's responsible if we need to do a utility repair that's like under a parklet? Is the city liable for that cost? Is there any cap on that cost? And who's responsible for removing a parklet kind of at the end of the program? Are these things that we've thought about?
I'm going to let Rachel take the first shot at that. She's very familiar with the details, and any unanswered questions, we'll figure those out and get back to you.
Yeah.
Great. So in regards to, and I'll queue up Holly Boyd as well, as she is overseeing the issuance of these permits. There is language in the standards and other requirements that the parklets have to be removed. Any holes drilled into the sidewalk or relates to the curb or to the street for some of the things like the soft tip posts and stuff have to be repaired with epoxy. That the city can give 30 days notice, and the parklets need to be removed. And I'll ask Ms. Boyd if she can fill in on other aspects of it, but I will say, there probably could be some refinements in making sure we're clear, especially if we look to like a year-long permit of just exactly what might happen over that year, to your point, in terms of repairs and other types of things. Generally, we don't allow parklets over known access points to utilities. Obviously, there are utilities running under areas, and so even if the parklet's not over an access point, there could be a need for repair, which we would hopefully able to either delay until after the parklet program expires or the pandemic is over, hopefully, or if needed, we would have to work out how to get that work done if it is, absolutely needed to happen, during the time when the parklet is there. Ms. Boyd, did you want to add anything to how the parklet removal and permit things work in the terms?
Sure. This is Holly Boyd, Assistant Director for Public Works. Yes, the encroachment permit was meant to be application very simple document. It does reference section 12.12.010 of the municipal code, which goes into more detail about parklets must be removed at request of the city manager. If they aren't removed, the city will remove them and then bill the restaurant or applicant, whoever, the cost for the removal. Okay. And as Rachel said, none of the parklets are allowed to cover up a utility vault, just because we know we need access to those, especially the utility department. Most of the ones we find in the kind of the parking spaces are typically communication ones, but still, we have a lot of AT&T private utilities that need to get in there as well. So as a requirement of our encroachment permit, they're not allowed to install a parklet over a utility vault.
Okay, thank you. Very thorough answers. So yeah, maybe a chance to look at some refinements if we're looking at extending. I see the assistant city manager, just one quick thought on naming. I did see some of the survey responses. I do think, like, as you drive down El Camino, it just says Cal Lab is closed. So maybe something simple like open for business would help. It's just, it is a little confusing. Is it open or is it closed?
I've noted the exact same thing. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thank you, staff, for your report and your work on this, and thank you to all the people that called in. I have a few questions. So I know that the city recently put a notice on a bunch of business doors, kind of like a survey, and I was just wondering, is that what's actually in our report, or is that something separate?
That is separate, and I mentioned earlier that this was the informal vote or polling of the actual open businesses that wanted to identify themselves. So that information just came together this afternoon, so happy to share it with the council again. It's just a snapshot in time.
Okay. Are you able to share it now or no?
No, I think that would be a little challenging to try and pull together right now. But just, is there a particular data point you're interested in?
Well, I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to help some of these businesses survive, right? Because it's really tough, as everyone's been talking about. And so, kind of what I'm interested in is like, so before and after, how are things? I imagine for like restaurants where the streets now closed to cars in front of them, this is probably better, I would assume. And maybe for the ones that didn't have the benefit of having that, it probably didn't help them, I would imagine, but I don't know. But I'm interested in like sales data. I know that some members of the public tried collecting some of this data. I think you guys also tried collecting some of it, but kind of what I'm looking for is, how has this helped, right? And what's the spread of helping? And how many of these surveys or votes did you get back?
Right. Well, first, I don't think we collected any of that information in this round. And unfortunately, I don't have the numbers handy here, but I think anecdotally, which is really all we do have to base on, has been very mixed. And so to your point, I do think we've had some businesses that have seen it very successful. And quite frankly, those are the ones that have had their activity reinforced and as a result have expanded outdoors. So it's pretty evident which ones are really have been able to capitalize on the situation.
So are these like retailers or are these just restaurants? Do you know?
Primarily restaurants, yes. On the retail side, we've had, I'd call it very mixed results. To say it was supportive, I would suggest it's hard to draw I'll say a predominantly one way or the other. It's really been mixed in terms of generally supported or concern, but really not even among those with concerns, not very specific issues. Again, directly related to the closure or really the environment, the retail environment overall. Just a very broad mix of issues.
And for the restaurants that are on a side street where they didn't get the benefit of a closure, what has the feedback been so far, at least for what you've collected?
Yeah, again, I think anecdotally that it has been mixed. I would say generally more negative than those on university itself. And let's see, happy to invite Ms. Tanner or any of the other team members who would like to comment on what that feedback has been.
Yeah, I think that based on the survey data that we did have when we published the staff report, side street businesses were doing worse off in the downtown area than the ones that are located on university overall, like generally speaking, if you look at the median. But, there's only very few restaurants that are doing like superbly, where they're at, above 50% of their pre-pandemic revenue. So there are a lot of restaurants that are in the 30 and 40 or 20% range. And if you compare the side street businesses to the median for CalAv, it's actually a little bit closer there. So even though CalAv is very successful, I think a lot more density of restaurants in a smaller area. And I think when I visit there, it seems to be very popular. Still, when folks are looking at the dollars and cents, the revenues are still quite down. And in part because the evenings are very good on the Saturday night, Friday night, but weekday lunches, which there's no more, I shouldn't say no more, there's limited workers weekdays and weekday evenings, even happy hours, things like that. There's diminished business there. And so it's hard to overcome that decline in the customer base, I think.
Okay, so for retail overall, it's at best a push, right? And this goes for both university and CalAv. And then for restaurants, where they had the closure, it's generally been positive, right? And then for restaurants that are on side streets, is that also a push or is it negative?
I'm not, Councilmember, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by a push, but if it is
basically about the same, or well, I guess what I'm trying to understand is,
if I could be very clear, I don't think anyone, well, with rare exception, businesses are not saying that it's even.
Oh no, I'm asking is about I'm not asking is pre street closure to post street closure. That's what I'm not asking about. I don't think it's fair to compare against pre-COVID. I think that's too much to ask for. What I'm asking is this a net benefit overall after the closure, right? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking about, because I don't think that's a
gotcha.
To compare that. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Well, and I think, and again, I'm speaking anecdotally here, so Rachel certainly and others can chime in with more facts, but I suspect it's fair to say that among the retailers, none of them would say it's a push. That retailers are at best getting by and perhaps supportive from a community perspective, but I don't know that retailers have seen the closures as positive in any circumstances that come to mind. Again, not for their individual businesses.
So the closure definitely hasn't helped the retailers, is what you're saying?
I'm not sure I would be able to draw causality there, but again, I'm just trying to connect the circumstance or the feedback we've gotten to the situations that we're trying to evaluate. So that's it. Yes, I think that retailers, we have not seen retailers reporting that the closures have been positive for them. Now, I will share that today we even had a discussion of to what extent it would be possible for retailers to modify their hours to match the hours that the restaurants are seeing a great deal of business. And we got some really informative and valuable feedback, which is essentially to say that when people are in the evenings in particular out for a meal, that they're looking for entertainment, they're not looking for sales, at least in terms of the small group of retailers that we talked to today. And as such, when retailers have over the years experimented with extending their hours in order to be available when there's an evening peak of pedestrian activity, that it really hasn't reflected itself in sales. And so that was informative. And, you know, again, wouldn't presume for us to understand that, but it is a part of the dynamic.
And what about to the question about, so we did a closure of Cal up in University, but for the side street restaurants, are they doing the same as they did pre-street closure? Are they doing more? Are they doing less? Do you guys have a feel of that?
You know, I think anecdotally, again, that the reports downtown have been worse. That the reports that we've heard directly from restaurants on side streets have been that they feel that the closure has not helped them, and in some cases has hurt them. That said, you know, we have been continuing to experiment, and the Ramona closure this past weekend has received positive response from the restaurants on Ramona. And the reopening of that short segment of University between High and Emerson, which allows now traffic to come up to Emerson. I think all the restaurants on Emerson reported that they have an increase, they saw an increase in vehicle traffic as well as increase in parking on the parking lots in that area. So with only one weekend of experience, it's hard to draw a hard conclusion, but there was an increase in activity on those side streets this past weekend.
5 minutes.
Okay,
Sorry.
I have more questions, but I'll have to ask later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Can I find out, so Ramona is closed between Hamilton and University?
For the half block between Hamilton and there's an entrance to the building, an underground parking for the building at 250 University, I believe it is. So it's that half block.
Okay. And what other streets in downtown, side streets are closed? Are there any others?
Only University. There are no
Only
others.
University and that small section of Ramona. And is there any side streets that are closed on California Avenue? I don't think so, right?
There are not.
Not, okay. Thank you. You know, some of the speakers said some of the seating is for restaurants for the street. Some are 70, some are, how do you determine capacity for these restaurants? How many to put out? How many spaces for them to use?
Thank you, Councilmember Fu. That's a great question. The restaurants are not allowed to put out any more seating than they are permitted to have in their restaurants. So that is the cap of the number of patrons they can have. And Public Works does work with them when they apply for their encroachment permit. So what's the layout? Where are they planning to put their tables and chairs? Both to make sure that everything is the right distance from each other for the social distancing purposes. And then also to ensure that, you know, for areas where there are multiple restaurants next door, that, you know, not one restaurant is taking over, you know, more space than would be fair to the other restaurants.
Okay, that's good to know. So Mr. Fisher said that he had a petition that he submitted. Was that included, or basically what was the question that was on that petition, or what was the ask? Do you?
Actually, I just saw it during the meeting here, and so if it's useful, I do have this. Let's see. I think it's basically asking whether businesses were supportive. Let's see. So it's the statement on the petition, and it has roughly 10 or 12, maybe 10 to 15 businesses listed. Since the closing of University Avenue for the Summer Streets program has created a major hardship for restaurants and businesses. The hardest hit locations are on the side streets off of now closed University. While the idea was noble, helping a few only to starve the others is a very dangerous position for the city to be taking. We are petitioning the Palo Alto City Council to fully reopen the streets in downtown Palo Alto, not California Avenue, and return fairness and hope to all businesses at the end date of 8/16/2020.
Thank you so much, City Manager. I wanted to ask, approximately, so there's a lot of great data here about the Summer Streets program and how it works, but I was wondering, so approximately how much was waived in the fees and the, encroachment permits and so forth that the city has kind of incurred? Or, I mean, that's certainly something that I would really like to know in these updates, because obviously, there's revenues or maybe even costs or expenses that we're foregoing. Do you have any idea on that?
Great question. What I can say immediately, and I can maybe look it up in between, is that, for all the permits that we listed, I think the 22 parklets, the 15 and then 11 sidewalk enclosure permits, all those fees were waived. And I would say the parklet permit, is would cost it at the encroachment permit cost, but the parklet construction and inspection is much more than the typical review for tables and chairs on the sidewalk. And so I would have to look into that amount, but it is not insignificant. And I think, pretty meaningful contribution the city has made to support those businesses.
Good. So if I might ask for our next update, perhaps that would be something to be included for us to know and itemized also, just so that, we do know, we have an idea of what our contribution is to make these businesses successful. I don't know. I mean, is that something that requires a motion, or is this something that staff can take back and add to this report out?
Yeah, it's certainly something that we can add, I would say.
Okay, that's great. So besides the permits, are we paying for any of the flower pots, or I don't know what else is there that goes into making it look inviting and clean? And I know there's the signage and also advertising, right?
Certainly. Those are some of the things we have paid for. Any of the items such as, flower pots, tables and chairs, any type of ground covering, those are all the restaurants that are putting in their time and energy. Some things the city has done, twinkle lights on the trees on Cal Ave. We continue to do a street sweeping, which obviously something that we did before. Staff to make sure that all the barricades were in place. I believe we rented a number of A-frames onto which we pasted and posted different signage. And so those rental costs are being incurred by the city, as well as what we just discussed for the inspection fees. But a lot of the placemaking aspects of the different locations, the restaurants have really done a great job themselves of enhancing how their locations look and feel.
And is there any governing in terms of how far they can go with all the enhancing? So is there guidelines or some rules, and how much they can put out there? And
yeah, I would ask maybe Holly, if you want to respond to that, to how we kind of limit things. I think certainly we have had some instances in our parklet program of people going beyond what is listed in what's allowable, and so we've been dealing with that. But I'm not sure, Holly, when it comes to flowers and other enhancements, how the encroachment permit governs that.
Right. So for the flowers and plants and enhancements, we aren't monitoring that as long as it fits within the kind of parameters, the layout of the parklet. We haven't been monitoring that. And as long as they meet the guidelines for accessibility on the sidewalk, we haven't really, Public Works hasn't been inputting on that when people do their parklets. Some issues that we have had is building over the landscaping strip and sidewalk, extending parklets, and in one case attaching to their existing structure, which is not allowed. We don't allow any building over the public sidewalk. The only case that we do allow it is for scaffolding for construction. So that has been one of the limitations on some of the parklet installations.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just as you make the transition, I do need to correct something I said on the petition that was referenced earlier that I believe Rob Fisher circulated. That's what happens when I try to look at these things on the fly. I only saw the first page. There was multiple pages, so I think it was more on the order of 30 or 40 signatures that were on the that petition.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? I think Councilmember Philseth and myself are the only who haven't spoken on this round. Okay. Couple comments and question. So one, just again, thank you very much to staff. I really think this has been a tremendous and successful effort in Palo Alto, something new and different and really suited to the challenges we have in this extraordinary year. And to staff, I hope to some degree it's been a different, new, fun project to work on. So really want to emphasize that. Can we go to slide 6 quickly?
Yes, let me just bring that up. Okay.
Great, thank you. So Councilmember Cormack mentioned one of the figures here about the active transportation. So one, kudos to staff for tracking this. I know we continue to do so, and a number of our citizen volunteers track similar and other economic metrics. I really think this is the program success in a nutshell, right? Like, our residents are shopping at local restaurants and businesses. That was the point. We have gotten a lot of them to walk and bike. That is a good thing overall. 95% of people had a great parking experience. I don't think we're going to see that on anything else in Palo Alto. And I know the city continues to monitor any potential residential parking impacts. So this slide for me is just really what it's about and why we should continue it. My colleagues have mentioned things such as music and art, planters and picnic tables, agreed with all that. If there are cheap, lightweight, and kind of tactical things we can do to improve the experience, I would encourage us to do so. I think Councilmember Niss mentioned Castro Street and Mountain View, but Santa Cruz and Menlo Park has done a nice job too, a little bit more concrete barriers, flowers, potted plants, gives a nice ambiance. Of course, those streets are different. We need to do what's right for us. Do we have any data on any of the effects outside of downtown and Cal Ave, like Midtown, Charleston, El Camino, anywhere else in town looking at parklets or anything that kind of is in the theme or framework of this project?
Mayor Fine, we don't really have good data on that, and that would probably be an area where I would hope if we can spend some more time doing some outreach to those businesses, it would certainly be worth it to understand how they're adapting and faring.
What would it take to do that, actually?
Oh, the usual things. I think time and money probably, but I think one of the challenges that this, not so much the programs presented, is just the constantly changing nature of the pandemic. It does seem hard to kind of even just get our arms around Cal Ave and downtown. That said, I think one of the themes we are hearing tonight is how to look up from those two streets and look both to other industries besides restaurants and look beyond to the other businesses in the city, and certainly something we should focus on, I think.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. And it kind of gets into my next point, which is even if, these projects on University and Cal Ave are safe, people want to return, they feel fun, it's a good vibe, that doesn't mean they're economically viable. And we've had a number of people talk about how there are certainly winners in this program and a few businesses which may be losing out a little bit. And I think our next step is, as we hopefully continue these programs, how do we mitigate for some of those effects that may be hurting some of our retail businesses, some of the side streets, some of the areas in South Palo Alto that also support commercial activity. I think it was one of the speakers who mentioned, like, this isn't only about nice streets and, European feel and biking there. It's also that, like, we in Palo Alto all need to go and get food and a place to feel safe. So we should make sure that's geographically distributed. Quick question. Somebody mentioned Hamilton and Lytton. I know it's been floated for a long time, making that kind of a circulator with, Hamilton going from, I guess, Alma to Middlefield and Lytton going from Middlefield to Alma. Is that realistic? In the works, in the plans, anything there?
I would say, unless it's happening, not to my knowledge, there's no active or work that's currently happening on that. I think in general, we would consider that to be a very major project in terms of doing it in a manner that is safe for the traveling public. And as such, and given the nature of how tactical and reactive, quite frankly, this effort has been to date, hasn't really been looked at. This is certainly something that we'd want to talk to our transportation staff about as to how best to even consider options in that regard.
Okay, thank you. And then a few more questions about supporting some of the retail or non-restaurant businesses. One is, do we charge utility minimum fees for businesses that are closed? Like some of the salons on University have been closed for, months now. Are we charging them like a minimum hookup fee?
There are minimum, or what do we call it? Fixed charges is the term of art for water and I believe gas. And so there are some basic fees that then usage is calculated on top of those fixed fees. Okay.
And do we have any estimate like how much those fixed charges are? Is it like $100 a month or is it like $500 a month?
We did look at it. Be happy to get that information for the council. I would say, relatively speaking, it's all relative again, but it's a small number. I believe at most 100 or somewhere thereabouts.
Okay. And then the next question is, I've heard one idea floated a couple times. Mr. City Manager, you and I have spoken about this, about call it a COVID or a pandemic surcharge for businesses citywide to have the ability to tack on top of their bills, and they would be able to keep that revenue. And so, you go out, you buy your $10 pizza, you put a $10 or 10% COVID surcharge, you charge that extra dollar and you get to keep it. What does that look like, and what would that be in terms of implementing it here in Palo Alto?
Yes, perhaps just to bring the council and others into the conversation. This is something that a few businesses had suggested very early on in our business roundtable outreach, that a surcharge, again, that's kept by the business. It is uniform to the extent that the city endorses such a surcharge, but again, it's retained. The city doesn't collect. There's no remittal to the city, and distribution would be a way of creating kind of a level, again, playing field or level expectation that this is a charge that, being in Palo Alto, that all consumers should expect to see. City Attorney and I did have a chance to chat about it briefly, and I think to the extent that it is an endorsement by the city as opposed to a regulatory charge, I believe that's the appropriate distinction, then that's something that could be done relatively easily. And perhaps I ask Molly to chime in from there.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Yes, that's well put. And if the city wants to initiate an effort to describe that kind of an extra charge and endorse it and urge support of local businesses, passing a resolution, that kind of thing is something that we could look at doing. It would then be local businesses who would go ahead and decide that they wanted to implement that for them, for their business and their customers. Other types of more regulatory requirements are more complicated, and those would require a longer conversation with both our businesses and residents as well as with the council.
Great, thank you. And I see the assistant city manager. Just the line of my questioning for my colleagues is there's only so much we can do with streets and kind of open space. And are there some ways that we can't necessarily address rents or minimum wage that we can get some amount of money back into the pockets of our business owners in Palo Alto? So I would be interested in that. Okay, I see 3 hands, so I'm going to suggest we have another round of comments and questions. I will let everybody know it's 9:40, and so we are an hour and a half behind schedule, which is pretty much par for the course. So if we can keep these briefish to comments and questions, and then we'll have a motion after that. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your comments. I think, for tonight, I'd like to just make some quick comments. I'd like to separate the discussion between the street closures and the parklet construction. Overall, I think the street closures have been working well. It's been a great way to support kind of a select group of our local businesses. And so I think several of us touched on, like, how do we be sensitive about helping all equally? And is it time to start thinking about nonprofits, retailers, senior isolation, the other problems that we can potentially use outdoor space for? So I'd really like to see us start to branch out as we've gotten this program rolling, and thinking about other creative uses for city-owned outdoor space. I do think we need to continue monitoring traffic. As the mayor said, some residents are also tracking things. I think we're seeing fluctuations. It looks like we need to get Hamilton flowing well again, and I think there's potentially some implications there with the mural. And so as we move forward in our efforts against racism, I think we probably need to move beyond the mural and onto other things. So, I do want to point out we're using public right-of-way, which is a taxpayer asset, and we are supporting a relatively small number of businesses. I think part of what I heard is that while people like it and it's helping, it's still a small percentage of their previous business, and it's likely not, some of these businesses aren't going to survive. I think Councilmember or Miss mentioned, without that daytime population, without that large number of commuters, our business environment has really changed, and we're going to see that. For my questions, I do want to make sure that we have clear permits and that the city is really covering itself as we go. If we're going to extend these for a full year through Labor Day of next year, let's just make sure legally that we've taken the time to make sure that those things are solid. I really do think we need to prepare for both best and worst case scenarios. And if a vaccine were to appear, hopefully, are we creating some serious contention where retailers want the space or they want the streets back open? So hopefully that's a problem we have if we get a vaccine early. One thing I thought about was, again, this idea of fixed dates. Do we consider saying that the parklet is no cost while we're under emergency, but then we charge some value for it if we set it for a full year, but the emergency is not a year long? We could give certainty if people want to go for that period of time. But if a space is $25 a day or whatever the value is, maybe we trigger charging the value for the space on whether we're under an emergency or not. The other thing I really want us to emphasize again, well, another thing is, again, balancing intrusion in the neighborhoods. It's kind of symbolic, but decreasing the commercial RPP permits for each parklet created, it's not really equal, but I think it makes the point that we don't want to force parking into the neighborhoods. Finally, I just want to emphasize, I really think we need to continue to look at low-cost options. I think what Town and Country did is really illustrative. There's some high-end restaurants, some low-end restaurants, very low-cost approach. There was a company, VCG, that emailed the council. I called them. They're a Sacramento company. They are specializing in parklet construction, and they're serving clients around the Bay Area. So they're starting to standardize in manufacturing. They're driving costs down. They're focusing on a $4,000 attractive ADA compliant parklet. They said their goal is to support restaurants through a whole range, and they're talking about a total bill of $25 for 2 people to eat dinner. So, you know, we have to realize that it's not required to have these ultra expensive parklets, which is the reason we're being given for extending to amortize these costs. And I think we do want to try to support a whole range of businesses. So I really would like to see us explore some of these lower cost parklets and have those options approved, ready to go. So those are my thoughts. I mean, I think I'm generally going to be supportive of the motion tonight. I am not at this point in time really supportive of a permanent program. And I just, again, want to make sure that the city is protecting itself, maintaining its rights to reclaim this public property, and that we continue to drive down the cost so that restaurants outside of these 2 main areas could consider these options as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Well, I first see Ms. Tanner.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the Vice Mayor's question or discussion about the low-cost parklet. We did develop a set of guidelines for at-grade parklets, which essentially require, you know, some type of enclosure. You may, if you want to see one, Tuba near City Hall has one. They put up kind of some white picket fencing around their parking area. I believe they have some green turf down and tables and chairs in some of the angle parking spaces. So there's no platform there, and, you know, a little bit lower cost and easier to implement than the platform parklet option.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Niss.
So as I mentioned a whole lot earlier, Mayor Fine, I would like to make a recommendation and move the staff report, which includes number 1, receive the report, number 2, listed from A to Z. I'll read it if you'd like me to.
Hold on 1 minute, Councilmember Niss. We're still on comments and questions, but I will come back to you.
I'm sorry.
After I finish, I think Councilmembers Tanaka and Koo still want to speak.
Mea culpa. Okay.
No worries. Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you. So just wanted to kind of finish up. So I had just a few more questions. So one of the speakers mentioned that he felt that a low percentage of restaurants are actually being helped. And I guess I'd love to get the city manager's take. Do you feel that's true, or do you think it's more restaurants have been helped with this closure?
Well, let's see, I have to admit, I don't have a feel for the entire universe of, let's say, restaurants even citywide. I do think, you know, what we are doing is reflecting where we have a critical mass of restaurants that does allow, won't use that term, a location that people can go to that is easily predictable. And so that's really been a key foundation on the street closures being viable.
Okay. So we're looking to close some of the side streets. Like we closed half a street so far on one of the side streets. And I thought what the mayor was saying, and also I think one of the public speakers, David Epstein, talked about, perhaps one way. And so I guess I realized, and you answered the mayor's question, that it's going to be very complicated to do that traffic-wise. But I wonder if it might make sense for staff to kind of really think about, because if you make it one way, theoretically you could go down to one lane, and maybe one lane down the center, and then you can allow the restaurants, where there is what you call critical mass of restaurants, to expand to the center lane, right? So we can't close down all the streets because otherwise people can't park. But perhaps for streets that have some sort of critical mass, like you said, they could be considered to be one way. So I thought what the mayor talked about and what one of the public speakers talked about is actually kind of interesting. I've actually heard it from some of the other restaurant owners and retailers that I've talked to. So anyways, just wanted to, I realize this is not something we could do today because it's going to be very complicated. And I think actually it's really important that we do this quick, like whatever we do it quickly because as we heard, a lot of people are really hurting and they're hanging by their skin of their teeth. So, you know, one thing to consider is, I know that on Birch, you guys tried it, right, on Cal Ave. I mean, not one way, but you guys tried closing it, but there was, anyways, maybe that's one area to be a candidate to consider. But I don't know. I think the traffic implications are more complicated, and you have to kind of figure out how would it really work. But you know, I think, you know, for me, I'd like to see more restaurants and retailers helped. And you know, it's hard because there's a lot of issues going on, a lot of structural issues going on. One of the other structural issues that I think we need to think about carefully is expanded uses, right? So I know that our downtown retail zoning ordinance, you know, has a fairly narrow definition of retail, and this may be a little bit more longer term, but you know, a lot of people are being funded by, you know, PPP money or, you know, like perhaps rental deferrals, right? But that's only going to go on for so long, and we have the winter months that are coming up, right? So I do wonder, you know, and this is probably a bigger discussion is how do maybe it makes sense for us for the downtown retail for there to be expanded uses or expanded definition of what retail is, because I think what's worse is we start having a bunch of holes, right, in our retail landscape, and that creates a lot of dead zones, and that creates, you know, doesn't create a sense of place. It's not good for the community. So I think we have to think about how are these holes that might get plugged, right? So one other question I want to ask you is, an idea that's been floated out there is like the idea of having like picnic tables where it's not tied to a restaurant, but you know, maybe anyone can take out and go to that table, and so it's more of a communal, you know, table, right? That anyone from any restaurant could go to. Has staff considered that? And if so, where are you guys at on that?
Let's see, Rachel, feel free to jump in. I would note that exists at Lytton Plaza to the extent that that's a common location. In general, I would lend the perspective that having the individual restaurants take responsibility for the tables and chairs and hygiene associated with that does benefit us all, and not have that being a responsibility of the city. So with that, Ms. Tanner, anything to add?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the cleaning of the tables, which also directly is related to folks' level of comfort and safety sitting at the table, is really important. And so, you know, I don't know that we would be able to maintain, you know, wiping that off in between each guest, for example, which is what the restaurants are supposed to be doing in between each diner. And so hopefully sometime in the future, that's something that we could do. You know, we'd have the luxury of things being better, but I just don't know how that would work out practically.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how do we help people that don't have the luxury of having a parklet or a large parklet in front of their place. So that's what I'm just trying to think about. And you heard someone talk about, you know, more signage. I think several people talked about more signage, more marketing, right? And you know, we have a little bit of money set aside for COVID. Why not use some of that funding to really help boost, like, and I agree. I think the vice mayor or someone said that, oh, you know, it says the street's closed. So is it closed or is it open, right? So I think, you know, so there's some like marketing messaging that could be refined. But have you guys looking at some of that COVID funding we set aside, because it was kind of meant for this, right, to actually help us weather this severe storm that we're in, to do some marketing, right, to actually get, you know, drive traffic and make it, you know, create that sense of place, have, you know, more potted trees or something like that, right? That kind of creates more of a draw and traffic to that area.
I definitely think that's something that you know, Megan Horgan Taylor has done a tremendous job. The newspapers online, as well as signage. And so I know there's been efforts to get some additional banners and signage that are underway to address that issue of when you're on El Camino driving by, you're like, oh, it's closed, what's going on? But the message is kind of, you know, reversing that it's closed to traffic, but open to business. So how to make sure that message goes. And, something that we can hopefully put some thinking together with businesses is, the upcoming holiday shopping season is important for retailers. And so how do we think about that as a time for them to shine, and what kind of local marketing and encouragement can we do with our community to encourage people to get out and shop and, or visit the website of their local business and go pick it up curbside. So I think there are some opportunities, even as the weather changes for restaurateurs and outdoor dining, it may open up opportunities for others.
5 minutes.
Okay. I have a few more, but I don't know if there's another round, Mayor.
I think Councilmember Koo wants to speak, and then we should probably open it up to motions.
Okay.
Councilmember Koo?
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. One is, has any of the other, in other areas of town, not just University and Cal Ave, has there been any restaurants or businesses that's approached the city about moving out into their parking lot or something like that, like in Charleston Plaza or Midtown, south of El Camino? Has any of those approached the city?
We have had, Councilmember, we've had 2 businesses who have applied for using their parking lot for outdoor dining. And so those have been approved, and they have their tables and chairs in their particular parking lot. I would also note the Stanford Shopping Center, because of its setup, businesses have been able to operate there in a different manner, not necessarily needing the parking spaces, but so there is activity happening at the shopping center. And as we noted earlier, Town and Country has been also availing themselves of outdoor dining and retail. So as my earlier point, hopefully we can get out to some more folks to make sure they know what the opportunities are and to see what they're doing. If they're relying on pickup business, how are they kind of faring during this time?
And you're still going to be working with some of the retailers and some of the other restaurant owners on the side streets. That's not, you'll still be working to find a way in order to help them thrive or have some business, right? Come up with different ways. So then the other thing on the recommendations, item number C, is to extend the expiration date to 2021 September. How much of the reporting time, how soon would you be reporting to us, or how often would you be reporting to council as to how that program is going? So that I can expect.
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, we certainly would plan, if the motion is passed, the resolution is going to come back in December. That would be the latest. I'm sure we'll have updates in between, but come back in December for what do we do going forward with some of the programs. So that will be probably an opportunity for a bigger update of data. And then one of the things we certainly would want to do between, let's say, January and September of next year would be to discuss formalizing the Parklet program for ongoing, or if it's just going to be temporary. And so there could be some interim check-in points throughout that, winter and spring of next year around how is it going? What are we seeing? Is it something we want to continue long-term, or will it conclude, in September of 2021?
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Okay, let's open it up to comments, questions, and motions. And it's just shy of 10 o'clock. Councilmember Niss.
So I will go back a page or two here and make the staff recommendation, which will be number 1.
I'll second that.
Number 2 and number 3. I think number 2 is self-explanatory. We are going to extend the temporary street closures, and we are going to extend the temporary one on University to include the block between Emerson and I, extend the expiration date, and lastly, allow activities in addition to outdoor dining and retail to occur on temporarily closed streets. So what I would like to do is add some comments to what is number 3, which is to provide comment and further direction on the program. So first, what I would suggest is that and I'm not sure what to call it other than perhaps a series of field trips or calls to other cities, which you may have already done, but if you haven't, do that so that we're benefiting from what's going on in other cities. Secondly, do we have, looking at city manager for this, do we have an ombudsman program in place? Do our stores and restaurants and so forth know whom to call?
If they haven't, then by all means, Kara Apple, who is now on special assignment to my office, is our point person, along with Rob George, is our ombudsman people.
Does she have cards that she passes out? We ate last night on University Avenue, and I could tell the woman who owned the restaurant didn't know really who to get a hold of at the city.
Well, we can remedy that.
Okay, through cards or some visits or whatever that may be. I hope that we are just as visible as we can be in supporting the restaurants and the retail as we go forward. And as someone said, it's hard to believe we could be getting close to Christmas, or the holidays, but we actually are. And thirdly, what I would suggest is that we maybe, make a part of this really enjoyable and have some type of contest for what we're going to name our long-term closures, openings, whichever we may want to call them. So I quickly looked at Google, and there are a number of other names out there. Seattle's is called Stay Healthy Streets. Berkeley has one called Burke Safe Streets. Oakland has Slow Streets. So they're all over the country, but what they all emphasize is safety and exercise, as well as providing a different experience for the retailers and for the restaurants on that street. So I hope we can look at something like that and say, this may go on for some time. As I said previously, we've talked about doing this for many years, experimenting with it. Seattle, by the way, has 20 closed streets. And as I recall, New York has had a regular program, and I think they call theirs, it was just on the weekends, it was called Sunday Streets. So lots of examples out there, just, something somewhat lighthearted in all the serious business that we do. So thank you, Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. I have two brief amendments, but just talking through this, I think it's eminently the correct thing for us to do to extend this. All of you have raised good questions, potential add-ons to this program, which I hope staff has heard loud and clear. I don't like any of the names you suggested, Councilmember Niss.
You can come up with your own.
Maybe open streets or like the people's streets, I don't know, something, but contest is not a bad idea. So the two amendments I would like to make, and I'll make them as friendly, but if you don't accept them. So one is that I may need help from staff on this, is endorse the idea of a COVID percentage surcharge for local businesses. And so that is the brief idea we discussed, where businesses will be able to put some extra amount on their bills, and residents and visitors would be able to pay for it. I think that is a way to get cash in their pockets. And I think given the tenor and generosity of our community, I think a lot of Palo Altans would be happy to pay an extra 2%, 5%, 10% at our local businesses to keep them afloat. And the second is direct staff to come back with a retail support plan focused on vacancies and expanding permitted uses.
So I'm very enthused about direct staff to return with a retail support plan. I think that's really important. Endorse the idea of a COVID percent surcharge for local businesses. For a while, we had a surcharge that was going on for healthcare. Is that one still being used?
Not aware of that.
Was that, does anyone else recall that, or was?
No, it was health. It was health. And I remember that it maybe only existed for a brief period of time, but as you recall, it's not on there now, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It was in response to minimum wage that they started putting on a 4% healthcare, essentially addition for their employees. So,
Councilmember Niss, I'm not aware that that occurred in Palo Alto, although it may. It certainly did occur widely in San Francisco, where businesses were required to pay for living wage and a living healthcare, supportive healthcare program for all their employees. And many businesses chose voluntarily to identify that as a line on the bill, as a way of educating consumers about the reason behind price increases. But that's really different because that was a required program. It was a regulatory requirement of the city of San Francisco to those businesses. And this would be a little bit different.
So regardless, that apparently is not continued on. If it did exist, or perhaps I saw it in some other city, but I believed it was here. So in that case, Adrian, how do you want to come up with the idea of what the surcharge is? Is it 1%, 5%? What are you thinking?
Probably going to take Mr. City Manager.
Yes, if I might suggest that also be a direct staff to return component, and we'll do some outreach as well as develop some options for you.
I hope that takes care of it, Councilmember Niss. I'm not sure of the exact level.
Let's do as the city manager suggested, which is essentially come back, as it says, with options.
Okay. Would you accept these two?
Yes.
Okay. So I just think this is kind of expanding our local business support efforts. I talked through the COVID support percentage surcharge. And as for retail support, we've heard pretty loud and clear that our programs so far seem pretty effective at supporting dine-in and takeout restaurants. I want to make sure that we continue to support our local retailers as well, who may not be able to serve their clients on the street. But figuring out how do we keep those vacancies down and allow them to expand and change their businesses as needed.
And do we need to add a G that specifies some contact person, whether it's an ombudsman or something like that, or do you feel that's covered?
I feel it's covered. I think we can do that just with staff, and if we write the city manager again and just ask for something there.
But let's be sure it happens.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Niss. I see Vice Mayor Du Bois and then Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, excuse me, I'm going to be supportive of the measure. I wonder if we're maybe being a little overly prescriptive on E and F. I wonder, like on F, if just directing staff to return with a retail support plan and let them come up with what different degrees of opportunity there. It just struck me, and again, the COVID percentage, I think I need to learn quite a bit more about that. So I'm comfortable with staff exploring it. I think your intent, though, is really to branch out beyond the restaurants and just that really ask staff to maybe look around at what other cities are doing and come back with some options.
Correct.
So, yeah, so I want it to be broad enough and just not overly prescriptive.
So letter E, I think, is quite broad. We'll see some options from staff. I agree. I need to learn more as well. Letter F, those are just the two things I'm hearing from residents and businesses. One is a number of vacancies in downtown Cal Ave and thereabouts. And what I'm hearing from a lot of the property owners of those vacant retail sites is expanding the uses would really help them put a business in that spot. And
you're also intending to support operating retail operations?
Sure. I mean, I think that could be part of it. So maybe it's like vacancies, expanded permitted uses, and currently existing retail. I guess I'm just worried about quote unquote the ragged edge, but yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Tanaka.
Let's see. So I think item F definitely makes a lot of sense. So thank you for including that. One thing I was wondering if the maker and seconder would consider, and it's actually something the mayor suggested earlier, which is the idea of maybe making some of the streets one way, especially one where streets that actually have a large density of restaurants, like for instance maybe at Hamilton or City Hall as an example. I realize the city manager already said it's kind of complicated to make that work. But is it possible for us to have staff explore that option so that some of the side street restaurants could have perhaps bigger parklets? I mean, I'm looking at the maker and seconder, so I don't know if you guys.
You put it in. Sorry, just like a succinct proposal.
Yeah. So basically, direct staff to explore the potential of making some streets one way with a high density of restaurants.
So if you let me respond to that. As I mentioned, I have been listening to they've been once a week, half-hour chances, usually 45 minutes, to explore this. And this has been done so well so far, Greg. I don't think that we need to add it because they have been exploring that potential almost weekly.
Okay.
Should we try this? Should we try that? And I'll look at Ed again, but I'm pretty sure that we really have covered this.
Okay. Well, maybe not make it so specific, because again, one way is maybe not the best idea, but something where it's more of a right now we've been kind of which is not bad, doing test and learn, kind of experimenting, kind of a bit ad hoc, but perhaps think about the overall traffic pattern a little bit more systematically, so that perhaps there are more restaurants in downtown that could be helped versus just the ones on University. So that's the idea, is to see if we look at this a little bit more holistically, is there a possibility of doing that?
I'm not enthused about adding that, but perhaps the mayor wants to comment.
Well, I'm somewhat persuaded by what the city manager mentioned earlier, that making some of these streets one way is actually really quite a big endeavor. Closing a street to auto traffic and making it safe for pedestrians and bicycles is one thing, but making streets one way is really a heavy lift. So I'm not really persuaded this is the thing to do this year.
Okay. So move on to the next one then. Next one is something that one of the members of the public has talked about, and I think even some people here, which is, can we allocate some of the, let me ask you, and maybe actually ask the city manager for this first. Right now, where are you guys getting the money to do the marketing? And if you actually had more money for the marketing to actually promote the streets, what could you do with it?
Let's see, I will have to ask Ms. Horgan Taylor to respond on the current funding source, because I'm quite frankly, I haven't been tracking it that closely. I know that it has been largely catch as catch can, and we will need to do a new push once we have settled on the new branding for the upcoming fall season. So clearly there will need to be some expenditure, and so I think we can incorporate the wording into the next push. I will note, Councilmember Tanaka, the irony of you being so supportive of marketing expenditure, and I really appreciate that. And staff,
well, not for utility bills, but for marketing the street, yes, but not for utility bills.
Understand. So with that, Ms. Horgan Taylor, if she's available, perhaps could speak to funding and what that landscape looks like. Or perhaps not. Maybe catching her off guard. Councilmember, how about we keep going? And
I guess the reason why I wanted to suggest this is to see if we could get this in the motion to help. I think we've all talked about this. If we put a little bit more wood behind the arrow, could this program be even more? And we actually allocated money for things like this.
Well, certainly speaking on behalf of staff, that we will certainly put together a robust program, and if there's any special appropriation or allocation necessary, then we'll be happy to come back to council.
Okay. The other thing is, I think a lot of the, especially the restaurants, they have relatively high utility bills. Commercial rates a lot higher than residential, And while we have deferrals, a lot of the PPP money is running out, as most of you guys know. And and I know some restaurants have been asking about utility bill forgiveness. And I was wondering if the maker and second would be willing to consider some sort of utility forgiveness program that would be funded by the COVID fund that we put together.
So I'm certainly willing to consider it, but I wouldn't consider the source until we get to that COVID
Okay,
fund.
it doesn't have to be that's the source, but just a way to kind of help these guys out.
I'm happy to put something in there, like, and Councilmember Niss, you should weigh in, consider utility relief program. I'm happy to do that. I don't think we should assign it to the COVID relief fund right now, not knowing everything that can go in there. I don't want us picking and choosing an item each week for that.
I understand.
There will be an issue though with using utility funds for that.
Oh, because of the transfer.
Yes.
Because customers, all the bills are based on the cost of serving the customers, and we don't shift those costs between different groups of customers.
Okay, but we can consider utility relief in some forms. We're just shifting it to
general fund.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Niss, will you consider utility relief?
I don't think it's
for businesses.
Not for me.
Okay.
If I knew exactly how we would provide it, are we saying from the general fund?
No, I think it's something for staff to come back and, see what makes sense.
Why don't we just say direct staff to consider the option of some type of utility relief? I don't think we'll know what it is, but we can take a look at it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think a lot of the restaurants in the area would really appreciate that. Let's see. So, by the way, the other thing I forgot to mention is to create more of a place of space in terms of, so besides money for marketing, but perhaps the other thing to consider is like, I think Councilman Ku talked about like trees or something, right? So that it like maybe like, what do you call the trees in boxes? Movable trees? I don't know, but I think that's the other thing that would help is to help make the program more successful is to make it versus just the the sawhorses with a sign taped on there, right? Maybe something a little bit more that creates a better place of space. I think would also be good. So that's something else I think we could consider. So I have a couple other comments here. One of which is I heard from a lot of restaurant owners that the minimum wage is really tough, right? And so I do wonder if there's something that we should think about is some sort of temporary relief, just to allow them to survive, because I know that it's really hard for them to hard for them to be able to stay in business. So that's something maybe I'm not gonna make a motion for that, but that's something to think about. The other comment I wanted to make is
let me respond to the one about minimum wage.
Sure.
That's an area I've been very concerned with. And the difficulty, as you probably remember, is it's a state law, not a local law. And we, when we discussed this previously, which is now several years ago, that was our biggest problem, was that it was not only at the state level, but it was very strongly supported by the unions. So I think those of us who had realized that was a problem didn't see an avenue at that point that would have been successful.
Well, I'm just giving you feedback that I heard from various restaurant owners.
Yes.
But I don't necessarily have a solution for it. One other thing I was thinking about, and I think the mayor's idea is kind of in the right direction in terms of, or his heart certainly is in the right direction on the COVID percentage charge. But the one thing I worry about, especially for restaurants, is because a lot of what restaurants make on, especially the waiters, are tips. And what I wonder, and what I worry about is if we do this, would it just come out of tips, and would they actually get more? So I think the idea of for the city manager to go talk to the various businesses, see if it makes sense, and if whether they actually think they'll actually get more money, I think is definitely the right right move. Okay, last comment here is I just got a idea from someone who emailed me what to call the street, and I don't know if you guys like it or not, but it's Palo Alto Live Street Program. Just throwing it out there. Maybe you guys will come up with something better. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine and Councilmember Niss. I'm particularly excited to see D. Ms. Tanner mentioned it briefly. Nobody has really talked about it very much, but there are a lot of activities, as I said, besides eating and shopping. And I know that members of the community are looking forward to those happening. So that's great. E, definitely need to understand more if this is optional or required and the flow of the funds, et cetera, et cetera. F is very important. 2 years ago, I remember talking about how, the shift we're seeing in the city and the state and the country particularly less so across the world, from buying things to buying services. And the pandemic and the economic disruption is accelerating that. And so I think F is very important as we think about the fact that people are and will be buying fewer things in person. What will bring people to spaces? What are the services, frankly, that they need? So I'm very excited about F. G is confusing to me. I feel like we already did this. We already asked staff to come back and give us the descriptions. I took a brief moment, but wasn't able to find. I know the Utility Advisories Commission had a list of things with the fixed charges, et cetera. I'm pretty sure staff already came back and told us about the programs that there are. Am I remembering that correctly? City manager is nodding.
Yes, we did some reporting on the low income or rate relief programs that are currently in place. I think what the mayor was suggesting was a question of, well, a very specific one around for closed businesses, if they're still being charged, or what that amount is, and what options might be there.
Okay, that's very different though than targeting specific things to an industry, which is what I think Councilmember Tanaka is expecting, and that's not something I'm necessarily comfortable with. So this feels very broad to me. It assumes that we're going to provide utility relief, so I'd rather understand, the problem before we leap to fix it.
So looking at letter G, I agree. It's pretty broad. It doesn't even mention for whom. Councilmember Tanaka, Councilmember Niss, would it be okay to have direct staff to return to council with
Yes,
utility relief for closed businesses, something like that, closed retail businesses, and returning to council? I mean, it's not necessarily something council has to act on.
because I think that was the intent.
I think so too.
Let's spell that out.
How about also for restaurants?
Well, that was not my intent. My intent was pretty specific for retail shops that are closed because of COVID and yet are still paying that hookup fee.
Great, I can support G. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to close by saying that, staff has really done some extraordinary work here. And I'll echo what the mayor said, that I hope at least some of it has felt, that it's making a difference. It certainly is making a difference, to the people who live here and have the opportunity to do more than stay inside their homes. And it's certainly providing a lifeline for some of our businesses.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Mr. Vice Mayor, I see your hand, but I assume that's from earlier. Okay, thank you. With that, it's 10:20. We have this motion. Once again, thank you to staff, public commenters, and my colleagues. Let's please vote on the motion in front of you. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to raise my hand and was not able to do it fast enough. But no, just real briefly, I think we got two choices here. This has been, has been, very helpful to a certain slice of businesses, and it's saved some businesses. We got two choices, which is, one is to extend it and look or to keep going and try to extend it to other things like retail and side streets and so forth, which is what we're doing here. The other is to throw it away and start over with something else. And I think this is the right direction. And so that makes sense. I think as one of the public speakers said, we're probably in this for another year until everybody's vaccinated. So this should keep going. Yes.
Thank you. And here. Councilmember Fine is a yes. Councilmember Niss?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, staff, for your hard work on this one. Our next item for the evening is item number 8, which we had moved up to after 6. This is 2353 Webster. 2 points of order before we get there. One is, does council want to continue tonight at 10:25? I see some of us yawning.
I'd love to.
Yes, nodding. Mostly. Okay, so we will continue.
I think we should see how much public comment we have. I mean, this could be very late.
Could be. And we may not get to the EV ordinance. I'm going to suggest we take a quick 5-minute break, though. That streets item was quite long.
Could I make a suggestion? Could we do what you've done some nights, which is listen to all the public comment, but take up a solution next week?
Let's see where we get. If we have an hour of public comment and we're all brain dead, absolutely. If we have 30 minutes and we think we've got something quick, let's go for it and get this project off the city's books, whichever way it goes. Okay, let's get back here at 10:30, please. Thank you, everyone.
On a special KZSU broadcast of the Palo Alto City Council. It's the second broadcast of this month, and these broadcasts are provided by KZSU as a service, Democracy in Action, gavel-to-gavel coverage, as we have done for many years. We were not funded by the Palo Alto City Council, losing on a 4-3 vote, which was over the budget debates as cuts due to COVID continue. But we are, as a service, we are broadcasting again this month for the month. We're looking for underwriting, sponsorship for this program. And so if you know anyone, please contact KZSU Radio. It is an honor and a service to do it. It's great working here with Wes. Got Wes right here. Got my producer, Mark Lawrence, tweeting and working phones and all the stuff at the station. We also have Kevin here also on the TV side. I'm Vince Larkin. Tonight, the council, well, they took a look at what's going on outside with all the people dining. They showed the Rose and Crown, which is expanded. They've shown various restaurants, but it seems like it's just favoring certain areas, California and University, but the retailers don't feel like they're getting the love that they should be getting, and then other restaurants that are on ancillary streets are not getting it, and this has led to cafes as well. Some disgruntled, some restaurants get 40 seats, others get 27 seats. That was something that was also approached in tonight's questioning. Liz Niss really brought up the fact that one thing that has changed is when Google says everyone can stay home, Facebook says everyone can stay home till 2022 or 2021. That really eliminates a lot of people who were the lunchtime and crowd in downtown Palo Alto. But they went ahead and they're going to expand it. As Phil Seff said, well, this is really the only thing we have. Expanding it is the only really answer that we have. McCormick praised the staff for their work. So they're going to extend the university through December of 2020, and also California through the December of 2020, and the Parklet program through September of 2021. And they've also allowed for opening more streets and then putting in like music and that sort of thing. one thing that was brought up is what about like having tents and those kind of things when things get cold in December? Of course, it'll be hot through probably mid-October. Then the fall will come hard, and then you'll feel it you'll feel the winter in December, late November in December. You'll feel it. And will people be going outside? Will they be going outside, and will restrictions be lifted for inside dining? As Phil Seff says, it's probably something they're going to be dealing with for a while. But in the end, they were able to add also a surcharge that was something that is an added charge to customers that businesses can keep, and also more representation for businesses in that. So that's where we are with that. Interesting piece by Gennady Shaner, the Palo Alto Weekly, talking about this big issue that they addressed tonight, that had to do with outdoor retail and what they can do. Judy Kleinberg, of course, spoke, and she was eloquent as usual for the Chamber of Commerce. It says, could summer streets continue through fall and winter? This is in the Palo Alto Weekly. To help businesses satisfy patrons, City Council considers tweaking, prolonging the popular program, which was done tonight. Buoyed by the rave reviews of the city's new outdoor dining scene, Palo Alto leaders are considering keeping California and University Avenues closed to traffic until the end of the year and adding a car-free zone on Ramona Street. The City Council on Monday is expected to vote on a proposal to extend what is known as the Summer Streets program and to make numerous adjustments, including the addition of new downtown block to list the closed streets and continuation of the city's new parklet program until September 2021, and all of this was done just now. If the council approves the staff's accommodations, summer streets will effectively become the new normal in Palo Alto at a time when downtown offices and business parks remain deserted and local restaurants and retailers are starving for customers. A new report from the Planning and Development Services Department underscored the business community's economic prospects, which it said remain dim. Prior notes that the Stanford Research Park employees have traditionally made up a significant portion of the customers for local retailers, restaurants, and service providers. These days, only about 10% of the park's 29,000 employees are on site, according to Jamie Jarvis, who manages the park's transportation demand management program. With global travel limited and Stanford classes not in session, customers' base is further diminished, the report states. Revenues are plunging. According to a city survey, local retailers and restaurants are currently bringing in 25 to 60% of their pre-pandemic revenue.
That are here in support. So let's go ahead and let them go.
I think so. I doubt we're getting to the EV item tonight.
Mr. Mayor, do you think it makes any sense to just do the EV item and push off the longer item?
I look to you all.
Oh wait, sorry. I only misheard the first part.
I think the suggested that we just do the EV item and we don't do the Webster Street house.
Good idea.
We're open to motions. If there's something you guys specifically would like to do.
I'll make that motion. Just, I think it's too late to really hear the whole item. We would either hear the public and stop. We could complete the EV item and just, I think, push off the quasi-judicial item. So I'll make that motion that we hear the EV item tonight.
Okay, I see a bit of a stare from the city attorney, so.
Yeah, so just to note that I believe this is a public hearing that needs to be continued to a date certain so that it won't need to another round of neighborhood noticing. Am I correct, Ms. Tanner?
You are correct, Molly.
Okay, so Mr. Vice Mayor, you are moving to delay item 8, the public hearing on 2353 Webster, to a date certain. Do you have a date in mind?
Yes, next week.
Can the clerk remind us what's on next week?
In the beginning of the meeting, you have the 2 hours for the auditor. And then we have, let me look at the agenda.
Then we've got the carbon neutral and ADUs. Probably going to be another night similar to this that goes till 11:30 or so. Okay, so the vice mayor's made a motion to move item 8, 2353 Webster Street, to next week to continue the public hearing. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Niss. Would anybody like to speak to this? Okay, so let me just get my voting card ready. Okay, so moving 2353 Webster, Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Okay,
I'm sorry, you broke up there for a moment.
that was a yes.
All vote no. Councilmember Niss,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have now moved item number 8, 2353 Webster, to next week. On behalf of the council, I just apologize to all of you who have stayed on this call for so long, to the applicant and appellant as well for the delay. I know you were all hoping to get to this, and we will get to it next week and notify you as soon as we can about the timing for that item.
Mayor Fine?
Yes.
Because it's being continued from this week, it should be the first item on action next week.
All right, we'll do that. So around 7:30 or so next week. Okay, Miss Tanner, EV charging. You are the woman of the show tonight. If you could help explain to us this EVSE installation and compliance with some accessibility laws.
Yes, indeed. So is my screen sharing?
You are in presentation mode or
Right.
presenter mode.
Is that good now?
Perfect.
Excellent, thank you. And I want to note we've got Sam Gutierrez here, who has just done a fantastic job shepherding this project really through. He's one of our current planners, and really this is his extension into more policy planning, kind of addressing problems that he has to deal with as a current planner, things that wouldn't fit into the spaces that people had, and especially when it comes to EV chargers, something that we really want to see proliferate here in Palo Alto. And so thinking through how do we help those folks, particularly those who have existing parking facilities, accommodate electric vehicle charging. And of course, as you know, with planning, once you start pulling one thread, you start to pull out some other issues. And so he was able to work and kind of unwind that. So we have Sam who's with us, who will be available for questions. So with that, I will briefly go through the presentation. It's relatively straightforward, but of course, happy to answer any questions that the council has. So we'll review just the proposed code updates, the timeline, and the summary of the 7 changes that are proposed and that are in the recommendation. So first is that we want to reduce the standard vehicle parking stall dimensions to allow installation of EV supply equipment, which is both the charger itself, but also the other equipment that's related to electric vehicle charging. We want to reestablish the opportunity for folks to have bike parking replace required vehicle parking, which was previously in the code but had been removed. We want to establish language that governs motorcycle parking and defines that. Provide local standards for lot restriping and maintenance. Bring local code language in compliance with state requirements, and particularly with the ADA, Americans with Disability Act. Enable parking retrofits for accessible parking and EVSE utility equipment, and adjust codes associated with the proposed changes to provide internal consistency and clarity within our codes. So in terms of timeline, this was first explored in March of 2019, including discussions with the PTC, and then was percolating a lot last year. In this January, we went back to the PTC with some draft code changes and got feedback at a study session, and then brought those proposed changes to the PTC in May 2020, and then now we're here before you with the proposed changes. So heading into the first item, we have reduction in stall size for electric vehicle supply equipment. So you can see here on the diagram that's on the right, the proposal is to allow the electric vehicle charging equipment to encroach into the parking space. And so you can see, hopefully you can see my cursor, this lightning bolt charger is here, and it's encroaching a little bit into each of these 4 spaces. Previously, we had suggested to either adjust the lot size or the parking stall size, or possibly even have to remove a parking stall in order to have an area that is accommodating the equipment. But if the equipment is small enough, it can actually encroach into the parking space while still leaving an area where a vehicle could park. Perhaps every size of vehicle can't park there, but most vehicles could still be able to use that standard parking space. And so this would allow for more EVSE equipment without decreasing the overall amount of parking spaces provided in a parking lot. And again, this is looking at lots that are retrofitting, that are existing lots for existing buildings, where the building really isn't changing its use or needing to do major renovations. And so they're trying to add EV chargers to their existing parking spaces. Number 2 is the bike parking substitution for car space. So this would allow more bicycle parking. It would allow up to 8 short-term or 4 long-term bicycle parking spaces to replace 1 car parking space. And the substitution would be for those bike spaces that are above and beyond the required bicycle parking. The maximum substitution is 2 parking spaces or 10% of existing spaces. And so this would allow those places that maybe they get a lot of bike traffic, but they just cannot fit more bike parking in their parking lots or on their property, or in the right of way or other places where bike parking might typically go. And so this is allowing us to encourage our mode shift to walking and biking and enhancing that opportunity. 3 is motorcycle parking. Currently, our code doesn't define what motorcycle parking is. And so by establishing what motorcycle parking is and how it can be used, parking lots or even garages could use kind of leftover space, if you will. So you can see in this image up in the upper right, how a motorcycle is parked in space that couldn't really accommodate a car because it's not the size needed for a standard parking space, versus this image here where 1 motorcycle is taking up an entire parking space. These spaces would not count towards their required vehicle parking, but they could, again, allow more spaces to be used for motorcycles so that they're not taking up an existing vehicle parking space. Number 4 is regards to lot restriping and maintenance. Often what can happen when someone is trying to restripe their parking lot or do some maintenance, they may need to adjust their parking stalls to the current code standards of the dimensions of the parking space. They may need to add in tree canopy or other things. They may need to add in a trash enclosure if they're going from one use that, let's say it's a retail shop, they're going to a restaurant, and so they need a larger trash bin, and so they need to have a larger trash enclosure to have that trash bin. There's all kind of things that once you start restriping an existing parking lot, you may need to add and reconfigure your parking lot, and that can actually cause the need for you to adjust the number of parking spaces that are in that parking lot. And so this would allow for minor adjustments and reductions in the number of parking stalls that are in a parking lot, but again, to be able to accommodate the multiple things that may need to be upgraded there. How this kind of relates to EV charging is you can imagine that there might be a need to do all the things at once. You're adding EV chargers, so maybe you're adding a transformer. You also need to add your trash enclosure. You're adding some landscaping. You're dealing with stormwater. And so this would allow for a director's adjustment to have a case-by-case review of those projects and to make some of those minor adjustments and still have the facility and the use be compliant with the code for that use that's attached to that parking lot. Number 5 is state law compliance for accessible parking and EVSC. And so this would update our state law for our local laws for consistency with state law. A couple of them that are in AB 1100. And so one of those laws says that an EVSE or an EVSE ready parking space counts as a standard parking space. This is already the practice in Palo Alto, but it became a state law so that every city, some cities were saying, oh, that's an EV parking space. It doesn't count towards your required parking because it's for an electric vehicle. We didn't have that problem, but we'll make sure our code is consistent. And also for accessible spaces, an accessible, disabled, an ADA accessible parking space would count for, that is EVSE or EVSE ready, would count twice towards the parking requirements. And so you might think, how does that work? It's counting twice. So you can imagine you have an ADA space that is a van accessible space. And so you have the space for the vehicle, and then you have the area that's next to the vehicle to open the door and allow the user of the van to exit that ADA parking space. And so it really dimensionally takes up about 2 parking spaces. And so by counting that as, instead of saying that's 1 space, you know, let's say someone needs 10 parking spaces, they've got to add an ADA space because it's required. Well, now suddenly they only have 9 spaces. If we count that ADA space as 2 parking spaces still, they still have their 10 spaces. So it's a practice that we actually had engaged here, but we really hadn't actually codified it. And so this both helps us be compliant with state law and have a good practice so that we can be consistent with how we count our ADA spaces and helping for local businesses and others to become compliant with accessibility requirements. Number 6, local code compliance with accessible requirements and retrofitting EVSE. So again, very similar to the related item. If there are accessible parking upgrades, it formalizes the required accessible parking upgrades and minor parking space loss, again, allowed in order to have the accessibility and to comply with the ADA, which we need to do as federal law, and allows for minor parking stall loss for EVSE utilities equipment. So again, you can see in the lower right picture here, this is the transformer type of equipment that you might need, or other type of larger utilities equipment related to the EV charger. It isn't just the charging station that we talked about in number 1 that might be in the parking stall, but other equipment. And so figuring out where that could be located on site, it may not be able to be in an area that's unused. And so this again gives the flexibility to be able to adapt to that. Again, we try to all costs to maintain parking, but this gives flexibility for those, again, existing spaces that are being retrofitted. And lastly, code cleanup. As you can imagine, with the proposed changes, we want to make sure we have internal consistency within our code, that we are creating our definitions, and that we are updating the language so that it can apply to the downtown as well. And it provides one set of code regulations regarding the downtown. There was actually kind of an area where the code for downtown was in 2 places, and it was essentially the same, but that was confusing depending on what part of the code a user might be reading. They may catch it or not catch it. And so we want to just bring that into one place, say it well once, and have that be unified. And again, it ensures consistency between different parts of our municipal code regarding these regulations. So our recommendation is to adopt the proposed ordinance, which is attachment A, amending Title 18, chapters 18.52 and 18.54 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code. And then I don't know if she's still here, but we did also have Doria Suma, a planning commissioner, who was here on the Zoom if you have any questions for the Planning Commission. And that is the end of the presentation.
Great. Thank you both so much for your work on this and for the detailed presentation. Let's go to members of the public who may wish to speak on this.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor, find there's no raised hand, so the public hearing opens and closes at 10:46 p.m.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Minor, and thank you, Commissioner Suma, for joining us and sticking with us this late. So let's please return to council. I'm going to open it up, given the hour, to comments, questions, and motions. Probably great to start with comments and questions, but if you want to make a motion, go for it. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. So just one question. We're talking about parking lots here. So does this cover parking lots in apartment buildings?
Yes, this would cover, it covers existing parking lots, which would include residences.
So my understanding of this issue is if you own an apartment building and it's got an apartment and it's got parking lot, up until now, if you wanted to put EV chargers in for the parking spaces, you would have to actually lose some parking spaces in order to do that. And this makes you not have to do that. Is that correct?
Yeah, do you want to answer that, Sam?
Sure, absolutely. So the issues that we encountered with this were actually a combination of potentially losing parking space if they had a parking space to lose, because the code did not allow you to lose your minimum required. So if they were at the minimum required, it was
They
just
couldn't do it.
you couldn't do it unless you had some type of area, in particular to your example for multifamily, like if they had an underground garage, there's often a support post somewhere, a support pillar, a concrete pillar in that garage, and that actually had a wider area where then they could actually put an EV charger because the support pillar itself for the garage acted as a collision protection as well. But of course, that wasn't every parking stall. That would be, every 5th or 10th stall, depending on the design. So it was very problematic. It would limit them to essentially putting a wall outlet where then they could plug in the low voltage charger to their EV vehicle, which of course wouldn't necessarily give them a full charge in a short amount of time. Where our code updates here allow for a level 2 or a level 3 charger, which are more of the rapid high energy chargers, to more quickly and efficiently charge an electric vehicle to 50 or 100%.
Right, which is what you really need. Okay.
Correct.
So, so thanks very much. Thanks to staff for doing the work and bringing this forward. I think this is one of a number of steps that we have to get through, if we're going to make it possible to do large-scale deployment of EV chargers in multi-unit buildings, which is where 40% of Palo Alto lives. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Philseth. I have 2 quick questions, but then please hit your hands if you have any you'd like to make. One, do our EV charging, do we have any control or interest in advertising on some of these EV charging devices? I've seen a number of companies that have, like a little screen and it plays an ad for you and steals 30 seconds of your life. Do we have any interest in that? Was there any look at that? I'm just wondering.
Well, I suppose primarily these regulations would be addressing the private installation of a charger. I suppose if a business wanted to have, or an owner and installer of a charger wanted an ad to play on it, I imagine that would be allowed if it's on private property. I'm not really sure how that would be governed, but if you're speaking of public chargers and public property, I might have to look more into what we are thinking of as a city in terms of city-sponsored chargers.
I don't have a position on it. I mean, I think in a private lot, you should probably be able to do what you want in a public facility. We may have a different interest there, but just a question. And then the other one is, I noticed in the report, long versus short-term bike parking. I didn't even know we made that distinction. And can you explain it to me?
Yeah, great. Sam, do you want to answer that question?
Sure. So short-term parking are what you see typically near the entrances of buildings, businesses. Those are the bike racks, if you will, that you see spread around downtown. They could be the inverted U or the lightning bolt racks, which are common all over Stanford University, for example. So that's short-term. That you would kind of have for a retail type business. You're not staying at a location for hours on end like you would if you work there. So the long-term parking for bicycles is the bicycle lockers, and that would be able to fit your bicycle plus your helmet and other gear. We see them at the Caltrain station, and then usually behind businesses where the employee entrance is, because those are more geared towards workers who are going to be at their job for 8-10 hours or whatever it may be, and they're not going to see their bicycle, so they want a secure space to lock up their bicycle while they work and not worry about it. Whereas the short term, you're going to get back to it, or it's going to be within your eyesight as you visit whatever retailer or restaurant.
Okay, thank you. Totally explains my questions. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just making sure I'm not muted. I had kind of the same question that Eric started with, like, what does this apply to? So it applies to all private lots. Does it also apply to public lots? Both?
Yes, it would apply to public lots. So, let's say we needed to install some chargers at, a community facility of some kind that had an associated parking requirement, or where we needed to fit it into those stalls, and we could have that 18 inches of space to put that charging equipment in that parking space without having to say, oh, this isn't a parking space, anymore.
Right. And then there are a couple of clauses appears several places talks about substitution of spots, either for bicycle parking or for accessibility. So if a building is required to have a certain number of parking spots, and then they convert a bunch of spots to other uses, how do we track that?
So part of what we have built in, I believe, and Mr. Gutierrez can correct me if I'm wrong, is some upper bounds. So it isn't necessarily that it can just be, the entire parking lot is changed over. So we did want to kind of create a situation where there's some limitations so that if there is some reduction in parking, it wouldn't be so great that now we've, really significantly parking impacted the surrounding uses. But all of these have to be approved. Folks aren't just, just doing it. They're coming in, applying.
But are we tracking, like if we approve a hotel and we say you have to have so many parking spots, and then they can convert, 10% of them to bike spots? I'm just wondering, like, we come back to that building years later and we say you don't have enough parking. How do we track all this?
Yeah, we would track that in our Acela platform, where we track the building's history and the permitting and what is allowed and what has been permitted. So, this approval would be in that history of, how many spaces did it need, how many were reduced, so on and so forth.
And I mean, this will be pretty ministerial, right? If somebody wants to convert a spot, and we're not going to see if they're overflowing with other cars or anything. We're just going to approve it.
Our ministerial approvals for the most part, or director's decisions in some cases, but we certainly, sometimes some of them might require a site visit by the planner to go out and look and really understand, what is happening. And that's really if you have a lot that has a combination of things going on, where they're restriping and they're adding EV and they're doing multiple things, where we really need to get a sense of what's going on at the site.
But the assumption is the building owner kind of knows what's best for their building, right? I mean, I guess another thing I was just thinking about, if a particular tenant has a lot of bicyclists and they convert them over, and then the occupancy changes, can they just be restriped, or do they have to come back to the city?
They could, the new owner or new tenant could remove the bike parking and have that become vehicle parking again, certainly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Tanaka.
So two quick questions here. So first one, is there anything in the provisions around trying to, I know you guys are putting provisions for electric cars, but are there any provisions for like electric bikes, electric scooters, electric motorcycles? They're all, electric bikes especially is taking off like a rocket. I mean, a lot of people getting them. In fact, I'm thinking about getting an electric bike too. So is there anything in the provisions around that? And if so, what are they?
We don't have any provisions right now that are regarding charging stations for electric bikes or electric skateboards. Certainly something that if there are folks who are interested, we could work with businesses to figure out how that would look, and if we needed a regulatory solution to that, you could bring that forward.
Well, I don't think you have to worry about skateboards, but I was thinking more like electric bikes, because some of them are pretty heavy and it's hard to move it indoor. But I mean, that and also electric motorcycles are also starting to take off as well. And so if you're going to put the infrastructure in for electric cars, might as well do it for the bikes while we're at it, right?
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. And particularly for employers who have secure bike parking, perhaps indoors, that their folks are already taking their bikes, would be a great opportunity for the electric bike charging.
Okay. The second thing is like I've gotten 3 bikes stolen here in our city, and next door and bike theft stolen is like one of those things. Now, of course, a lot of them are residential, a lot of them are Caltrain stations and other places. But is there anything that we can do to try to improve bike theft and that issue, and how to solve it?
Not other than my strategies like 2U locks. Other than that, I'm not sure if there's a longer term or larger strategy to decrease bike theft. Here in Palo Alto, I'd have to
ask our police department about that.
Okay. I noticed that the police chief is on. I don't know if you could say anything about that, but I know this is like, we're a relatively safe city, but there's a lot of bike theft, and it really sucks. I mean, anyone that's got a bike stolen, it's just terrible.
It's pretty much, yeah, it's no fun. I don't know.
Maybe he's not there. Okay, don't worry about that. That's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So as you were presenting, Rachel, I was also noticing that certain parking spots we're going to be losing towards the equipment itself. Like you said, that there was that big electric component. And then also some parking spots are going to be used for bicycle parking. So do you know approximately for each of the garages here in downtown and California Avenue, would we be losing spots on? Or, I mean, do you have those figures so that at least we can anticipate what is going to be going towards something else and no longer a parking space?
And when you say in downtown and elsewhere, are you referring to the public parking garages?
Yes, public, the cities.
I don't know that we have any plans, and I'm not aware of any plans from Public Works or Office of Transportation to apply to our city-owned facilities. And certainly, I think part of what the idea is that once you start combining the different layers, then you really need to come in for a director's adjustment so that we can look at the totality of things. We certainly don't want someone saying, oh, I need this charger, and then now I'm adding bike. We would like people to do it holistically, right? And think about their parking lot so we can really understand what they're planning. And so we could understand something like, well, what's the total loss of parking? And is there a different way to configure it that, doesn't lose any parking? That would be our preference.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. I echo Councilmember Filseth's comments about the important intent of this. I thank the staff for being so comprehensive in the list of updates and for providing the transcript of the PTC. I found it very helpful, and I think they covered some of the questions that people had. And if the mayor is open to it, I'm happy to move approval of the staff recommendation.
Great, thank you. So there's a motion to approve the staff recommendation by Councilmember Cormack. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Filseth. Councilmember Cormack.
I don't need to speak further.
Councilmember Filseth.
Me neither. It's good block and tackle staff work.
Yep, well said. Vice Mayor Du Bois, I still see your hand up.
Sorry, not good at taking it down.
No, okay, great, thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands, I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion. I think since Councilmember Koo led us last time, it's down to Councilmember Tanaka, and apologies if I've mixed that up. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss. You're on mute, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, staff, for the great presentation, and thank you, my colleagues, for the comments. So with that, we're done with our action calendar. Item number 8 has been moved to next week. Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements? Hit your hands. Okay. With that, I believe we can adjourn our meeting at 11:02. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ciao.